And a warm welcome to all our viewers for today, the first game of the Selborne 150 Jubilee Festival here in East London. What an exciting day ahead of us. We've been spoiled this year with schoolboy rugby, and today, we start with our first game, Queens versus Brunswick, and some really great matchups. So this one has a mouth-watering taste to it, a lot of uncertainty. Guys don't know who's going to be dominant today. Brunswick got a powerful team, some mixed results. Queens really come into some form at the Easter Festival. I'm really excited. How about you?
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen at home. Good morning, boys and girls. James, I am excited. A bit worried for Queens there because I see they've changed their side for today. I think they've brought more of their second team guys to this tournament for today against a very strong Brunswick side. We've seen them playing in a couple of tournaments already. So I think this one, just as we look at the Queens College team there, we see they still have their number 7, their captain there. Amahle Mafuta is one of or two guys there that have really played for the first team this year. Most of them are second team players, so I think they might struggle today, James.
I don't know. Queen's on a bit of a roll. Yes, it might not be the first choice players. This is an opportunity to test their depth. And I see Kamteni's moved to 8. He's normally a lock, but he was in the EPD system. So I certainly think they're going to fire a bullet. They wouldn't come here and let their school down. It is an opportunity, but at the same time, a bit of a gamble by their coaches. So let's see what comes to fruition. Brunswick, on the other hand, got some really imposing locks there in the second row. Looking at in 4, he's a big boy. I expect some big carries from him. And this is an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting because we've seen that Brunswick backline, especially they've got tall locks there. They've got that black note, as you've mentioned. They've got that front 3 there in Van Rooyen and Kukemura. I think they can switch both sides, loose head and tight head as well. And there's a bit of a wind also, a little bit of a wind, James. I think it's blowing from right to left from where we're sitting. We'll see. But this one, I think Brunswick just might have a bit of the upper hand there.
So on paper, behind we're saying Brunswick to come out strong. Mtutui in the centre there, big presence in the midfield. This is a very direct rugby team. This is a big Brunswick team.
Yeah. On paper, James, like you just said, but in a sport of rugby, you never really know what's really going to happen, especially in schoolboy rugby.
And that's the thing, isn't it? And just look at the last weekend, all the Easter festivals, the game's not played on paper. And I think that's what draws all our viewers into schoolboy rugby, is that on the day, the team that wants it and produces a performance can win. And we saw some outstanding results at the Easter festivals across the country. And today will be no different, I'm certain of that.
No.
We're going to an interview, folks, with the event organizer, Mr. John Kruger.
Right, we're at Selborne College. It is the 150th Jubilee Rugby Festival, and let me tell you, it's electric. Post-COVID, it's good to be back. You're with me, Robbie Durant, and with me is the organizer of this incredible event, Jono Kruger. Jono, it must be exciting to eventually have rugby back, but to have this type of event as the 150th Jubilee sponsored by FNB.
Yeah, what an amazing opportunity we have here to showcase some rugby. It's also, Robbie, a weekend where we can just celebrate a school that's been in existence for 150 years and culminating with amazing sport. We're really excited to be able to, for the first time, showcase a rugby festival like this.
What does it take to organize an event like this? Massive sponsorship as well as a great team effort?
Yeah, I think a lot of people behind the scenes, getting ready, putting some huge hours and work behind the scenes, but really it comes from a passion for the school and wanting to honor the old boys and the community of Selborne College to celebrate this amazing occasion.
There is talk about potentially this becoming an annual event. Is that on the cards?
We would love that to be the case. Obviously this is our first one. We're teething and we look to maybe produce something in the future, yes.
Jono, thanks very much. We're going to go back up to the studios. Once again, it's going to be a big tournament here. It's happening today and on Monday. The first game coming up is Brunswick versus Queens. Queens bouncing off a great win against Dale College. Stay tuned. Mr. Jono Kruger, thank you very much.
And some wonderful words there from our tournament organizer, Mr. John Kruger, an educator at Selborne College and an outstanding human being, really does care about the kids within his sphere of influence. Today, Maida, also to welcome our viewers from the KWA Club at Selborne, Jocko, Saf, Dixon, Food and Daryl the Power Mauer. A warm welcome to Selborne and what promises again to be a fantastic day. So just to make our viewers aware, there is a very strong breeze here in East London. On your screen is blowing from right to left and into the left-hand corner. Will be, I think, will have a big bearing on field position today. You could find a lot of the rugby played in one half, Maidu.
Yes, James. I see Queens now starting from left to right, so they'll be facing the wind. But with a powerful pack of BRANDWAG, I think it's a good toss for them because they'll be using the forward, they'll be using the wind, kicking into the corners there. So at the moment, we'll see how it goes.
BRANDWAG do have a nice kicking game. Their set piece is also very strong. Scrum line out, very direct in the back line. Got a really good gain line presence in those centres. And yeah, and let's be honest, Queens could be up against them on this occasion.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. But I'm sure Queens, they've got a couple of players that haven't really played for the first team, so they'll be here to prove a point as well, putting their hands up saying, yeah, pick me, I'm ready for the first team as well.
Referee today, Mr. Adonis, part of the Barbarians Refereeing Society, and yeah, we're in safe hands there, good officials, and we're all set. So it will be BRANDWAG who will be kicking off, playing down the hill, with the wind at the back, into the left corner, and we should expect some early pressure. And it's a lovely hanging kick. Captain Mafuta on the receipt. He's done very well there. Queen's coming to the blind side. So Leo Born and Maplanga, successful, getting some gain line carries. Work to the pick and drive. And Queen's, oh, stripped in the tackle. We have a turnover. BRANDWAG an opportunity here if they can get it away. Good through the hands, but Queens have scrambled really well. So Queens find themselves under pressure, having lost the restart there. Turned over in the tackle. And comes the heavy artillery for BRANDWAG. Sign of intent, but good presence. Unfortunately, tackle and not roll away, says the referee.
Yeah, Queens starting a bit, fielding the nice kick-off there from the beginning, but we see they're doing a mistake of trying to play it very deep in their own half. As a result, they lost the ball there, turning it over to BRANDWAG, putting themselves under a lot of pressure there in the early stages of the game.
And it's one of those things, Maidu, isn't it, where you're playing into the wind, so do you kick and give away the field position, or do you try and hold possession and just starve them and take away the advantage of the wind?
Yeah, James, you always try maybe do one phase to put your kicker in a good position to kick the ball out. You don't want to play there from, especially in the first minute of the game. You start yourself under a lot of pressure. As a result, now BRANDWAG have an attacking line out there in the 5 meters from the try line of Queens.
7-man line out, try to set up the maul. Queens successful on the sack, but it's still in play. Comes the launch from BRANDWAG. Oh, lovely deception there.
Yeah, that was really good. That was really looking good there from BRANDWAG backline. I think it was the fullback there, Devan Porter, running a nice line there, but unfortunately a slight forward pass there from them. Let's see now if Queens maybe...
Well, he had everyone fooled. He had me fooled up here in the commentary box, Manu.
No, that was a really good line there, but just overrunning it a bit.
It was a clean bust, and I just wonder, had that one not been forward, maybe there was a scoring opportunity?
Definitely it was on there.
So BRANDWAG showing a lot of kick space. Fortunately, the ball squirts out the scrum. Queens with a dominant scrum. As you say, Maidu, put it on the toe, get some exit.
That's a better way to play, James.
Lovely receipt though from BRANDWAG. They find themselves back on the front foot. Good dominant ruck. And Queens successful on the contest.
Yeah,
oh, quick tap. Queen's ahead of play, Maidu. So they're without the scrum off, he carried the ball.
See that rush defense there from BRANDWAG closing all the spaces. But like we said, Queens on paper don't look really as a first team side, but the second team players will really put their all into this game just to show their coaches that they're also ready for the first team. As you see, they're not standing back at all, James.
Well, they're playing for the first team today, so there's no such thing as second team in this contest.
No, for sure. And they're doing well. See what they did there. They kicked the ball at least far towards the halfway line so that the mistakes can happen a bit far from the try line. So at least now they're halfway. But they're not a really good kick there from the...
Queens will be happy with their start. I mean, they're playing into the wind. They've weathered the early storm and they find themselves just incrementally improving their field position up to the halfway line.
And they still have a line out in BRANDWAG's half now.
So 4-man line out, opting for the middle. Nice clean delivery to the 9. Oh, unfortunately pass, not finding its intended target. Massive chicken wing out the back. A little bit loose, but Maplanga with the ball. Puts it on the toe. So it is BRANDWAG back in possession. Evading a few tackles there. Queens are very narrow. They could find themselves in a bit of trouble unless they get themselves set. Again comes the big boy Brooknot. So there's a real run opportunity here, and they do find the space. It is Mtotoyi who's on the ball. Big bump, offload, and first score of the game. Hello. Here comes BRANDWAG.
Yeah, now BRANDWAG just had to do the basics right there. I think in the first minute of the game it just got to them that they're playing the second team from Queens, but now they're starting to exert themselves into the game. Really good run there from the inside centre, Liam Mtotoyi, and the nice offload there to his outside centre, Gordon Phillips. Nice try out of the pose.
Queens are going to be disappointed with that. It was their line out. They got a clean receipt on the line out. Nice delivery to 9. It was a loose pass at the first receiver there that created the transition, and from there the Queens defence really narrow, and BRANDWAG exploited, identified the opportunity, the mismatch on the outside, got it wide, and a lovely bit of skill and offload there to score the try.
Yeah, really good play there from BRANDWAG. They saw the space on the outside, spread the ball very quickly, as Queens were very narrow there on defence. As a result, Mtotoyi there running a straight line, hard runner with the ball, big centre as you can see from the replay there. Queens very narrow on defence. They spread the ball very wide, long pass there from the fly after Mtotoyi. Mtotoyi running hard there, ball in one hand. Now you can see the wing is covered there inside, back to his outside centre there, Gordon. Try under the pose. Good try that.
That's a gorgeous score, and that's really a sign of what BRANDWAG are capable of.
Yeah, now I think BRANDWAG will know that they just need to do the basics right in this game. Otherwise it should be not as hard as it should be normally, but if they do the basics right, get their set piece going, they should dominate this Queen's side.
So it is the kick into the wind. Nonetheless, BRANDWAG break the first receiver, break the first tackle. Here comes the winger, making some real meters down the touchline. Even with 2, he's got some real good ground there. Quick ball from BRANDWAG. This is a dangerous situation. Queens have done well. First arrival was good, unfortunately unsuccessful in his attempt. Comes the big boy again, Brooknot. BRANDWAG opting to put some width on the ball. Still creating the mismatch in numbers here. They've got the overlap on the outside. Can they put away? Opts for the toe. Looking like the second. Can he ground? Yes, he does. Boom. BRANDWAG on the receipt.
Yeah, BRANDWAG really dominating this game. Now Queens are starting to miss a few tackles there as well. So once you miss those tackles, I mean, we saw the left wing from BRANDWAG running 30-40 meters down the line from missed tackles there. Now BRANDWAG is doing very well on the attack there as well. As you can see there, the inside centre Mtotoyi stands very well in the tackle, turns around, offloads, stands in the tackle, is strong boy, turns around, offloads the ball. There's good play there from the fullback. Also he sees the space, Divan Porter, grab a kick, pick up, drop, 5 points. Great try.
That could have a big bearing in this game, mind you. If Queens don't respond, you could see some scoreboard pressure coming here from BRANDWAG.
Yeah, in a game like this, James, you just need to score as many points as possible in the first half, because first you have the advantage of the wind helping you a bit. And so in the second half, it's not going to be as easy, because now Queens will try put you under pressure. So in the first half, score as much points as possible. As we can see there, BRANDWAG missing their kick, going to the left there. So the score stays at 12-0 to BRANDWAG. Yeah, James, so as I'm saying, so play with the wind, use your big players, take the ball up, and you score nice tries like that, because Queens, I'm sure in the second half they'll want to come back. They'll play more with the wind as well.
And as you would expect, with the wind, you would anticipate a scoreboard dominance from the team with the wind, but they haven't really used the wind. They're just using their running game to get those points. So hopefully the wind is not the exclusive reason for their position at this stage. And a lovely deep hanging kick again. Good receive from Blicknord. So there's nice structure to Brunswick. That's the first error, the first handling error, unfortunately a knock.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brunswick, I think it was Kian Kukumur grabbing onto the ball there. You know, James, if you have your hands out, let the ball come to you, instead of like snatching onto the ball. That's maybe what some of the youngsters, the mistakes they do there. But now Queens have a scrum just outside Brunswick 22 there. Maybe it's a chance to see what they can do with the ball in hand.
So the first scrum for Queens is a really dominant one, strong one, and again the same. Some real strong runners. On the right wing is Maplanga. They are going to find him. Can they find him? They haven't, but they've got themselves a gain line onto the front foot. Unfortunately, the scrum off on the carry, so he's going to have to reset, and the boys have opted for the pick and drive. Sensible. Good decision from Queens, realising there wasn't a distributor. But Brunswick up to the task around the fringes. Penalty advantage coming here for offside in the midfield. Boom, that's a big tackle.
That's a really big hit there from Brunswick.
And the penalty coming for offside.
I think it might have been their captain there, Keanu Porter, with a big hit right on the flyer from the Queen's flyer to Sean there.
Good identification from the referee, so he pointed out the player that was offside.
There's a good option there for Queens, James. I see they're going for poles right against the wind. As you can see there from the replay, there's the big hit there right in the middle of the park. But Brunswick were offside there. Queens were already playing at the advantage there.
I think we've seen in the earlier schoolboy festivals, the Brunswick line speed, it's right up there. It really does exert itself. The boys are set early, good spacing, off the line, a little too eager. But in terms of intent, Queens have got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. Brunswick, you know what they're going to bring in the game. They're going to bring back those forwards, those big forwards of theirs, and on attack. So on defense, they're going to use that rush defense, rushing you. It's just how you act against it. That's what you do in a game like this, because you know exactly what they're going to bring in the game.
Unfortunately unsuccessful from fullback Bota. Queens will be disappointed. Their first attempt at a score.
Yeah, that's a really wasted chance there by Queens, but a good try from the kicker, the fullback there. It was Lesejo Bota. Just unfortunately the kick. I mean, he's a good kicker, Lesejo, just unfortunately the kick not going straight to the post. Now Brunswick. I'm sure they're going to go long here, James.
I think so. So it's inside centre who's taking the kick. They have the wind at the back, so they should go long, and do. Comteni unsuccessful with the receipt, unfortunately touches the ball and gives away the field position to Brunswick. So the momentum, all of a sudden, swinging straight back, the Queen's foray into the Brunswick half, a very short spell, and now they find themselves back in their own half again.
That's Gwakanya Kamteni there, unfortunately not able to fill the ball. Just spilling out of his hands, going for the touch line, and now Brunswick have an advantage here on the Queen's half.
So 5-man line out. Blicknord spins to the front, off the top. Nice delivery, pulls the loop pass out the back. Opts for the kick. There's Leopold Maplanga on the receipt. He's got some jet shoes. If he can get around, he beats the first. Sticks it on the left foot. So as Queens have found himself in a defensive position. Nice receipt there, putting some width on it. It's a good kick receipt there by Brunswick. Queens are making a menace at the breakdown, just slowing the ball. Lovely wraparound play, gets the bust. So Queens are really putting stress on the breakdown, slowing the ball down.
Yeah, Queens really doing well on the breakdown, slowing the big pack of forwards, because that quick ball is going to cause problems for them. They just need to keep on slowing the ball down, making the tackles though, not getting dominated in those big hits.
Brunswick running hard nonetheless. Queens are set up to defend. Still give away the outside space. Comes the chicken wing out the back. One to beat. Oh, and it's a big tackle. Crowd enjoyed that one.
That's a really, really big tackle there from Lesego Potter. It was the last man on defense. He had to throw everything into it. I'm not sure if there was a bit of a shoulder charge there as well, but he did very well. As you can see from the replay, I like the style of Brunswick. They spread the ball very wide. Queens need to be aware of that. There's the chicken wing pass to their fullback. There's Lesego with that big hit. No, it's a great hit. It's a great hit, James. As you can see.
That's as good as it gets. That's textbook.
Yeah, no, he had a good attempt to wrap the arm around there. That's a very good tackle there from Lesego Potter there.
So Queens opt for the front man, having shaped at the back. A little bit of a deception there, unfortunately unsuccessful in the attempt, knocked back into touch. But once again, it's Brunswick, 5 meters from the line, running hard, looking ominous.
Yeah, Brunswick, I'm sure they'll probably use their forwards in this one. I mean, they're 6 meters away from the try line, so they'll probably push. They'll opt for a rolling maul there. Let's see what they do.
Full 7-man line out. Middle ball, the big boy block knot. They've gathered it, but it's scrappy.
Yeah, no, Queen's giving it all on the ground there. Brunswick needs to be aware of that. They need to support their runners there, but I think the problem there from that set piece, it was a bit scrappy. They were not formed properly. It was just all over the place.
And credit to Queens, that's the one area they've been dominant, is the space over the ball. At this point in time, first arriving players of Queens, real urgency getting to break down, and that's got them out of trouble on this occasion.
Yeah, in a big side like this, like Brunswick, you need to be disruptive on the ground. You need to slow the ball down, otherwise that big pack of forwards will start dominating you. Once they get that quick ball all the time, they'll start dominating you, and you'll be on the back foot all the time. So good play from Queens there.
So Queens with a 3-man line out. It's a spin off the top. Good line out. Captain Amakle Mafuta. Kamteni with a bust. He gets the offload. Looks for the offload, should I say. Nice same way play. Oh, good tackle. Needs some support. This is Queen's first real bullet in the game. Again, Mafuta with a lovely pivot. Good contact skills.
Queen's building up nicely. They're building a few phases together.
It's a good kick. Puts the fullback boot in the tram. Equally well returned. And the joy of a lefty. Finds some kick space. So a little bit of a ping pong going on here. Had the chance to counter back. Maplanga on the receiver. Unfortunately, he's knocked it on. He's a big boy and he's got some jet shoes.
Yeah, no, really unfortunate there from Maplanga. He had all the space. Brunswick pack of forwards were in front of the ball, so they couldn't advance. Sometimes when you have too much time with the ball, you overthink things. You tend to look for spaces before you catch the ball. I think that's what got to Maplanga there. He was thinking of what he must do with the ball before he got the ball. So ending up knocking on the ball there. So on that ping pong, Brunswick winning that ping pong, James.
They did win the ping pong, and that was actually, I was just thinking in my head, what a contrast in styles. We've seen running for both teams, and all of a sudden we had ourselves an aerial battle. And it was the error on the kick receipt that gets Brunswick scrum in possession on the half. Nice scrum from Brunswick. Excellent deception there in the midfield. Comes the big boy, has numbers. If it sticks, there's a scoring opportunity. He's going to begging. Can they persist? And it's Queens on the counter. This is where they're dangerous. Fantastic offload. Is there support? So a scoring opportunity has gone a begging for Brunswick, and they find themselves under some immense pressure here. There is space and numbers. If they can work to width here in this next phase. And they do. Up to put it on the foot. Unfortunately, that wind, I think it's gone a little bit too far.
See, James, I like the way Queens back themselves up with the ball, especially the pack of forwards. But I've just to shine hard, he just stands too deep. I mean, they have the momentum going forward. Now he stands 20 meters deep. That also kills the momentum of the team. If you kick a ball like that with the forwards taking it up, they've been carrying nicely, so maybe they must just minimize on their kicking.
Well, nonetheless, a good net result for Queens. They found themselves under serious pressure. It was a 3-on-1 pass and a stick. If it stuck, the scoreboard would look different.
I'm impressed by those BRANDWAG centers, James, the way they run those straight lines and bust through the lines. That nice play.
Your number 13 really patient. He releases the ball at the right time. Phyllis.
Slowing the ball down, guys.
So again, another scrappy one from Queens. Retain the ball. You're going to have to work hard here to try and generate some momentum.
Yeah, this tight head from Queens, Bapelo Jennings, is very strong on his feet. I mean, that's his fourth carry in the game. Unfortunately, the ball got turned over there. Brandwag going for space there. Looks like a nice kick there, putting Queens under pressure.
You've won him a plug on the receipt. Beats the first. Does he? Yes, he does. Nice step. Unfortunately, loses his footing. So the field is a little bit soft underfoot, folks. To those of you watching at home, it has been a lot of rain here. The field looks amazing. Credit to Selborne College. Fantastic pressure there. Equally good exit. Hasn't found it. It's worked at the back. An opportunity to counter, and does. Contact skills from Brunswick, fantastic. Finding the offload. First arriving players generally very good. 12's lost his footing. Might give the penalty. Comes the heavy artillery here in the 22, and this is where Brunswick are dangerous. They've got a lot of firepower, both narrow and wide spaces. Credit to Queens, the spacing is very good. They're surviving the onslaught. Oh!
I think Queens now have seen that Brunswick are using that quick ball, so they've started spreading wide instead of being narrow all the time. Now they're trying to get out of their own 22 with Maplanga. They're taking the ball up.
So the handling error from Brunswick costing them really good field position there.
It's the speed on the ball, the quick pickups, the quick play, the quick ball. Sometimes when you rush it, you need to be very good with your hands. The ball skills need to be up to scratch when you want to start running the quick ball. As you can see from the replay, the quick pickup from the Brunswick flanker there, Bruce Van Zyl, unfortunately dropping the ball there.
Conversely, if that one had stuck for Bruce, he was looking good for the 7-pointer.
No, if he picked it up, if he held on to the ball, he did pick it up. If he held on to it, it was going straight under the post there. But Queens, I'm impressed with their scrum, James. I mean, with the tight head there, Bapelo Jennings, they're doing very well on the scrums there. As you can see, I've seen this probably their fourth scrum of the game, but they're not being pushed as you watch now on the scrum.
So the run opportunity on the right-hand side here. Mr. Donus referee says infringement at the scrum. Comes a quick tap. Ellis Maplanga with a bit of room.
Yeah, Queens really doing well on the first, second phase. Just that third ball that it's either they kick it or they knock it. So they're just the worst enemies at the moment. Not finishing off and still playing deep in their own half. Brandwag will be smiling. But I think James Brandwag needs to score 1 or 2 more tries here just to be comfortable going to the second half.
Lovely screen pass, unfortunately the knock on. Queens with the turnover. Contest opportunity. And it is the inside centre's got it away. Gets the offload. Can Queens find themselves in the driving seat to outside centre? Oh, pass unsuccessful. Knockback, says the ref. No.
Wow, unfortunately the Queens doing very well. That's an inside centre there. Lutando Jasek very strong with the ball in hand, linking up with his outside centre Lutando, with Luande Gaba. But Gaba there unfortunately knocking the ball on. Just a lack of pace there and speed with the ball because he was through in the gap. See, Queens are making a change early in the game.
Well, that unfortunately that launch went horribly wrong for Brunswick,
Yeah.
as we see on the replay. And Queens do look dangerous on the transition when they get the turnover. And had this pass stuck, we could have seen them getting onto the scoreboard.
See, Queens have made a change. They've taken out Jennings there on their front row. As a result, the scrum just goes other way.
So it is a 10 who has a bite himself. Beats the first 2 defenders, but it is gain line back on the Brunswick back on the front foot. Good officiating there from Mr. Donis. Primary signal, secondary signal. Lets the folks at home know what's the infringement for.
James, I don't know what Queens have done here. They've taken out their tight head prop, Jennings, and they've put in a lock, Mutombo Kambawet lock, and they shifted their number 5 to loose head, taking their loose head to tight head. So those scrums now, first scrum, it was very scrappy from Queens. I don't know, maybe they're going to look at bringing him back or what the story is, because now they have a lock playing at prop there.
Perhaps an injury?
He looks alright though. And he was jogging off the field, so I'm not sure.
Well, there is rugby subs, mind you, so we could see him return to the fray.
Yeah.
And again, a 7-man for Brunswick. So they haven't mauled yet, Brunswick, which is interesting. They've got a big old pack, but they're opting to go off the top. Brunswick really good at getting gain line on the first phase. They're very consistent in their pressure, and there's a couple of handling errors in the 22 that let them down.
Nice big hit there from number 8 from Queens, Wakanya Kanteni.
Queens growing into the contest there. They lost the gain line on the first phase, but they've driven them back. And I just feel that Queens are getting better as the game goes on.
Yeah, Brandwag not really putting them under pressure. Queens doing well on the ground. I'm sure now Brandwag, they're aware of that. They're starting to secure their ball there. But they need to run hard. They need to run more at Queens, because they're starting to struggle now with the ball in hand if they go wide on the second phase. As you can see from that scrum, James. Let's see what happens in the Queens scrum after they've taken out the tight head there. Jennings and playing the loose head at tight head.
Well, it's worked on this occasion. Queen's scrum holds up. So a similar wraparound move from before.
Yeah, Queen's really not letting down on the ground there. They're just putting Brandwag really under pressure there. Brandwag need to be closer. They need to support players with the ball carrier there. Otherwise, they're killing themselves with these turnovers from Queens. Then the left footer, Lesego finding touch. 10 meters. And we're on the 10-meter line from Brandwag with the Queens attacking line out.
So it was Brunswick who started the game at a rate of knots, accumulating 12 points in the very early stanza. We have remained scoreless for a while, playing largely in the middle of the field, trading blows back and forth. Nice line out to the front, and Captain Amate Mafuta.
Running a risk of obstruction there, Queens Mafuta there, but unfortunately the ref lets them play on.
And it is that intense line speed that is given a penalty advantage to Queens. That's some really good defence from Brunswick.
I think Queens might be playing at an advantage here, James.
They are playing an advantage, but they're not making any meters at this point in time.
Yeah.
Mafuta gets stripped in the tackle, turnover. Unfortunately, the advantage from earlier.
Yeah, that rush defense, you just need a lot of discipline there, James. You need to get your timing right, otherwise you'll give a lot of penalties away.
Quick tap, Containing on the ball. Finds his centre. First visit into the 22 for Queens. No advantage, says the referee.
Brandwag not back 10 there. Queens have a second bite to it. With 3 minutes on the clock to play, Queens now need points on the board going to half time. But I don't think they'll be too worried with a scoreline like this, James. They still have their foot in the game.
Well, there is a big wind at the back, and so they get the advantage of the kicking game in the second half should they wish to utilise it. And like the previous attempt, they're opting for the poles on their visit into the Brunswick half.
Yeah, Lesego Bote, that left kicker of Queen's call it the fullback. He's a very good kicker of the ball. He kicks very high. He's got a power behind his kick. So he backs himself nicely there. This one probably 30 meters from the poles, but still not too far from him. I mean, he can slot them at 60, 70 meters this point. Very good kicker. Wow.
Unfortunately, Buerta unsuccessful on the second attempt. And Queens having lost early in the season by through the kicking game. 1 point loss to Kes up at the main game in Kes Festival, and scored as many tries as Kes but missed way more kicks, and it hurt them on that occasion. And it's unfortunately history repeating itself here.
Yeah, unfortunately they've missed really easy kicks. They're right in front of the poles. That's 2 points in front of the poles they've missed there. There'll be 6 points now, but unfortunately they're still on 0.
So the deep kick from Brunswick. Kapteni knocks it on in the tackle. Turnover for Brunswick. So we probably the last set piece for the half.
Yeah, unfortunately Queens letting the ball bounce there. Sometimes the rugby ball, you never let it bounce because you don't know which way it's going to bounce to, left or right or anywhere. So just fill the ball in the air before it bounces, then you can play. That was an awkward bounce there too. Brunswick now with a scrum just before halfway of Queen's College.
So Brunswick a really deep alignment. Looks like they're going to go to width here. Queens are showing a 3-man defence. So there's a run opportunity here, but they do opt to go through the middle. It is a big win to Tui. Massive bust there. Nice same way play from Brunswick. Equally met in the tackle by Queens. And Brunswick opting for the boot. Haven't done much of it this half. Haven't needed to. Lovely receipt from Buerta at the back. He gets the pass away, and all of a sudden it's Queens with a bit of space, and the pass doesn't stick.
That's a really awkward pass there to fill. As we go to half-time, James, Queens will feel they're still in the game, playing against the wind, but they're still in the game. Brunswick, to my view, they haven't done enough to dominate Queens. 2 tries, 1 conversion. Queens are still back in the game.
I think the thing with Brunswick is they had an excellent start and they really didn't follow up on that, and they had a chance to put the foot in the throat, and having not done that, they've left it open as a contest. So that's exciting for us as we join us again in the second half.
Deflection! Goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates! What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa. This is the championship they were looking for, PGA. Incredible. And the champions strike first! Mayhem! Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
We're back here and we're with the FNB Commercial Director from Eastern Cape, Sandile Philip. Fantastic to get involved in such an incredible tournament.
Absolutely, Robbie. Thanks for having us here. It's 150 years we're celebrating. I mean, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of collaboration to really achieve 150 years. And as FNB, I mean, it is something that we want to be part of because we've been involved in rugby at a school level all the way, I mean, to supporting the national team. Because we believe, I mean, for us to thrive as a business, we need to thrive with the communities that we work with.
How important is it for corporates to get involved in school activities and obviously getting involved into rugby as such?
Yeah, if you look at guys like Sia, had it not been for rugby, he would not have had opportunities that he has. But I mean, Sia is an exception. We want to make sure that you don't become a rugby player at a professional level as an exception. We want to create opportunities for all the kids from all walks of life, from townships. So it is important for a corporate like FNB, being around for 183 years, that we are part of, of the community in terms of building the community to create sustainability.
Well, you're certainly probably the coolest regional director I've ever seen. Tell us a little bit about FNB now opening up in Selborne. There's potential talk about maybe a second year, maybe it becoming a continued event.
Listen, possibilities are there. We are involved with rugby. You know of the classic clashes. Recently in the Eastern Cape, we opened it up to your township schools as well as your northern areas, because we believe in inclusivity. We believe in developing and creating platforms. So this is a platform where we're exposing young talent, and the possibilities are there. So we will engage with Selborne. They play a pivotal role in East London and the greater Eastern Cape. So the possibilities are there. We will continue engaging.
Well, a strong Selborne is a strong Eastern Cape.
100%.
That's Sandile Philip, the Commercial Director of FNB Eastern Cape. Second half coming up, Queen's College versus BRANDWAG.
And we are back. Second half of BRANDWAG versus Queens. First game of the day at the Selborne 150 Festival. Referee Mr. O'Donnell's having a good first half. I thought he was really accurate, really clear in his communication signals. Reflecting on the first half, BRANDWAG. Early start, looking very strong up front and out wide. Successful on the kick receipt, getting all their basics right, and they had a couple of squandered opportunities in the 22. Conversely, Queens not making the 22 once in the first half, and the 2 unsuccessful shots at goal to try and reduce the margin. I feel like they were getting better as the game goes on, but realistically, BRANDWAG looking, as the scoreboard suggests, the better of the 2 teams.
Yes, James, and as you can see, the first try from BRANDWAG, there's the outside centre, their number 12, carrying the ball very nicely, 2 hands, strong on the tackle, offloads. That's the first try from BRANDWAG there, under the poles. That's the outside centre there from BRANDWAG, Godwin Phyllis, under the poles. That inside centre, them Toy, carrying the ball very hard. He's a strong boy, he's a strong ball carrier. So, and BRANDWAG now, the second half, they'll be playing against the wind. Maybe they'll be carrying more ball because now that they'll be playing against the wind as well.
I think they are going to carry, because whilst they had the wind at their back in the first half, they didn't opt to make use of it, and they didn't need to. They had their pressure points both in the forward, some big carries, particularly number 4 lock. And here was the second try, yes. And a great identification of space, and an excellent finish there.
Really good play there from Devon Porter. Seeing the space at the back, kicking a grubber kick there, bouncing and catching the ball and scoring the try. He's about to see it from the second half now. BRANDWAG will want more in these games, and Queens will push for more tries of their own as well. They'll try put BRANDWAG under a lot of pressure as well. As we saw in the first half, that glitches of running the ball, now they'll run again. They back themselves with that quick ball, quick offloads in the tackle, that chicken wing pass. A couple of their players have that, so they'll be pushing for that in the second half as well. So with the wind now again, with the Lesego Porter left footer, they're kicking very well as well. So we'll see what they bring in the second half.
So Queens weren't without their own moments in the first half. Really strong over the ball. First arrivals to the tackle, both defensively and attacking rucks. Set piece was looking good. Scrum and line out solid. And they just really, a lot of missed passes to the wing. They were creating 2-on-1s, and the ball was going into touch a few times. So if those passes can stick, Queens get an early score, we can see a different complexion to this game.
Yeah, BRANDWAG needs to sort that out on the ground now, because they struggled a bit. They battled with Queens quick on the ground, slowing the ball down, trying to turn it over. So BRANDWAG now needs to be aware. They need to support their ball carrier. They need to back him up so that Queens don't get to the ball first and turn the ball over.
So it will be Queens starting us off in the second half?
See, Queens, they've also made a change there with Kolosa Class about to kick us off. I'm not sure who's off now, but I think it's their fly-off to Shanha.
Lovely deep hanging kick, but unfortunately the lock making early tackle.
Yeah, Queen's guilty of...
It is Cabal.
Taking the man in the air there.
So it is the inside centre, Mtotoyi, who has the kicking duties for BRANDWAG. Brings play up to the halfway line. So a net gain of 10 metres, be slightly disappointed with that, but again into the wind.
Yeah, BRANDWAG really needs to use the big pack of fours now to carry the ball up, because they're playing against the wind. They need to keep the ball in hand more and push this Queen's defence. Test them a bit.
So Blickman spins to the front. It is a short arm called by the AR, so Josh Kent.
Yeah, ball not in straight there from the line out.
Kabah on the carry. And it is Queens now on the front foot. Looks to pull it out the back, come Tenny. Normally plays at lock, wearing the 8 jumper today. And as you mentioned, you said BRANDWAG need to sort their breakdown out.
Yeah.
That's the first thing they've done.
Yeah, they really put a target on Kamteni there. Number 6 from, I think that was Raiden Swart boy from BRANDWAG, turning the ball over there.
This time Ntotoyi, having had the early experience kicking into the wind, finds a bit more ground.
Yeah, I see Queens, they're really bringing on the changes there. They've made a couple there with Jade Zintle as well as Scrum half. They've changed their Scrum half, they've changed their fullback, their fly half. So maybe it will be a bit disruptive in the beginning of the first half with those changes, a lot of changes like that.
So Blicknot was the intended jumper at 4, overthrow, but they've still gathered possession. Queens have definitely won the space over there. Tackle turnover is good, says the referee. We should see a change of possession here. Transition is good. And they've got numbers to Queens if they can get it away. Kamteni on the carry. Still going.
Really good player, this Kamteni.
So Queens find some width, get themselves the opportunity on the outside. Lovely no-look pass. Intercepted. And it's the big forward. He's got some shoes. He's got some serious gas. He's going to go all the way. And does. Big call coming here from the AR.
That's a really great try there. I think it's the 8th man. I'm not sure. I think it's the 8th man. No, maybe it's Bruce van Zelde from just stepping into touch there. Really, really good pace there from the loose forward from BRANDWAG.
And so it was Queens who were looking dangerous on the front foot.
Yeah, that's their captain there, James. Keanu Porter running 50 meters there with the ball. There's Queens there trying to go wide. Did very well.
This lovely no-look pass here. Coming from the outside centre. And then the intercept. And wow, turn of speed here.
Queens again, kick to BRANDWAG. Halfway.
So Queens have exited. BRANDWAG find themselves back in the 22. Similar to the first half. BRANDWAG finding all the early pressure in the second period.
Yeah, BRANDWAG still managing to put Queens under pressure. I mean, in the first half, as you can see from the replay, that there's their captain, Keanu Porter, from BRANDWAG, carrying the ball nicely there, just unfortunately.
And a good decision from the AR, Wesley Moss.
Yeah,
was in touch.
Yeah, also the ball in the wrong hand there from Keanu Porter. Should be having the ball in the left hand, trying to fend off the defenders there.
Queens off the top, kept on the footer. The first receiver driven back in the tackle. Manages to get it away successfully. It is Burt at the back now. So not much pressure coming from the Queen's kick chase. But there's a tackle turnover. Comes the big man, front row.
It's Kyle Alvin taking the ball up.
And a quick tap again. This is much better from Queens in the second half. They managed to survive there, having been on the front foot, almost conceded a try.
Yeah, maybe Queens should try slow the game down a bit, kick for the corners. They have the wind behind their back now. I don't think they should be rushing those quick taps, James, especially with penalty. They had a penalty in their own half. Kick it down. They've got a big left kicker there in Lesego Porter. Kick for the corner. Put BRANDWAG under pressure instead of trying to run everything, tap and go everything. Just slow the game down a bit. Kick for the corners, back your line out, then take it from there. As you can see, the BRANDWAG have a man down there, trying to see who it is. Looks like an ankle problem there, with the medics on him. But score still at 12-0 favour to BRANDWAG, James. As BRANDWAG have 2 guys now off the field.
Yeah, so it is BRANDWAG who are down to 13 at this point in time. We do have a blood sub. Bump on the nose and another one down with the ankle.
Quite exciting, James, today with the games to come. We've got sides from KZN, we've got sides from Western Province, we have sides from Joburg as well. It's going to be a nice tournament today from Selborne. A couple of games coming up after this as well. There's a game.
Next game, yeah, St Andrews versus RONDEBOSCH, followed by Dale versus Kingswood, Grey PE versus St John's, and the main game, Selborne versus SACS from Cape Town. So, as you mentioned, some real pedigree here at the festival today.
Yeah, I know it's going to be exciting. Long day of rugby. That's what Queens need to do, James. Kick the ball to touch, back your set piece, back your line out, then attack from there. As you can see, the short line out now.
So it's actually numbers here. Queens with a 3-man, BRANDWAG defending with 4. Referees missed it. They'll be disappointed there. They should have got a free kick at the line out.
Queens just not letting down on the ball on the ground there. They're just latching on it very quickly. BRANDWAG needs to be really aware of that because it's disrupting their game. They can't get the flow into their game with Queens always going for everything on the ground there. Yeah, James, you're really right. That previous line out, the ref missed the numbers there. It was 4 against 3. BRANDWAG a bit lucky there, got away with it.
So he's changed his mind three times there. He was opting to the right touchline, then they left him back to the right again. And you can see that wind. It really means you can't work yourself up the field.
Yeah, it's really tough. BRANDWAG are feeling it now. Queens were feeling it in the first half, but now it's BRANDWAG's turn to play against the wind. They're going for a full line out here, BRANDWAG, James.
So they have used a Blicknort predominantly, number 4 jumper. This time opting for the front, commentator's curse, the first variation to their line out, and the first maul. So a change in tactics here from BRANDWAG. Up for the breakout.
Yeah, BRANDWAG a bit impatient. They should have stuck to the line out. Roll more to use your forwards more, but a bit impatient there, breaking away very quickly with the maul still moving forward there, James.
So that was the first maul from BRANDWAG. Obviously the conditions dictating their change in strategy. And however, Queens with the wind at their back are
still not kicking too far, they're just gaining 10 meters there. Also going for a firm line out again.
So no throw from Queens. Turnover's good, but there is a knock. Nope. Penalty, first arriving player from Queens. Off the quick tap again. Not going to use the wind. Captain Amakle Mafuta. Lovely feet. So a little bit scrappy from Queens. Took the quick tap but find themselves on the back foot here. Half the team's having to retreat to try and generate some momentum. Good charge down from Tutoi. Queens still in possession. So play started with a quick tap, but they find themselves back on the 22. So 1v1, Butter comes out best, beats 2. Still going.
Quick feet there from Butter. Nice stepping.
So Brunswick putting some flight on it, taking it to the wing. Pretty comfortable on the ball.
Yeah, the game plan from Queens really letting them down there, James. They had a penalty, the quick tap, they turned the ball over, they lost the ball. They just need to slow the game down, kick for the corners. They have the wind behind their back now, but they're rushing everything. They have enough time to come back to the game, but this quick tap and rushing everything is not helping them at all.
So number 21 for Queens, Pierre Boyson coming onto the field. Change substitution, and just for our viewers at home, it is rolling subs. 60 minutes of running time.
Yeah, Queens really giving everyone a chance here in this game. Putting all their bench players in. Now we see another change here with number 10, Tushan, coming back onto the field again. Queens have a man down here.
So play carries on even with the injury. So the Brunswick line out, not firing as well as it did in the first half. An interesting series of events there, my dude.
That almost went well for Brandwag. They just unfortunately the ref said they knocked it on. Otherwise, that quick that kick there and gather again by him Totoi there, that was really good. See a couple of boys now from Queens. I think that's the one that just came on here. Pierre, that was class. Yeah, left kicker, the good player there.
Who are your standout players in the game so far, Madu?
Between the two centres from Brandwag, they've done really well in the past 40 minutes, James. 12 and 13, but I'll go for that 12. Totoi, they're really good carrying, strong in the tackle. His offloads, he was involved in both tries there, James, with his strength, carrying the ball, offloading. So at the moment, he's doing very well.
He has been very good. Has him Totoi. Queens with the scrum. Go with the speculative pass to width. Shaping like it was going to be an exit. Doesn't give the pass 2-on-1, unfortunate. Nonetheless, they find themselves up on the 10-meter line. And a good gain line carry again from Queens.
Queens doing well, they're going up the field.
So scrum off has the first arrival in the ruck. They managed to read it. Kabau adopts the scrum off position. Wonderful line speed from Totoi. So the moment the ball becomes slow, Brandwag find themselves really strong in the defensive exchanges.
Nice kick there from Jade. Queen's scrum off.
Interestingly enough, Brandwag only shaping with one back. Lovely pass from Britta. Totoi with the clearance, manages to keep it in field. So Queens with the opportunity on the counter-attack.
Yeah, Queens under pressure again. In their own half, they'll try to run again. That rush defense there from Brandwag, taking them back, hitting them hard, struggling to get out of their own half. As you can see, Brandwag on the ball again. There's Jade, Queen's scrum off, picking it up, but also counter ruck there from Brandwag, not giving anything to Queens.
So yard by yard, Brandwag just driving Queens College back, win the turnover penalty at the ground, and just reward for some really good defensive pressure.
As you can see from the replay, Brandwag just pushing everything, counter-rucking, putting Queens under a lot of pressure there, just not giving anything to Queens. But Queens also in that previous play, James, the first phase they had, they should have let the ball go there. They had 2 guys on the outside. It was 3 against 1. I'm sure they would have scored a try there, but unfortunately the ball carrier didn't pass the ball, ending up turning the ball over, giving the ball back to BRANDWAG. Now if BRANDWAG kicks this ball over, it's a kicker, fullback Devon Porter. They'll be 15 points up. It will be a bit far for Queens to come back.
So our injured players have had their magic water and they're back on their feet. And the kick is successful, and we see a change to the scoreboard, mate. It was a 12-0 for a long period of time, in around 25 to 30 minutes.
Yeah. Now Queens need to score 3 times to get back to win the game, which is a bit difficult for them. I mean, they haven't scored anything in the first half.
Well, in reality, Maidu, they haven't even made a visit to the 22 yet. So at this point, the 0 on the scoreboard is reflective of their pressure, and they just simply can't get themselves up the field. And when they have made the line break, they've had the mismatches, the pass hasn't stuck, or they haven't given it. So Queens, unfortunately, not without opportunity, but lacking accuracy and execution. Successful gather from the restart. Unfortunate to touch.
Yeah, this BRANDWAG centers are really strong, James. They carry the ball up. They definitely beat the first tackle. It's the second and the third tackle that gets them, but they're doing well, James. They're playing very nice, these 2 centers from BRANDWAG.
I have to agree. So Tutui's been very good on the gain line carry, but Phyllis at the same time has been very good at preserving space. And so between them, they really complement one another.
Yeah, set piece from Queens really not working today. They can't get any line-out ball, losing everything, and we know with a set piece there's nothing you can do if you don't have it.
So first arriving player from Queens has turned the ball. Anticipate a quick tap here.
Yeah, what's worked well for Queens today, James, I think it's slowing the ball down, turning the ball over. Besides that, nothing is working for them. They just can't get going. They can't get their line-out ball. They can't get their scrums going as well. So nothing is working well for them today. Just the breakdown. They're doing very well. They're opting for a scrum there.
Interesting decision. Penalty with the wind at the back, taking the scrum. Also, the scrum half is standing.
Yeah, I think, James, if you lose every line out, you don't have confidence now going for another one. They'll rather go for the scrum, trying to play from there, because they probably know that if they go for that out, they'll lose the ball again.
Knock on at the base of the scrum for Queens. Change of position for BRANDWAG. That's a lovely hard run. Equally met in the tackle. BRANDWAG taking play to the touchline. I think we've missed a handing error. Nope. They are. Mr. Josh Hunter spotted that.
No, Mr. Ref picked it up. BRANDWAG running very well there. Again, it's those 2 centers. They draw their men, they pass, they're creating space for Devon Porto on the outside. Unfortunately, they're BRANDWAG knocking the ball on.
So interestingly enough, BRANDWAG were using their forwards, runners off 9 in the first half, and we haven't seen any of that in the second. They're opting for width at basically every position that they get. They think that they're going to get better inroads on the outside.
Yeah, again, I think BRANDWAG, they're knowing that they're playing against sort of second team Queens side. They're trying to use more of their backs instead of sticking to a game plan, sticking to their basics there. They try run again.
So Queens do work the hands, get the line break on the outside. The winger opts to put it on the foot. And it is a covering forward at the back. So he gets the pass away, and we find ourselves as BRANDWAG on the front foot.
Devon Porter doing well there.
Devon also a candidate for man of the match, Maidu, definitely. Well, Sacetas has been good. He's been really good on his kick receipt. Outstanding in his cross-cover tackling. So here comes the heavy artillery for BRANDWAG.
Yeah, BRANDWAG doing well there with the backs, especially Devon Porter. Like you said, James, Devon Potter has been doing well. He scored a nice try here in the first half. Second half, he's been creating space for his wing on the outside as well. Jermaine Dumpies there, his right wing. Again, we saw him carrying ball there, slowing the defense down. I like the way he plays, Devon Potter, and he also kicks for poles as well.
Just worthy of mention, our officiating today, Mr. Adonis, has been absolutely outstanding. All his decisions and his communication, clear, calm. He's let the ruck breathe. He hasn't rushed any decisions. He's allowed the transitions. So first arriving players have been rewarded on the ground. And shout out to our referee today.
Yeah, he really has been great, James. He's been on the ball all the time. Good decision making, calling the right shots. Let's see what Queens will do now. I'm sure they'll go for the line out here instead of the scrum. They just need to get on the board, James, in the second half. I mean, they haven't done anything, or at least get into the 22. Again, not getting too much ground there, but at least in BRANDWAG half.
So changes coming again with the rolling subs. Kamteni entering the field of play. And it is the captain of Mark Mafuta who will be making his way to the sideline.
Yeah, so Mafuta really had a good game, James. He's been carrying, he's been the leader, he's been in the front right from the beginning of the game. Really had a good game today as well.
So Queens win the line out, a little bit scrappy, but they've got possession. Again, huge line speed from BRANDWAG, forces the scrappy offload. Big loopy pass. Finds the big guy on the outside. First time we've seen our boy. Speculative pass, unfortunately doesn't find his teammate. It is Queens who are the first arrival, but didn't survive the clean. So still, Queens back in possession. BRANDWAG on the back foot. Should get our first visit to the 22.
That's Queens
and we
now.
do. Fantastic cross-cover tackle from BRANDWAG. Queens still applying pressure. A little bit of a side injury from BRANDWAG. But they're in the 22, Maidu.
With the ball in hand, attacking there, James.
Ball in hand and numbers. It is Kamteni. He goes for the step, and unfortunately he knocks it on. So Queens with numbers, but BRANDWAG opting for the quick play on the transition. Comes the big boy.
You can see what BRANDWAG are doing now. They're just offloading on the ground because they know Queens is coming for the ball. Again, rushing it and knocking it on again. See what BRANDWAG are doing now, James. On the ball carrier, once he hits the ground, he pops the ball because they know Queens are coming for them. They just don't have time on the ball. They don't, because Queens are very, as you can see from the replay there. There's
And
Queens.
an exciting passage to play. And this pass I wanted to talk about, it was a big loopy pass. He found his winger at absolute speed. And unfortunately the pass not sticking there.
Yeah, unfortunately that pass from the winger there, maybe should have just tried coming in there. There's another nice hit there from BRANDWAG.
So Queens with their first visit to the 22 found themselves with a mismatch.
Another great defense there from BRANDWAG. And that's Devon Potter. 2 tackles in a row. He's really playing well, this boy, James. There's Kamteni there, lost the ball, unfortunately, right on the 22. Something was coming there for Kamteni. Just needed to hang on to the ball there.
A little bit more patience from Queens there. You got a bit of rush of blood to the head. They were excited. They got to the 22. They had the numbers.
Queens making more changes there. Number 19, Somila Jacobs.
Certainly making use of the rolling substitutions.
Yeah, Somila Jacobs, I think, is coming in for Kamteni. I think Kamteni is coming off again, James. He's had a good run as well today. Just lost the ball there in the 22, otherwise he did well today.
BRANDWAG win the ball at the front, setting up the maul. This is the second maul of the game. So it's a nice long one, but they don't have any momentum. Here we go. So it has broken away. And it's touch.
Yeah, Queen's guilty of joining the maul from the side. They're spotted by the ref there. Again, giving the ball, giving easy penalties to BRANDWAG. There's Mtotoye kicking for touch again. Queen's under pressure, and a lot of pressure from BRANDWAG.
So conversely for BRANDWAG, they've had quite a few visits to the 22.
They've had a couple, James. I mean, the score should be much higher than this, but Queens have done really well on defense. They've stood up well, they've been disruptive on the ground as well. So, credit to them.
7-man line out, overthrow, still gathered at the back. Change in direction there. Comes into Toy back on the inside.
There's that big hit again from Queens, which we've been talking about, James. Queens not letting down on the tackles there.
So we do have the advantage for the high tackle. Nice same way play by BRANDWAG. Creates the numerical advantage and overlap. Unfortunately dies and the ball goes into touch. So that was really good work rate by the forward coming around the corner there, just to give them the extra man.
Yeah, Queens defending very well. Just unfortunately the high tackle, I think it was Pierre Boyson's going high on the BRANDWAG player there, penalty, but not too dangerous, just a high tackle penalty to BRANDWAG. BRANDWAG slowing the game down a bit now. I think the fullback there.
So for me, Maidu, if we talk about man of the match, the centres have been outstanding for today. Mtotoye has been really abrasive in the carry. Phyllis outstanding at preserving the space for his outside backs. But for me, Buerta, number 15, for BRANDWAG is our man of the match today.
Fullback. Yeah, James, tend to agree with you there. He's been involved in both tries there. He's been kicking for poles, been kicking well. He's been creating spaces for his outside backs as well. So, Devon Buerta, our man of the match there, has really done well for BRANDWAG.
So the trick line out coming from BRANDWAG unsuccessful. Using the scrum off as a strike runner. Up for the same inside play again. BRANDWAG really whipping out quite a lot in their arsenal today.
Yeah, they're throwing everything into it, but Queens on the ground, no, they've done very well. If you were to win a game by turning ball over, they would have won this game, James. There's Queens.
Comes
again.
Queens. Again, the wide, loopy, speculative pass. So Queen's guilty of throwing a few grenades today.
Yeah, this inside centre from Queens, I think, Lutando Yase has been very strong. In the first half as well, he had a couple of line breaks again. Maybe should have hanged on to that one a bit more. He had space in front of him. Get his runners to back him up, as you can see
but not even that,
the replay
the guys need to work closer to ball. You know, your ball carrier shouldn't have to be throwing 10-meter passes. You know, the change in angle, the guys around him need to work towards the pass so he doesn't have to make these difficult offloads. And for our viewers at home, it's really, if you're a fast player, you're moving at high speed, you know, the short pass is much easier to execute than the wide one.
Yeah, 100%, James. As a supporting player, you run towards the ball. Change your line, go for the ball. Don't keep on the same line expecting the ball to be thrown wide at you. Otherwise, great play there from Lutando Yase. Spotting the gaps. Couple of handoffs there as well. Really strong player.
So I mean, Queens have had a couple of line breaks in this game. It's not that they haven't been able to get in behind, but it's what they've done with the ball when they do. It's just a lack of composure, work rate towards ball. It could be better, and had they executed that, the scoreboard would be different. Conversely, for BRANDWAG, they've been exceptionally dominant, but the scoreboard doesn't reflect that. They've had numerous visits, and they've possibly taken their foot off the gas a little bit in the second half.
Yes, BRANDWAG, they've had all the ball, but Queens also on the ground, they've been very good. They've been so disruptive, turning the ball all the time back to themselves. I mean, yes, BRANDWAG again with that taking move. Just unfortunately the pass going wide there, not be able to field it.
So BRANDWAG have stopped pushing gain line. You can see that with the scoreboard pressure, they're trying different things. wraparound plays, loop plays, pass back inside plays, and unfortunately it's actually they've lost some momentum as a result of not really being as abrasive as they were at the beginning.
Yeah, I think they're more comfortable now. They can do whatever they want. As you see a free kick there from short arm to Queens.
Well, they're under pressure if they didn't get that.
There's a tip and go now. There's a chance for a tip and go. Maybe with time over on the board, Queens need something now.
So we do. We enter our last play of the game. Queens, can they find themselves over the whitewash? First arriving player for BRANDWAG is good. Tackle turnover is good. And again, excellent officiating from Mr. Adonis, allowing the transition in play. So it will be BRANDWAG. Who have the opportunity to close out the game. They have some space here. Mtutui holds it nicely. Finds our man in the match, Buerta. Unfortunately, the pass doesn't stick. And with it, the game ends. Maidu, we're off the mark. We're here at the Selborne 150 Festival, first game of the day. It is BRANDWAG who are winning 15-0. Exciting games to come.
Exciting games to come, James. Yeah, this one we expected from the beginning that BRANDWAG will come tops on this one. I mean, with the Queens, with so many changes they've made to their first team, BRANDWAG were expected to dominate this one, and they did. Just unfortunately, maybe they could have got more points on the board, but still they won the game 15-0. I mean, the scoreboard maybe doesn't reflect that, James, but they've really dominated the game.
They have, and they've had all the field position, they've had all the territory, they've been successful in all their basics. Their kick receipts been very good, line out scrum, getting good gain line on the first phase. A couple of big boys they were using more in the first half, was getting inroads out wide, opted for that in the second half, and I think that's reflective. Maybe their changing tactics wasn't as successful as their first half approach, only getting 3 points in the second half. Queens, conversely, their only 2 attempts were shots at goal. The one visit they had, unfortunately, just lacked composure. And I think whilst the scoreboard could have been bigger for BRANDWAG, they'll still be satisfied with a convincing win, performance-wise.
I'm sure they will, James. I'm sure they'll be happy with the scoreboard. Yes, they changed their game plan in the second half. They tried to run wide. They tried a couple of moves which didn't really work out. So they'll be happy with the win. But I think they should have just stuck to the game plan they used in the first half. That scoreboard would probably be 30 points now, but they changed everything in the second half, tried to be loose, to play the ball wide first time, but Queens are very good on the ground. Defensive as well, Queens are very good, but unfortunately this game didn't go their way. And again now they're back in their 22 defending, but the scrums are working all right for them. There's Jade.
So a long arm coming from the penalty. So we've seen this picture before from Queens. Lovely on the front foot. And it's just some of those handling areas that keep creeping in for them.
Yeah, James. Unfortunately, it's been the same story for Queens the whole day. As the ref brings us to full time, BRANDWAG coming on top, 15-0. BRANDWAG taking this one, James. BRANDWAG did well in the first half. They didn't do that well in the second half, but they had the ball, they had the full possession, they dominated the game, they won the game with especially Divan Porter there, their fullback, doing very well. I like him with the ball in hand, creates space on the outside, runs very well, good player that.
Well, stick with us, folks. We're about to get an interview with our man of the match. Coming up next, St Andrews College versus RONDEBOSCH, 2 of the outstanding schools. Joining us now on the field is Robbie Durant with our man of the match, Divan Porter.
With the FNB player of the day, or player of the game. Congratulations, very good game. You enjoyed the game?
Yes, sir. It was a quite tough game, but I think we all gave our best today. And yeah, I would just say thank you to my teammates.
It sounds like you're quite a popular man, yeah. Don't be. So you enjoying it?
Yes, sir. I'm enjoying playing. I'm enjoying playing this game, and yeah.
And it's nice to have rugby back after COVID?
Yeah, and all the practices. Now we gave our work. It's always after.
Okay, well done. FNB player of the game, Damien Jampius. Well done. Thank you.
And what a game of cricket we've got.
A new captain, what is he going to do?
Are you ready to go? Oh, what a night!
Wonderful test match cricket.
The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match. Perfect. Got the heart of a hero.
Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on SuperSport, on DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
He may be wearing a mask, but there's a huge smile under that for Warren Gatland. This is very, very important and very significant.
I'm not upset with anybody, I'm upset with myself. Because I maybe believed too much in you. And maybe you believed too much in me.
What a hit! De Bruyne, deflection! Goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates! What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa.
This is the championship they were looking for, PGR. Incredible.
And the champions strike first.
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
2-2, a red floor at the start of the second half.
And it could be the winner. That's brilliant and fully deserved.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi ababana amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Ababana baphethe isitayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And the chance here to fire one in.
Okakesara kuyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey, hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Ngoba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Thola DSTV Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Gumnandi ekhaya.
Right, good morning, folks. Welcome to the second game of the Selborne 150th Festival from a fairly blustery and cool East London. Fenna and with me is Maidi. Maidi, your thoughts on what would be quite an enticing prospect, St Andrews College and RONDEBOSCH?
Yeah, morning Fenna, morning to our viewers. It's going to be a good game. Both sides, they like running the ball. We know St Andrews, they like keeping the ball, giving the ball air. They like running the ball. So, and we saw RONDEBOSCH previously as well in the 4 or 5 games that we've seen them. They're quite an exciting side, good results previously, so it's a good game. Not sure which one to call here, Fenna.
Well, St Andrews have picked up momentum nicely after getting a bit of a smack from Bishops at the Grey Festival. Very really impressive wins against Markelaas, St Albans, Wynberg at the Saints Festival. And yeah, one you have to really watch very, very closely. Luke Riley is a RONDEBOSCH primary boy, so he'll have a point to prove. Georgiani at fullback went to Selborne Primary as well, so almost a homecoming for him too. But our side that plays a lot of adventure, Jerry Posthumus and Johnny Mallet, two very experienced coaches, and I think we'll see a lot from them in that regard. As we see the RONDEBOSCH starting lineup, coming off a massive victory last week for them against Paul Boys High. After feeling, they've won 5 and lost 1, losing to Jeppy at the Grey Festival. Blackmore and Ricketts, two very attritional loose forwards. And then some tremendous speed outside. Mukazi Molyneux has played in the centre this year as well at fullback, and Amisi, guys to watch. So yeah, there are a couple of game breakers in both teams. As the spectators trickle in here, it's a fairly small crowd in East London, and big for Selborne College. I mean, there are a lot of anniversaries this year. RONDEBOSCH, it's their 125th as well, very quietly. As we see John Kent coming out with the flag. Wayne Wayo is a legend in these parts, will be refereeing this game. So yeah, always important to give credit to these good men, the referees, that take a lot of pressure and help us facilitate some good rugby.
Yeah, fair enough, for sure. When via they're real legend in these parts of the area. Played Border Bulldogs, played a lot of games for them at fullback. Now moving to refereeing, he's been refereeing for quite a couple of years now. So
I think over 200 caps for the Bulldogs, if my memory serves.
No, quite a lot. He played till he probably was 40 something. Late stages. Yeah, so now, it's exciting. Waiting for the boys to take on the field now. RONDEBOSCH will look to build more on their wins there. They've won 5. They've won 4 out of 5. Just lost 1 game. They won't want to lose this one as well against St Andrews. They'll see themselves as dominating this game.
Now that Boys Are victory, and if you reflect on that, it's something like, I think I saw something like 34 years or so since their last win. As I said, it's some game breakers, and I did their game against Jeppy that they lost in the last couple of seconds. But man, there's some boys in this RONDEBOSCH backline that can shift, and I think if they get it together today, coming off a tremendous that victory, the confidence they must be carrying, probably going to give them the edge right now. Although being an East Cape boy, I know that you never ever underestimate St Andrews College.
No, you never, because I mean, we know St Andrews, they like running the ball. They've got quick pack as well. They have a number 7 there, Madlala, who used to play wing, has been shifted to flank now. Quite a good player as well. As we see now, there's RONDEBOSCH taking on the field.
Blackmore, the captain. It's a ton of work, real workhorse of a flanker, traditional character. And then St Andrews in their traditional stripe strip, Jarvis leading them out, Aiden Jarvis. Also water polo players is Master Jarvis, and as you say, St Andrews being able to shift, probably the most rugby mad school anywhere. They've only got 480 boys, they've got 16 teams, and yeah, it's a tremendously well conditioned side. I see number 22 there on the field, Dan Hickey, looks like he's starting. Hickey cover 10 and 12.
Yeah, I see he's starting there. I'm sure RONDEBOSCH will come with a lot of confidence here. After beating Paul Boys, there'll be more confident side to take this game, and they're playing with the wind now. The wind is blowing from right to left, as we see from our screens here. So it's exciting. Let's see what happens in the first game. Previous game, BRANDWAG taking that game against Queens by 15 points to 0. See this? I think this one will be much closer though, with RONDEBOSCH fancying themselves as taking this one.
Jacques Hurster getting ready for the kickoff inside centre for Bosch. But I mean, what a weekend last weekend. Great win last of neither of the two Paul Boys High or Chum All Great College won on a Saturday, same week. Really topsy-turvy results. Let's focus on what's important here. College against Bosch. There's Radford to start the game. There's the whistle. And just a wind sort of blowing across the field. And it's securely taken by St Andrews. Under a lot of pressure. Kretsma cleans up. And Rowley, he went to RONDEBOSCH Primary. Mean a lot to him today. And he finds a touch. This wind is sort of blowing diagonally across the field from sort of top right down at the bottom left corner. So I think St Andrews or RONDEBOSCH will want to take advantage of what is becoming a bit stronger here, Madu.
Yeah, no, RONDEBOSCH needs to put pressure on St Andrews and get more points on the board very quickly. As you saw in that box kick, that ball didn't go anywhere. It just traveled 5 meters with the wind holding it up. So RONDEBOSCH needs to put more pressure and score more points.
So Van Wyk with the throw there. Jooste takes it up the middle. Witston finding one of his heavies. They go close. Bring it back to the middle. Zev Shapiro with his first touch of the game. Whitson. Oh, it's not the greatest pass, and picked up there by Hickey, and Hickey's away. Oh, he's dragged down. Great defense from RONDEBOSCH. Scrambling back there was Sunday Mukazi. And the typical St Andrews College play there, Marty.
Yeah, no, Hickey doing well there. Just intercept there, kicking the ball and picking it up. Just as you can see from the replay, they RONDEBOSCH going wide. Hickey spotting that ball, that loose ball, picking it up. The pace there, letting him down with the wing. The wing from RONDEBOSCH catching up with him. I think it's Joe Benny. No, sorry, Messi.
Messi line at St Andrews, their second turnover of the game so far. Kretsma takes it to the heat. Rowley, Lane. They go through the hands here. Caught quite far behind the advantage line is Miles Bowden. And no advantage. Every way bringing us back towards the 22.
That set piece there, Fana, from Bosch, not working well at the moment. They've lost the second one in a row. They just need to fix that because, I mean, if you can't get your set piece right, we all know you can't play the game properly the way you want to play it. So they didn't just sort that out and then play their own game.
Surprised by the back throw here. Wind is getting a bit stronger than it was probably at the toss. It's starting to gust quite strongly at times. Now St Andrews with a nice attacking platform. They've aligned quite deep. A couple of strike runners. Blindside wing is lurking behind the fly half. And let's get some midfield magic here from Coach Mallet. Perhaps Referee Way is not happy with that set. Having a chat to the Bosch front row.
It looks like Hickey will be joining the line. They're creating an overlap. They're putting numbers on the St Andrews back line. So let's see what move they can come up with there. We know that they like running the ball. They've got a couple of good backs there with that inside center from St Andrews as well. Zach Lansman very good with his feet and the ball in hand.
Free kick to College. As Riley feeds Lane, dummies. Oh, Hickey throws a bad pass, and Bosch's turn. Molyneux almost getting away there. Referee Weyer blows. Interesting talking about Lansman. He came in exchange for 6 months from Australia and has never left. Grade 12 this year from Melbourne.
Yeah, I know he's a really good player, the last man. He's good with his hands. We saw him in the previous games that he's played. Good vision as well. Unfortunately, there we saw Bosch there coming up with a ball that I think it was Jacques Jooste, the fullback, just losing the ball. Open try line, they would have run 50 meters.
College happy despite the tap and go to try their set piece move. They love a little loop to create an overlap. And Rowley is happy with the set this time. Bosch with a good shoulder. So just crumble under a bit of pressure there. Near the loop. Right winger getting his first touch. Jacques Clitty. Still beyond the advantage line. Rowley. Bosch are quite flat on defence there. Rowley again. And they're using it expansively. Again, caught behind the advantage line. Clitty has done well on a lot of pressure. Rowley. The Lucy's. That's Conroy. Bosch defence holding firm at the moment. Chopping legs. And College change direction again. Bosch have squared, really done well on defence. College maintained possession though. Struggling into this wind. And then Lane without an option takes it back to the heat, does the vice captain. Rowley. As College continues to probe Dongwana. And the support play not maintaining his feet there, off his feet at the ruck. And Bosch, rich reward for a nice period of defence there, Marty.
Yeah, St Andrews making it very easy for RONDEBOSCH, running side to side, not really building anything, not really building any momentum. They're doing one phase, taking it wide, making it easy for Bosch just to spot the attackers and then go hard on them. So St Andrews, maybe they need to regroup, play close to the rucks and taking it up with using their forwards, especially when you play against the wind.
I think it's side to same side, or the change of direction is probably one phase too soon. Maybe you need to go a little bit closer to the touchline to create that space on the change of direction. As Bosch seem to have almost a full line out here. And I expect them more. As Berry controls at the back here. Van Wyk has taken over, Blackmore joins in as well. And the 6 promising for RONDEBOSCH. St Andrews at 6s and 7s at the moment, trying to stop the maul. As Van Wyk creeps ever closer to the try line of the boys from Makanda. And oh, he's done very well. Try for RONDEBOSCH.
That's a really great try there from RONDEBOSCH, using a lot of patience there, using these forwards on the rolling maul there with Van Wyk there, their hooker. Patient, building up, scoring the try there, using the pack of forwards there. That's a really good play from RONDEBOSCH there.
Oh, I agree with the patience. We see the replay here. All of 15 meters this maul. St Andrews is a little bit too high on defense. And yeah, Van Wyk, often you see the schoolboys get a bit impetuous. They want to go and score the try. But trusting the process, trusting his teammates. And he had some work to do, as we'll see as he breaks to the left. Almost bit by the defender, but he rolls well on the line. Try time for RONDEBOSCH.
A really good game to play, especially with conditions like this, with the wind picking up now. Fenner, you need to use your forwards, you need the ball in hand, keep it close, like the Bosch forwards did there. See now with the left footer there, over there, number 12 from RONDEBOSCH kick is Jacques Joster. About to convert there.
Oh, hits it upright.
Good effort there from Jacques Joster. Just wind not pulling it enough to the left there. Scores remains at 5-0 to RONDEBOSCH. 7 minutes gone.
Bosch in their change strip today. Usually they're gold and navy blue. I'm sure this white jersey mothers would probably get very upset in Cape Town, Marty, in the winter time to have to wash a white shirt. No such problems today, as College will attempt to stay down in Bosch's half. And straight on the foot. That's a great kick. Great exit from Bosch as they go down into College's half.
Yeah,
RONDEBOSCH
doing well there, fielding the ball, fast things, doing the basics right, kick the ball out, don't try run in your own half. Put St Andrews under pressure, keep the ball in St Andrews half. Now they're back in St Andrews half again.
Says Kretzmer. Oh, the wind is... Unfortunately, that's the law. The throw is skew. You can see Kretzmer tried his very best there. He started that ball out to the right. No, they could draw on it, and unfortunately for them... and Bosch opting for the line out, yeah? Oh, that's a fairly high reward. You've had 3 skew throw-ins so far today. But Van Wyk backs his chances. He'll get right what Kretzmer couldn't.
That's really brave, that. After what happened to St Andrews.
And good ball, straight as an arrow. Witston finds Blackmore. Strong ball carrier. He's done well, he's beaten 3 defenders. Whitmore, quick ball. Van Wyk, short option to Ricketts, who's well met there by Kretzmer. And turnover ball, St Andrews all over that, like a cheap suit.
Yeah, that's, I think, number 12. Is it number 12? Zach Lansman there, doing well on the ground. They're turning the ball over. RONDEBOSCH doing well though. I like the way they play. They keep the ball in hand. They keep it close. Not trying to go wide very quickly, but great defense there from St Andrews, turning the ball over.
Hallmark of their player, College will hurt you if you don't protect the ball at the breakdown. Luntman will feel good about that.
Yeah, we know St Andrews don't shy away from those tackles. They're small side relatively compared to other sides, but they don't shy away from tackles.
And that's gone over the top. Referee way happy that it wasn't skew as Dongwana cleans up under a lot of pressure. Rowley. A bit of width and space here. Offload in the contact by Zocheni. He finds Jacques Clitty, and it's positive play by St Andrews. All a bit slow. There's that Madlaba. The basketball captain he is. And Kretzmer caught behind the advantage line. Bosch, a lot of line speed here on defense so far. Oh, and desperate clean protects the ball for College. Slow ball. First touch there for Connor Wells. Rowley. And Lane puts it down the field. Knocked on.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Rondebosch knocking the ball on there. Otherwise, St Andrews, in the first 10 minutes, the difference between the two sides there, Werner, you see Bosch are keeping the ball very close to their forwards. St Andrews wants to go wide very quickly. They're getting caught behind the advantage line with that rush defense from Rondebosch, putting them under pressure there. Maybe they need to regroup, play it closer to the rucks, and then use their pack of forwards as well.
You bet your house they won't change. College will tell you, got behind the advantage line 4 times, but the 5th time we score, they're happy to take that risk. And yeah, and again, the advantage that Bosch have with their forwards at the moment, much heavier pack. Jarvis off the back. This is Clitty coming back to the heat. He's beaten a couple of defenders, tackled a little bit higher there from Whitson, but referee's happy with it. College attack the short side here. Oh, well met. Great hit from Sunday Mukazi. Dislodges the ball in contact. And again, Rondebosch showing effective technique on defense and some great attitude, Marty.
I like that right wing there from Rondebosch. Mukazi there is very brave. I mean, that's a prop forward that he took out like that, and a big hit on them. He lost the ball there. So great bravery there from Mukazi there, turning the ball over to Rondebosch.
Gani Tembo there from Zambia. Grade 11 boy. I think he's going to be feeling that tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And Rowley, nice and short. And then Mukazi off the big hit makes a good carry for his team off the scrum. His College attempt to counter ruck. And the ref feels, yes, turnover is good. Penalty to St Andrews as Bosch under pressure attempt to pull the ball back with their hands.
Yeah, unfortunately, Winston from Rondebosch taking his eyes off the ball, busy talking to his backline players there. Otherwise, the ball counter ruck from St Andrews, great there. Now they've got a chance of themselves inside their own 22. I think it's the first time they visit the 22 of Rondebosch in that game, Fana.
I think you're right. Blackmore issuing some instructions to his team there. As College continue to have the rub of the green at the breakdown. And Kretzmer finds his jumper there. Jarvis, the captain, and College very quickly get the maul going. Advantage to them for the collapse. Oh, Kretzmer not with a great decision. Ball is slow. But College will have a crack down the back line. Oh, it's not a great pass. No advantage accruing, so St Andrews will have the penalty. And with the success of that maul, Mario, I think they'll go again.
Yeah, no, that was very good maul. That I think Rondebosch were not expecting that. You know, St Andrews is a running team. You didn't see that coming because the way they were formed, Rondebosch, they had spaces in their line out. They didn't expect St Andrews to drive there, but St Andrews caught them in surprise and they drove the maul there. Maybe a bit of the same again in the second line out.
As Landsman finds touch. And College with a lovely attacking position here. Deep in Rondebosch's 22. Go to the middle. Jarvis again is the target. And again the maul is set. Rondebosch a bit more organised on defence. But College now start to rumble forward. Kretzman decision time for him. Oh, he's isolated. Rowley has to clean up for his pack there. As College pick and go close. Great counter ruck by Claveau there. As College get closer and closer, another pick and go. Looks like Tembu is driven back. College a little bit higher as Rondebosch putting him under all sorts of pressure, that breakdown. Static ball to Connor Wells. Does well. Rowley, Lane. Oh, that's brilliant work. Glitty under the poles.
Brilliant work there by St Andrews, building up the phases. They were playing under an advantage there. I think the hooker, they saw that, they broke off from the maul there, but they just didn't give up. They just kept on hitting and hitting and hitting. With a try there from the fullback from St Andrews. No, sorry, it's the outside centre.
My apologies, that's Miles Bowden.
Yeah, Miles Bowden there with a try under the poles. As you can see from the replay there, they just kept on hitting up, taking the ball up. There's a scrum off there. Passing the ball, there's the outside centre, the Miles Bowden, nice running line, straight line, cutting the line from RONDEBOSCH, scoring under the post, the great run there. As the conversion is over. St Andrews 7 points up. Wow. I didn't expect that so early in the game, Fenner.
Well, as I said to you, College will keep hitting your line until they find space. And wonderful work from Nick Lane there, managing to fix one defender. Bowden on a lovely angle, coming back against the defence, and he scores under the poles.
Yeah, Bosch seems to have a bigger pack than St Andrews, but they're struggling in those line out when the St Andrews start that rolling more there. They seem to be battling a bit to stop it, Fana.
College, good value there. I mean, a couple of close calls, one of runners where they managed to desperately clean the ball. I mean, poor Luke Rowley had to, as a scrum off, had to do some clean up as well. And as we are waffling away, Bosch have kicked off. It hasn't carried. Intelligent play there from Mulhaber, not letting it bounce. Option time now for the boys from Makanda. They're opting for a scrum on the halfway. And yeah, Bosch, a little unforced error. You've conceded 7, and now College, with their tails up, have a scrum on the halfway line.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. I mean, you just considered 7 points and you give the ball away now back to St Andrews, and St Andrews will keep on coming and coming. As we see now, the scrum on the halfway.
Interesting setup here from College. 2 rows of 3 players. Back line, some guys just beyond the 10, the other 3 quite deep. So options left and right. And again, they'll attempt to strike. They like scoring tries, the boys from Grahamstown. Makanda apologise.
Yeah, they'll probably come on the right because, I mean, there's no scrum off on the right. They've got Zach Lensman there, and we know a lot of their game revolves around him. And they've got open side this side, the scrum off on the other side. Let's see what they do.
Good scrum from College as they do go to the left. Jarvis to Rowley. And there goes Bowden again. Miles Bowden, great carry from the outside centre. Keeps it in play. And Rowley finds Conroy, his first touch, the boy from Kimberley. As College with the pot quite wide in the middle. Looking for width here. Oh, and the pass isn't the greatest, but they're still on. Oh, no. Matlaba, knock from him, and RONDEBOSCH with a chance to get out of jail here. As they go up the middle through Ricketts. Cam Witston. Used with a huge pass to Molyneux. And yeah, no advantage forthcoming. I quite like seeing sides have a crack on the advantage, Marty. Positive attitude from the boys from Cape Town.
No, for sure. As you can see from the replay, they just the wind, maybe the factor there with the fullback from St Andrews there, not fielding the ball, dropping the ball, they're giving the ball back to RONDEBOSCH. Unfortunately, there, but RONDEBOSCH seems to be battling with the ball in hand at the moment. And I think, I'm not sure what's causing that, but St Andrews are just all over them at the moment.
College with a surfeit of possession at the moment, but happy to play wide. Difficult in these conditions to do so. Off the back, the show and go. Oh, and he's lost it forward, has Michael Taylor. And no advantage forthcoming.
Really unfortunate there from Taylor. He did well, he spotted the gap, took it, just maybe bumped someone with that ball, he bumped a defender with that ball. Just unfortunate there, but otherwise that was good play. As we see now, St Andrews making a change again. They're taking out their number 6.
So Akinbo, Israel Akinbo coming on for Sean Conroy. Festivals are rolling subs. Seems to be in good shape. Does Master Conroy?
Yeah, seems to be in good shape. Maybe St Andrews wants to keep the tempo there, keep bringing the fresh legs, because they've been upping the tempo and Porsche have been struggling a bit. They're being caught on the back foot all the time.
There we see Taylor. And good tackle on him from Landman. In the meantime, College have fed the scrum. And land nice and wide. Finds Landman. Floats in the contact to Zotieni, who links up with Klutty. that he's driven, finds his way to ground. And there's Connor Wells, wiry character. And Lane onto the foot. It's not a bad little nudge, but Molyneux covers it very, very well. And he beats the first defender, the second, the third. Offloads in the contact. Oh, unfortunately, that ball doesn't go to hand there. But Molyneux one, I'd say, they'd have to watch there. Happy to have a crack from the back.
Yeah, Nick Molyneux, they're doing very well, stepping, beating 2 defenders. They're just unfortunate that last pass to his right wing, Mukatsi, not going to hand.
But maybe in the context of the strong wind behind him, he should have put that on his foot, as College have another set piece inside Rondebosch's half. We'll make the wind count when it's in your favour in this part of the world. Jarvis, well, quite hard. Riley tidies up. Lane under a bit of pressure here. Decides I'm going to kick this downfield, and he's found some grass. Molyneux's got a bit of work to do. As it's rolling, I'll be over the try line. So a 22 drop out if he dots it down. But not a bad option from Lane there.
No, not a bad option at all. And it was fortunate there that ball didn't roll over. Just stuck to the try line there. So St Andrews still inside Bosch's half, with Rondebosch still under pressure in their own half. Now trying to kick out after that 22.
So just under 9 minutes to go in the half. St Andrews leading by 7 points to 5. It's a lovely hoof downfield. And he's well met. Is Jacques Liddy. Bit of danger there for a moment or two, but Gwindu put him back down on the ground. And Ref says, no, it's not going to come out. Turnover ball in the air.
Bosch doing very well on defense there, holding their man, holding Jacques Cloutier up, turning the ball over in the halfway. Did very well there with that kickoff, that deep kickoff. The chasers did well there, and they held the man up. Good play from Rondebosch.
So nice net gain of territory for Bosch. As Whitson, I wonder what Taylor's got up his sleeve now. He's taking his scrum cap off. Woodston, Taylor. Set a nice close target to Bosch, advantage to Bosch. Series off sides, as it's a lovely carry from Malherbe, finds a bit of space. Quick ball for Bosch. Through the hands, lovely hands on the outside. Molyneux. He's a handful. That's a wonderful turnover in the meantime. No. Referee Weyer feels he had his moments. Ruck had been formed. And now he's calling the boy over to explain his interpretation to him. But there's that man Molyneux again. So
yeah,
Nick
Molyneux doing very well there. You can see his pace on the outside. There's the ball, Whitson coming to him. Nice play there from Bosch. There's Molyneux getting the ball. Takes the pace. Takes the ball up nicely there. Keeps the ball on the ground. There's the St Andrews defender going over the ball there. Stretching himself over the ball.
I think Mukazi wanted the pass there. He looked a bit disappointed that Molyneux didn't give it to him. Bit of space on the outside. But Bosch have a chance at a maul again. Go to the front. Safe as houses is Malherbe. College missed the sack. And one of the Bosch forwards is broken away. Pick and go. Oh, he's pretty much over the line. And try. Try awarded. Bosch come up with the ball.
Bosch did very well there. That line out was a bit scrappy. They did well to regather, get the ball, and score the try. They've been under pressure the whole game. They've been playing for the past 20 minutes in their own half. Second time they visit the 22 there. That's Liam Claver scoring the try. As you can see, the first time they visit the 22, they score the try. There's the line out there. Got the rolling maul there.
College disrupted quite well, but then the pick and go. And Claveau was very quick here. Saw just a scrummy in front of him, got his head down. And while referee Weyer took his time to get around, the grounding was clear. Got the thumbs up from the AR.
Yeah, Liam doing very well there. Pumping his feet, using his power there.
As Joost will try to add the extras. Tough kick. Has the benefit of that fairly strong wind at his back at the moment. He'll want to add these extras. And it's up, it's good. 12 plays 7.
great kick there from Joster, right on the touchline, getting the ball over. RONDEBOSCH back in front now, 12 points to 7.
Might I ask you a controversial question? Have Bosch done enough with the win behind them in this half?
Not really. The game they've played, they haven't had the ball in hand. Maybe if they had the ball in hand, but St Andrews have been hanging on to the ball a lot of times, so Bosch struggling a bit there.
Bosch will want to score at least another try before half time to take advantage of the conditions. Oh, and it's another knock on. Pass a little bit low there from Whitson, and St Andrews with another platform.
Yeah, no, for sure, Fana. RONDEBOSCH will want to score another try. I mean, we know St Andrews, they don't go away. They just keep coming the whole game. And the second half, like as you can see from the replay, they just unfortunately they maybe taking the ball, I mean the eyes off the ball, that Joshua Berry knocking it on.
Yeah, Berry is eyeing that traffic in front of him. Three college boys frothing to hit him hard. St Andrews side very well conditioned. They do seem to have the smallest jerseys in schoolboy rugby.
Yeah. And for sure, Bosch will want to score maybe 1 or 2 more tries here because they're under pressure with the wing behind the backs. In the second half, I'm sure St Andrews will put them more under pressure. So they'll want to score 2 more tries in the first half.
Thanks, wonderful coverage here. Supersport Schools. You're watching us on the app or on YouTube. And if you are close, get down to Selborne College. It's a lovely day for rugby. Smell of brie rolls starting to drift across the field here. Come out and support your schools, folks. And in the meantime, Rowley, this college, go to the left. It's a bit messy, but Clitty cleans up there. College options left and right. They'll come to the open side. Playing really deep here. Wells tossing that ball backwards to another man. Lane, short, lovely little pass there to Bowden, who crosses the advantage line again. Luke Rowley. And done well as Dongwa. And the ref feels Rickers was on sides. No advantage, knock on by St Andrews at the base of that ruck.
Yeah, good play there from RONDEBOSCH, not letting up in the breakdown. I think some of the scrum offs, they forget that there's counter ruck, so getting bounced there from the counter ruck from RONDEBOSCH, they're doing well there. Getting the ball back to themselves, turning the ball over by putting St Andrews under pressure.
Now they've contested the breakdown really well. Actually, both sides have been quite disruptive. Yeah. Both have won turnovers in the same regard. The counter ruck, I think obviously, I find often is a very underrated weapon on defence.
Yeah, it turns a lot of ball, the counter ruck, and Rowley now knows in the next ruck he needs to be quick with the ball.
Now Whitson has also made a few mistakes. He'll want to give a good service to his fly here as Taylor takes it. There's a dummy. That's Masa Gwingu, his first touch really, and they go back to the same side. Blackmore has impressed so far today with his positive carries. Woodson, close to Ricketts. Woodson again. Taylor, out the back. And it's Molyneux in space. And drawn pass. Work to do for Amisi. Amisi! And he cruises under the posts. Did well to finish there despite the attention of a few defenders. But my word, Madu, Molyneux once again is a massive threat on attack when you have some space.
Yeah, Nick Molyneux doing very well there. As you saw, he got the ball. There's not enough space on the outside from Nisi. They went back inside to create more space for his left winger and then passing to him. With Nisi doing a lot of work as well, beating 2 defenders. As you can see from the replay here, here's RONDEBOSCH swinging the ball wide. There's Molyneux there. He injects pace into the game. He comes inside to create space for his left wing there. Beats 1 defender there. Great play. Slows him down. Great try there from Nessie. Great play from Nick Molyneux. I like Nick Molyneux. When he gets the ball, he puts pace onto the ball. He runs hard, creates space for the players on the outside.
And conversion's good, and that's a big moment. We said a few minutes ago that we felt Bosch needed to add some more points there with the win behind them, and they've done so. Big kudos to Mandwira with a little pop out the back from the prop. You'd love to see the big men showing a bit of skill.
That was a nice one there. Yeah, St Andrews will be a bit disappointed there. In the game, they've had possession of the ball, just they're letting themselves down on defense there as well. They won't be happy with the scoreboard looking like that, especially after the first half, the way they've played.
Oh, as a coach, if I got my coaching cap on and I'm only 2 scores behind with a win like this, I wouldn't be that unhappy. 3 I wouldn't be, but I think College, they're not going to lie down here. As that's a great kick-off from Lane. Contestable, but Bosch get hands on. Good work from Berry. Scampers down the field. And there's a bit of a spring in the step. Bosch's body language looking much better after that try. Lane covers this kick very well. And chooses just a bit of back on the boot, down the middle of the field. That's not a great kick. And now Bosch with a chance to counter. That's a good kick from Jooster. And now Lampman. After a great pass through the hands. And the tackle is high. It's advantage. Hit high there on Bowden, who has caused RONDEBOSCH some problems with carrying the ball. Pressure on Bosch, College at the scrum there, the ruck there from RONDEBOSCH. There the replacement flanking up the field quite nicely. Rowley, Lane. Kretsmar! He's found some space. Oh, the pass is not going to hand. Sammy's full of adventure here. Bosch will want to make sure, get this ball into touch. That's a very good kick there from Cam Whitston. And that's all she wrote for the first half, folks. Mind you, 19 points to 7, RONDEBOSCH in the lead.
Yeah, RONDEBOSCH in the lead again. St Andrews there, there's attacking there. I think Kretsmar there gets the ball. Again, it's that man there, Nick Molyneux, with a big hit on him. What can't he do, this man? Great defense there. It was a bit high though.
Oh, a bit lucky there.
Yeah,
he's found a position that sort of was shoulder on the head.
Yeah, but I think RONDEBOSCH will be happy of the two sides. It's finished stronger in the first half.
So we have an interview now with Robbie Durant.
Back to the Selborne 150th Jubilee Rugby Festival, and I'm here. We're very privileged to have an old boy of Selborne, Lindsay Via, the Springbok analyst. Lindsay, welcome.
Thank you very much, Robbie. It's great to be here, and what a day that we're having. You know, it's still early days, but it's great to be at the Selborne 150th and be back at home.
It is early days, old boy. How important was Selborne in your initial years, and then going into, obviously, you know, getting into the Springboks and doing the analysis for the Springboks?
Oh yes, from word go, I wanted to be in a rugby performance environment, and Selborne College gave me that opportunity. And since under 14 when I arrived, Mr. Kutsia, he gave me a pamphlet with some notes and maps and you know, a detail, and that's what I wanted. And funny enough, I grew into that, and where I am now as an analyst, you know, it just guided me that way.
How do kids watching this get into what you're doing? And is there courses that they can do?
Yeah, there are courses that you can do, sport management, sports institutes. You can always get a hold of me at SA Rugby, and then I'll guide you in places. But also, you can start at schools, you can start at club rugby, you can just offer help. I mean, that's how I started. I literally went out and said, listen, I will do anything. And I started by filming training sessions and filming matches. And then 8 years later, I'm with the Springboks and winning a World Cup.
Yeah, congratulations on that World Cup. We've had a couple of interviews about that, and let's just quickly talk. I know you can't give too much about the Springboks. Wales coming up, how's it looking?
No, I think we're in a good space. I think all the international teams have about 2 years or another year ahead of us. We only started last year, so that's a positive for us. That this year coming now into the Wales series will be, let's say, better prepared, and we've got a year behind us. So all in all, it should be an exciting year.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Lindsay Via, the Springbok analyst. You can catch the Springboks against Wales. That's coming up. But right now, second half. Catch you later.
De Bruyne, deflection, goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates! What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa.
This is the championship they were looking for. PGR.
And the champions strike first.
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
2-2. A red floor at the start of the second half.
What a finish! And it could be the winner. That's brilliant and fully deserved.
And what a game of cricket we've got.
A new captain, what is he going to do?
Are you ready to go?
Oh, what a night! Wonderful test match cricket.
Ready to stand before all that you believe.
Beautiful.
Are you ready to fight?
The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match.
Keep you from your dreams.
Perfect.
Got the heart of a hero.
Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on Supersport. On DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Selborne College won 50th, first team rugby. SACS and St Andrews College and RONDEBOSCH. And at the end of the first half, we had RONDEBOSCH in the lead by 19 points to 7. As we see a couple of the highlights here. Miles Bowden under the poles for College's first and only try of the half.
Yeah, Miles Bowden there running a great line there, opening up first try for St Andrews, and then we see RONDEBOSCH coming back with that line out. I think it was Liam Clover there, pumping his legs over for the 5-pointer. And RONDEBOSCH back into the game. Back there, that's where they took the lead by 10 points to 7, putting St Andrews behind. RONDEBOSCH doing well, especially later in the second half there, Fenner.
Here's the moment of the match for me so far. It's work from Molyneux. Look how well he does here, as you said, playing with the defence, creating space for Amisi, who had some work to do as well. That little jink from him and shrugs off the defender before going under the poles. And this Bosch backline, if these guys get a lot of possession, I think I could really, really hurt you.
Yeah, they really played well. As you can see there from the tries, from the 3 tries they scored, they came back in the 24th minute of the second half. So they played the last 6 minutes, they were dominating St Andrews. St Andrews seemed to drop the pace there in the last 10 minutes in the second half, sorry, in the first half. So let's see now if they keep up the tempo, they keep pushing RONDEBOSCH back for the whole 30 minutes.
College have really been game today. They've defended well, and as you said, they kept the ball in the hands for long periods of time, which frustrated RONDEBOSCH. Now the winner, they're back. It's College's turn to try and dominate territory and put RONDEBOSCH under pressure. And the captain Blackmore shrugs off the attentions of Dan Hickey, who's come onto the field for St Andrews. There's a good carry again from Tom van Wyk. Bosch decide they want to get out of here. It's got to keep it in. Carry back into the 22. College with a chance. They're going to spread it across the field. Lane. Oh, Bowden hit hard there and stabbed ahead by Maisa Gwingu. It's a foot race, which he wins comfortably. Try time. Brilliant work from the outside centre of RONDEBOSCH. And that could be a massive moment in this game, Madu.
That's a great try there from RONDEBOSCH. It is a massive moment in the game. Fenner, to score early in the second half, leading the game by three tries to 1. Now you score early in the second half, it really blows the wind out of St Andrews now. With a try from the outside centre there from RONDEBOSCH, Giningu. As you can see, that pass there, Bowden.
Great hit from the left wing, which allows him to get the ball free. And yeah, I thought Taylor might get in his way. But oh, look at this. Beautiful, beautiful work.
Yeah, no,
great skill.
Maisa did very well there. I think St Andrews will be a bit let down there to give an easy try like that. They had the ball in hand. It's that game plan we mentioned in the first half, and just taking the ball wide very early that St Andrews do all the time. That's how they play the game. But unfortunately, that time not coming out.
You'd expected Lane just to try find a bit of grass in either of the two corners. And now we've had Rondebosch score last in the first half and first in the second half. So energy all with the men from Cape Town at the moment. And when you've got your Jacques Jooste banging over conversions like that, not going to be easy for College now. 26 plays 7. And Rondebosch looking for, I'd say full value for the lead so far.
Yeah, now College have a mountain to climb here, Fern. I mean, they're 4 tries behind. They really need to score first. I mean, second now. If they don't score next, that game is running away from them.
Yeah, Lane, bit of depth on this one, and Blackmore again covers. Safe as houses is the Rondebosch captain, shrugging off the attention of the College defenders. And I think you'll see the same. Taylor, sorry, Jooste again. Bit of a bend on this one, and that's gone straight out. I think it's been carried back, yeah.
Yeah, that's really unfortunately there from Jacques Jooste. Left footer kicks very well, just the ball taken out and kicked all out. So that's unfortunate there.
Rory Williamson joining the fray for St Andrews.
St Andrews forwards now need that rolling ball. They need to do something here. They need to score the next try.
If you were telling Rondebosch to open up a little bit. College full money set up for a maul. With the forward as first receiver there at the back line. Except Matlaba waiting to control possession. No, I'm wrong, it's Tembu. And the throw is messy. And Van Wyk with a chance to set a target for his team. At College all over it. Despairing Clean does the job for Bosch. And they'll pick and go here. Again, a bit of momentum. Certainly have had the ascendancy up front so far, have Rondebosch. And Jooste again gives it a good old whack into the wind. And it bounces awkwardly. But then picked up by Zorcheni. He kicks down towards the corner. Covered lovely work on the outside by Jooste. Cleaning up after his own kick. Advantage to Bosch, knocked on by St Andrews. Advantage being played here by referee Weyer. Obviously, Son interviewed at half-time there. Woodston. Jooste again. And that's gone off the hand of Lunsman. It's travelled backwards. And that's not a bad kick from the inside centre. Bosch again, gather now, time to run. Hasn't really been chased too well. Jooste has his arms up. I think he was interfered with, and the referee agrees. Luntman's trailing foot there. Jooste falling.
Yeah, Luntman very naughty there. Tripping Jooste without the ball there, interfering with his run there. And I think the ref might go to the pocket there.
Yeah, well, if you're going to penalise that, you've got to give a card. It's a professional foul. It's a bit disappointing. So, ref is calling Luntman over. I think he's going to have to go sit down for 5 minutes or 7.5. Not sure what the tournament rules are here today. He rushes off the field.
Yeah. Now St Andrews will be really under pressure there with their inside centre, Zach Lunsman, on the yellow card there. Now let's see, RONDEBOSCH, it looks like they're going to go for the line out there.
Lunsman has really tried his best today. I think the guy's been full value so far. Looks crushingly disappointed there, letting his team down. As Jooste, we see it again. Oodles of time, he stabs on the foot, and Luntman plays him after he's kicked. Right in front of the AR. And that's the way it goes. Tom van Wyk has actually had a good game so far as the hooker from Cape Town.
I've been really impressed by him. Fana has been doing well, doing his basics right. Also
It's
in the
been collapsed.
Yeah.
But they've kept the structure, Bosch, and they started to rumble forward. Van Wyk's a bit surprised. Blackmore joins in front of him. Oh, ref didn't spot that. Now it's advantage to RONDEBOSCH for the collapsing. Van Wyk hits the ground despite the attentions of Luke Rowley. Woodson, Taylor, short to Jooste, showing us he can carry as well as kick the ball. Woodson changes direction. Good hands there from Wandira under a lot of pressure. To the hands they go again. Matthew Malherbe driven backwards by some desperate St Andrews defence. Pick and go by Zev Sapiro. College all over the ball there. Surprised the ref hasn't allowed the turnover. It's still advantage to RONDEBOSCH. And Joost chips the ball, charged down by Aiden Jarvis. Bosch regather, still advantage to RONDEBOSCH. Wandira gains a few yards. Shapiro picks and goes. Great work, Blackmore plucking that ball off the ground. Gets closer to the line. Whitson. Taylor shows and goes, and Taylor's over. Try.
Great work there from the ref as well. I mean, when he lets the advantage go and go and go forever, and it helped RONDEBOSCH. They building up their phases with the fly off. They're scoring the try. That's a great try there from Michael Taylor. Michael Taylor plays well. He always sports that outside gap on the outside, but his forwards there, especially his captain, doing great work for him, setting him up, taking a few meters of the ball. St Andrews now really out of this game. As you can see, there's the captain there from RONDEBOSCH, Blackmore, carrying the ball up, drawing 2-3 defenders there, making it easy for the guys on the outside, like Michael Taylor, to spot the gaps. There's Michael Taylor there, taking the gap on the outside. Great play from the flyer from RONDEBOSCH. With a conversion to come from Jacques Joste there, to take it the game further away from college.
Yeah, that was a tremendously long period of advantage. Very patient refereeing from the experienced campaigner, Mr. Weyer. And it's just looking to add. He's at 3 out of 4 so far. He'll want to make it 4 out of 5 conversions.
There's a good kicker, this Jacques Joste. Got this one over again. I think this game now is really running away from college. Fana with Bosch putting them under so much pressure. They were playing well in the first 20 minutes of the first half, but they just dropped the tempo now, and RONDEBOSCH picking up the tempo as well.
See a change. St Andrews looking to make some substitutes here. Looks like Ollie Snart warming up. And Nick Lane probably regretting that decision not to kick earlier on. And then unfortunately Lightman with the yellow card that allowed Bosch deep into their half again. As that looks like it'll carry, taken from the college men. It hasn't carried 10 though. If I ask Blackmore, what do you want, a scrum, a re-kick? There's other errors are becoming compounded here by St Andrews.
Blackmore opting for the scrum there. They know that St Andrews have a man down, so there'll be spaces in that back line. They'll look to utilize those spaces. They put more points on the board. Now Bosch looking to really get this game with a scruff of the neck and kill St Andrews off the game.
See that Daniel Sweetlove has come onto the flank for RONDEBOSCH in the place of Joshua Berry. Flanks can't decide which side they're scrumming on. Switching around right at the last second. And that's crumbled. Shapiro missed his bind here on the near side. That match within a match.
Yeah. Now the forwards, they like those small battles there. I'm sure St Andrews would be saying, okay, fine, we can lose the game, but let's get them on the scrums. Just win at least one of those games there, but those battles there in the scrums. They look to be unsettled there in the scrums now.
Scrum isn't exactly square, but ref having to play it, and quickly off the back is Ricketts. Links with the try scorer, Ngwinyu. Blackmore really impressing, choosing not to offload there. Herbert overrun him. Pick and go again. And then finding a bit of space, Blackmore. And he finds his right winger. As Mukazi cruises over. And another try for RONDEBOSCH.
Blackmore there leading from the front, leading like a captain there, creating spaces for his wing there, Mukazi, setting him up for a try there. Great play from the RONDEBOSCH pack. Great play from their captain there, Blackmore. As you can see from the replay there, Blackmore goes blindside, expects the ball there he is, draws the man, passes to Mukazi there, easy running for Mukazi. Both wingers now from RONDEBOSCH getting on the board with the game now really getting away from St Andrews.
Well, Blackmore prominently involved 3 times in that passage of play. As I said, he chose not to offload him, Herbert overrun him. And tremendous skill from the captain, who's really catching the eye today as RONDEBOSCH begin to turn up the pain now on St Andrews.
Yeah, Fena, we're seeing two different sides from St Andrews. One that played in the first half is totally different from this one in the second half. Or is it RONDEBOSCH putting them under a lot of pressure this second half?
Probably a combination of both. Bosch have really, I mean, a couple of those turnovers, I mean, the wonderful work from Master Gringo to chase down that kick, for example, was a college error in their half. As Jacques Jooste continues to put on a kicking show for us here today.
Yeah, he's not missing anything now. The points, really, the scoreboard now 40 points to 7. It's really a hiding now by RONDEBOSCH to St Andrews.
Well, that's Jooste's last action of the game. He's been subbed off. Looks a bit disappointed. Good game he's had, the inside centre. As RONDEBOSCH now probably run a few changes. They have another game to come on Monday. Let's go High School. Try scorer Mukazi does well under a bit of pressure there from St Andrews. Outside the 22. And it's Advantage College. The turnover is good. Finally something to cheer about for the men from Grahamstown. As Jarvis taps and goes. Quickly.
Play.
And I think we might have a RONDEBOSCH boy in trouble here. Not retreating the 10 before making the tackle on Adam Jarvis. Yes, and the hands going into the pocket.
Yeah, great work there from the St Andrews lock there, Corner Wells, turning the ball over, giving St Andrews a chance now to go on the board with RONDEBOSCH also a man down.
Sweet Love leaves the field, yeah, just come on as a substitute. So Landman has returned to the field for St Andrews. Yes. They found a good touch quite deep in Bosch's half, and they want to show some fight here, will the men from college.
Yeah, college really needs to score now. The score is quite big. They need to get themselves into the game again.
Except untidy ball. Rowley does well. But Laba picks and goes. And knocked on, unfortunately, by St Andrews. RONDEBOSCH seem relieved. I want to remind the RONDEBOSCH supporters about the game against Jeppe. Jeppe 2 tries in the last 5 minutes to win the match. They really went to sleep in the second half. I thought they were comfortable, but this is a big lead. St Andrews want to show some pride. They want to sort of chip away, but you've got to execute. You can't make unforced errors deep in enemy territory like that.
Yeah, they have to get that set piece right there. They have to get that line out. They have to get that line out working there, St Andrews, because I mean they had a chance now to come back on the board, but unfortunately their line out a bit scrappy there, with now Bosch trying to get out to their own 22 with a scrum.
Messi scrum tidied up at the back by Ricketts. This college line speed has been impressive. Put pressure on Taylor, but he gets a good hoof, and that's a good kick. Touch close to the halfway line.
You can see the game plan from RONDEBOSCH, a well-coached side there, doing the basics right, setting up the ball in the fast phase, making space there for your kicker to kick the ball out. As a result, back on the halfway with St Andrews still trailing by 40 points to 7.
So Williamson on a hooker here. He'll want to find his jumper. Referee Wire again, and happy with the spacing between the two lineouts. As they go to the middle. And turnover ball, RONDEBOSCH. Everything's going well for them at the moment. Blackmore, the captain, shrugs off Landman's tackle. Ball met by Madlaba. Quick ball from Whitmore Taylor. Gingu. And College over the ball again. Referee Wire says, leave it alone. Hands in the ruck.
Yeah, also discipline now starting to creep in. I think College is a bit frustrated now. They don't have anything to show in the second half. Discipline issues coming in now as well. Playing the ball on the ground, giving easy penalties now to Bosch. Putting themselves under a lot of pressure there.
And RONDEBOSCH ringing the changes here. 5 of their subs coming across to the technical table.
Yeah, I think they know this one is in the bag. So just put your subs now. I mean, I don't see St Andrews coming back in this game. They've been so flat in the second half. There's the new guys now, Matthew Beamish coming in.
There's Bosch, a whole new front row, Sweer, Clementi, Buhangi. And then we've got Hofmeyer as well. And I think Sweetlove probably ruining his bit of foul play. In the same time, I see Sonny Mukwazi's also left the field.
Yeah, Sweet Love will be really unhappy with his discipline issue there. He's missing out on the fun. They're watching the boys taking the field there.
Also, Jude Simon in the midfield for RONDEBOSCH. Nice and close. Oh, it's a big hit on Claveau. Nice work there from Malherbe. At the back. And he's on his own. College player doesn't seem to be supporting his body weight, but the ref feels no advantage. Hands in the ruck.
Yeah, the ref saw that he was not supporting his body weight there.
Warwick Jones taps and goes quickly to Nick Sweer. Good carry from the replacement prop. Advantage scenario, not 10 meters back. Bosch got on the same side. Jones. And referee this time, the penalty goes the other way. Side entry from that ruck. Bosch getting a little bit isolated.
Yeah, again, it's that man corner wells there is a lock, but he's doing very well on the ground there. Always spots that loose ball and turns it over. As we see now, RONDEBOSCH have a man injured there on the ground.
Yeah, Wells,
I think it's
one of those water polo players. He's a goalie. Often goalies make quite good locks because their hands are very good.
I see Maisa there limping off after RONDEBOSCH have made a couple of changes, but now Mukati comes back onto the field.
Sweet Love too. Sweet Love back on the field.
So Bosch back to 15 now. 15 guys on the field.
I had to see this Maisa Gwingo has had a good game. I hope it's a minor niggle. We'll see him playing again on Monday. There's a replay of that situation. The show and go from Jones. And Sweet desperate to get the ball. Comes in the rack illegally. In the meantime, College have won possession. Landman. Thrown it wide. Onto the foot from College. Molyneux covers. It might have carried forward. No, it's carried backwards. Warwick Jones. Jones again. Finds Molyneux. Clementi deputising at scrum half. Buhangi carries on the next pod. Warwick Jones finds Taylor. Not enjoying the attentions of Jarvis. And it's number 26 for St Andrews. It's Guga Mafazi. Mafazi. College very high at that ruck. They've been pushed off the ball. And Bosch in his place. Oh, and it's been knocked on by Sweet Love. St Andrews want to take advantage of this situation. Pick and go close. A little bit messy now.
Very unlucky there from Sweet Love. Their numbers there on the outside as well. That they could have scored another try there. Unfortunately, Sweet Love, they're dropping the ball as St Andrews are making more changes now with the number 16 there, James Moore coming back, and the number 6, Sean Conroy as well coming back.
Let's see a replay of that. There's the pick and go, finds himself in oodles of space. And unfortunately, just not going to hand, but numbers are plenty for RONDEBOSCH. I should have put that away. There's Beamish off the back of the scrum. Finds Landman. Bowden. Quick hands. Oh, and driven into touch was Zorcheni. Flag was up. It's gone down again. That's a bit unusual, Marty.
No, it's a bit unusual there. I think the AR there didn't see the ball had been passed, but the ref spotted it. Well done to the ref there.
The back, nice and deep, St Andrews. Finding some space. Finally some space to exploit. And College, they want to take advantage of the situation. Quick ball is needed here. Beamish. Landman. Bit of traffic in the way. Great pass from Bowden. The step from Zorcheni. He's beaten 2. Finds one of his loose forwards. Beamish. Oh, and the ball gathered there under a lot of pressure. Has RONDEBOSCH looked full value for the turnover? No, College have held on to the ball. Coming back close. Williamson had a lot of pressure. Gets the ball to ground advantage to St Andrews. Oh, hard pass. Referee Waya says Rondebosch are offsides.
Yeah, Rondebosch guilty there of not rolling away from the tackle, slowing the ball down there with St Andrews, trying to put them under pressure, trying to get some points in the second half. They even scored a try in the second half or a penalty. Now they've
finds a good touch here. Yeah, there's been a disappointing. College looked very, very good in some of those initial exchanges, and Rondebosch just put the foot on the accelerator. I mean, they try late in the first half, and a couple of crackers here to start the second half.
Yeah, I think with those changes that Rondebosch made, they're battling now to get into the game, because they've made a couple of changes. They sort of dropped their packs on the game now. St Andrews coming top in the game, with St Andrews with the line out there trying to drive Rondebosch there. There's Beamish there, passing to Zach Lensman. Nice play there. There's the flacker from St Andrews. Just great tackle there on Sean Connery. St Andrews in the 22 there, taking the ball up.
Israel Kinbo there, picks and goes. College under all sorts of pressure here as Rondebosch Pack's dominance has told. So really putting him under the cosh at the breakdown. Beamish gets it out. Landman. And they're under a lot of pressure. Madlaba does well to keep possession.
Still St Andrews pushing Rondebosch backwards putting them under pressure there with attacking. There's Sean Conroy again. Big hit from Rondebosch there. Beamish, Landsman. St Andrews
goes there. Oh, turnover should be good here. Number 19 from Bosch. That's Hofmeyer's got hands on. Told to let go of it. As College continue to bash away at this defensive line. Tembo with a good carry there. Landman again, out the back. Pass is not gone to hand. Bowden spares the blushes. He's under a lot of pressure today, has Miles Bowden. And Moore taking it up on the foot. And tidied up nicely by Jude Simon for Rondebosch. Sanders' attack disintegrated there towards the end, unfortunately for them. And now Rondebosch with a chance again to set a platform. Ricketts across the advantage line for the umpteenth time this game. Bahanga, I think he really expected that ball. Does well under pressure. Draws in two defenders. Jones changed the angle of attack. And Taylor will try to keep it in play. No, straight into touch, unfortunately.
Yeah, St Andrews doing well at some stages there in the game, attacking with Sean Conroy there, breaking the line there, but Rondebosch defense standing up, turning the ball over. Now Rondebosch have dropped a bit in their game because I think it's those changes they've made. They've made a lot of changes in the second half, but St Andrews still trying to get something out of the second half, as they know now the game is gone. They just need to playing for pride now, try to get a try of their own in the second half.
Madlaba wins it back as Landman does a wide pass. It's on the outside. Great defense from Bosch. Bowden driven into touch. There's a big hit there on Gugu Mafazi, sorry.
Yeah, College, they're going wide, fast phase, not drawing any defenders, not troubling Bosch at all, as you can see from the replay. There they go wide, fast phase. There's Mfazi, they have quick hands. That's a big hit again. I think it's that man Nick Molyneux there with a big tackle there.
Molyneux's put in a couple of hits today so far.
Oh,
it's a big collision. But Labo's not back down, he's back on his feet there.
Yeah, he's a brave man, Matlala there.
He's tried very hard today. Bosch with a bit of space to exploit. Sonny Mukazi had no space to work with at all there. He tried very, very hard to keep the ball in play.
No, he had nothing there.
Hate being a wing in those situations.
As you can see from the replay there, there's a big hit. That's a great play there from Rondebosch, using power there and strength to go over the advantage line.
College win the ball and a lot of pressure. Oh, knocked on it by the scrum half, and poor Williamson trying to pick it up. He was in an offside position. No, other way around.
Yeah, ref says they're closing the line there. RONDEBOSCH jumping over the line there. He's giving a penalty to St Andrews.
Typically a free kick there, so must have been a repeat infringement situation to go for the long arm as Akinbo carries well. Faza had a lot of pressure there, Fazi. There's Madlaba again. College a bit lateral there. Connor Wells takes it to ground. As they're just shifting it sideways now, College. Jenny does well there. Out the back of that. Oh, and being unable to hold on is Jarvis. Advantage to RONDEBOSCH. As the clock winds down here, just over 2.5 minutes to go. And Bosch will want to try and get some quick ball and get their backs in a bit of space. There's Clementi does well, a bit of pressure. Kick is charged down. Their bodies all over the show now.
Yeah, it's been the story of St Andrews today. They can't finish anything today. They play well for a couple of phases, then they lose the ball. With the RONDEBOSCH defense as well, not letting up, defending very well. I think so. Bosch, they know they've got the game now. They just try to defend, sort out that defense. With St Andrews trying to get something in the second half. For me, Fenner, Gareth Blackmore, their captain, he did very well today.
Well, I think you can just say it right now. It's our man of the match for this match is Gareth Blackmore, the captain of RONDEBOSCH, who has been absolutely superb in every regard. Tackles well, has carried very, very well as well too, and has shown some deft offloads as well. So yeah, the captain, I think Richard Wardford has been a very impressive performance for the captain of RONDEBOSCH.
No, really led from the front. They did everything he could, supporting on the outside, carrying the ball in the tight phases. Good player and good game for Gareth Blackmore.
Bosch, I want to use this platform. I want to score some more points here.
Yeah, St Andrews will be really unhappy with the play, with the game today. They were in the game in the first half. We thought second half with the win they'll do a lot better, but no, RONDEBOSCH were on top of them. They ran away with the game.
That one really, really deep and intercepted. It's a foot race. As Wiltachen throws it in field, but the pass has gone forward.
Yeah, Mfazi did well there to cover there. But again, St Andrews trying to go wide, fast phase. They try to go wide with everything, as you can see with the wind, taking the ball away from them. There's interception there from RONDEBOSCH with Mfazi chasing there, chasing hard around the neck there also.
Wiltachen just didn't have the top end speed to get away. But now St Andrews scrum deep in their territory, inside their 22. They've lined up to attack. They've stacked the open side. They're going to have a crack at this RONDEBOSCH defence for the last time. In shot short, man of the match, Gareth Blackmore.
Yeah, he did well today, Blackmore.
Beats one defender. All a bit slow here. And Lutman's kick is charged down. Offload off the ground. Bosch are close. Advantage accruing to RONDEBOSCH again. It's a penalty advantage as they pick and go from this breakdown. Jones finds Sweer, big man, and Sweer is over.
Yeah, no, RONDEBOSCH really closing the game nicely there with number 17 Sweeney there scoring a try, with the forwards doing all the hard work there. Really, RONDEBOSCH got dominated in the second half. They were nowhere in the second half. In fact, towards the last 6 minutes of the first half, they lost the game there. The second half, RONDEBOSCH scored first, and again, RONDEBOSCH scored last in the second half. With the last movement of the game, with the quick to come, score sitting at 40 points to 7 now. It's been a really good game from RONDEBOSCH.
Yeah, 45 to 7. Sweer, actually good value since he's come on the field, got through a ton of work, so he'll be very pleased with that. And unfortunately, St Andrews' best today's not been good enough. So look to add the extras.
Over.
47 to 7. And that'll be all she wrote, folks. RONDEBOSCH full value for their victory here. And piece of rugby still to come.
Yeah, a couple of games to come, more games, exciting games. I see the crowd is building up as well. Great game between St Andrews and Rondebosch. Rondebosch running away with it with 47 points to 7 to St Andrews. St Andrews getting a hiding there from Rondebosch. Great game, Fanner.
Right, don't go anywhere. We'll cross over to the man of the match interview with Robbie Durant. This is Finner and Maidu saying thank you very much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Lots of rugby to come.
Gareth Blackmore, the player of the day. Gareth, captain of the team, you must be very happy.
Yeah, I'm chuffed about the boys' result today. Coming from Cape Town all the way to East London, first time being out here. Boys put in all their work. We came out today knowing that we're going to have to be hard, and just coming up against comps like St Andrews, it's always difficult not knowing who they really are, how they really play, and all those type of things. But I think the boys put in a good result. 47-7, obviously. I think we chuffed about it, and yeah, we come back on Monday. Yeah, Monday with a new game against Grey PE.
You must be very happy with your performance, man of the match.
Yeah, I know. I always try to put in my hard work, you know. But I always play for the team. Don't always look as an individual, but I always come back. But if I have a good performance, it's just one of those things, you know. I just.
So here's your F&B player of the match. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks.
He may be wearing a mask, but there's a huge smile under that for Warren Gatland. This is very, very important and very significant.
I'm not upset with anybody, I'm upset with myself. Because I maybe believed too much in you. And maybe you believed too much in me.
De Bruyne, deflection, goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates! What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa. This is the championship they were looking for, PGA. And the champions strike first!
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
Could be the winner. Brilliant and fully deserved.
And what a game of cricket we've got.
A new captain, what is he going to do?
Are you ready to go?
Oh, what a night. Wonderful test match cricket.
Ready to stand before all that you Are you ready to fight?
The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match. Perfect.
Got the heart of a hero. Spirit of a champion.
Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on SuperSport. On DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi ababana amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Ababana baphethe isitayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And they're just here to fire one in.
Okakesara kuyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey, hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Ngoba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Thola iDStv Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Gumnandi ekhaya.
All right, guys, welcome back to Selborne College for the 150 Jubilee Festival here. Alongside me is Mark Farnham and I'm Lyle Hansen, and we're going to be your commentators today. Mark, great day so far.
Oh, wonderful day, Lyle. Slight little breeze, nice little chilly breeze, but good day for rugby. Clear skies, sun's out, and hope to see some good running rugby today.
Yeah, with all the rain we've had over the last couple of weeks, we are actually blessed to be sitting here with a great pitch in front of us. You can see a picture there of the commentators, of the referees, I should say, and that Dan Null will be taking charge of today's game. And the game next is Kingswood from Grahamstown taking on the mighty side from King Williamstown, and that is Dale College. Mark, it's going to be a very interesting side.
Yes, Kingswood, we've got on the loose head Kusani, we've got 2 Gallagher, 3 Murangawa, 4 Pizza, 5 Middendorf, 6 Chitengwa, 7 O'Connell, 8 Manyara, 9 Flask, 10 Guarube, 11 Yakutwa, 12 Morrison, 13 Chikutira, 14 Howe, and 15 in Cairo.
Yeah, players to watch out there is number 3. What's his name? Stanley. Very good player in the open and in the loose. He's very good in the big strong runner, as well as number 10 Letu Garube. As you can see, the Dale side coming up here. We've got Mungundeni Fani at number 2, Jay Hall at prop, at Kwama, Moya Kesi, Nsomi, Maiwushe Fani at 9, and we've got Miscellany at number 11, Ngeki at 10, Liseli, Jo Kese at fullback, and we've got Nsomi and Vandala playing on the 22. Folks, those 2 numbers at the end there, 19 and 22, due to the tragedy that we've had in the last 2 or 3 weeks with Dale College. They have just sort of benched those 2 players, those 2 numbers. Mark, I think it is number 4 and number 10 for the season, just in memory. And number 22 is I think the fly half, and number 19 will be playing in the number 4 position. Very sad for Dale, but yet again we're very proud of them to be under these circumstances. Very tragedy what happened early on in the year.
Incredibly unfortunate, and it's good to see them here. It will be also good to see their brand of rugby, sticking to their traditional running rugby, swing that ball out wide. Some good defense, and if Kingswood happen to drop that ball on the ground, we know that Dale will pick it up and go score.
100%. So just to give you some results from the past few games, Dale's just they've been away at the King Edward's Festival in Johannesburg. They lost to Cares 32-3. Narrow lost to Jeppe 14-10, and then last weekend in Queenstown they went down 20-13 to Queen's College. And if we look at Kingswood, they've been away at the Grey Rugby Festival where they played Michaelhouse and they went down 19-12. They lost 21-7 to Westville, and then playing St. John's from all the way from Zimbabwe, they won 43-8 a few weeks ago. So it's going to be interesting to see the 2 brands and styles of rugby. We obviously know that Royan Kennedy is the coach for Dale, yes, and he'll bring some energy to that side. And we've just got the brains of James Stanley, who we know will bring a different type of brand of rugby to Kingswood.
There we see the Dale College boys coming out onto the field. Very proud, heads up, looking to represent themselves and their school and all those wonderful traditions that they have.
Yeah, we got the captain Moya Ketsi leading them on, and they're going to be very proud of this moment as they get ready for their first game at the Selborne College 150 Jubilee Festival. And they are now met by a very, very big pack of forwards from Kingswood College, with their number 6 Elias Chingawa as their captain.
Yes, these Kingswood forwards, they've been busy in the gym. They some big boys at number prop. Maki looks quite big. They're Locks and Somi, and Petse and Middle Hall, as well as Murangawa.
Yeah, they ones to watch out there for Kingswood is their captain, or their tight head prop is Maranganwa, Stanley Maranganwa, number 3, a very good ball carrier. He'll be around the field today. And then also number 8, Shinge Manyara. He is also one to watch from Kingswood. They are very elusive around the field. And obviously they've got a very good centre pairing, as well as Ben Morrison and Chikatura as well. So we're getting ready to start this game on the first day of the Selborne College 150 Jubilee, as we celebrate 150 years of Selborne College, as we have the fly half from Kingswood going to look to start, or actually should say the centre, looking to start this game. Kicking from your screens from right to left, with the breeze sort of blowing across the field.
We see the fly of Guarube with the ball. The 13, sorry. Chikuturo. Ball nice and high and quite close. Traditionally we see those deep kicks, but you see it nicely contested by Kingswood. Dell taking the ball up. The number 9 Fani getting the ball out and a nice exit. We see the 14 take the ball up. Now we see Kingswood on the attack. The 10 taking the ball out, giving it to the forwards. Unfortunately, he coughs it up there. Bit of pressure, he took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, Mark, we said if any mistakes here from this Dell side, they will look to hurt you as they kick a little box kick up by their number 9 Fani. And he's found a great little exit there, and just keeping the Kingswood side under pressure. So line out just outside the 22 now to Kingswood. But great work there from both sides, just trying to find their feet. But at the end of the day, Dale taking the opportunity to their best advantage and just putting that big pack of forwards of Kingswood on the back foot.
No, definitely. We could. This is where Dale would like to be playing most of their rugby today. They'd like to be close to the Kingswood 22, putting as much pressure as they possibly can on them. But you know, one slip up, take the ball, take your eyes off the ball for one moment, and it's a knock on. And these teams can't afford that.
We've got Kingswood now at the back. We've got Toby Gallagher looking at Garube outside to his centre pairing of Ben Morrison. Big carrier by Kingswood. As now they're looking for it, and penalty referee saying not rolling away, and first advantage to Kingswood with a penalty just outside their 22.
We see that first line of defence by Dell is well drilled unit. I mean, to get as many people into that first line is important, especially with the rush. And the rush is playing a big part of rugby today. You put as much pressure on that first receiver as possible, and that's when the mistakes come.
100%, Mark, and we try and get them to press. We call it now press as quickly as you can from that go. Your timing's got to be right, and they did that very well, but unfortunately just not rolling away from the tackle. So led to Garube finding some nice ground here on the 10-metre line, as we've got Moranganwe looking to find his jumpers. Great line-out jump there as they now look to maul it way up, as Kingswood now looking just to make some yards as they're putting down under a lot of pressure here. Ball's at the back.
There we see taking it. Flask giving the ball out to the big 13. Chikituru setting the ball up to the next phase. There we see the Kingswood number 8 taking the ball up nice and strong. Manyarara. We see the next pod 10 taking the ball up, giving it out to the 12. Ben Morrison, he does quite well. We see the Kingswood boys are working hard on the ground to keep that ball. That ball retention incredibly important. There we see the big 8th man, Manyara, taking that ball up, showing them what type of an impact he could have in today's game.
That's good work here by from both sides. From Kingswood, just showing some good patience in there, but unfortunately just a side-out clearance, and that's great defensive work yet again from Dale. Just pressing, being patient on defence, and pouncing on that ball at the right time. But unfortunately, an illegal clean-out from Kingswood, and advantage back to Dale as they look now to just work their way back up the field, and they've got a line-out now just 5 metres inside their own half mark. Good play, just a good play from both sides.
Very good. You know, it's nice to see that rush, that pressure, and you know, the defense is no longer a reactive thing, it's a proactive thing. You know, you don't go on defense reacting to what you see anymore. You want to get the attack to play. You want them the way you want them to play, and that rush, that press definitely puts a lot of pressure on them.
Dale looking to make their way up the field. Yeah, they've just been pressed back yet on defensively from Kingswood. Fani looking for it. Big ball carry up here by one of the loose forwards, and he gets taken back. Big hit there by Kingswood as Fani looks to pass outside, as Dale now look to move the man on the outside. Good carrying, good defensive work. Keeping the ball alive is Dale. Fani now looking to pass. Good hands, looking up to carry is the big number 1, Mogireni. Fani looking for it, and unfortunately just a little knock on over eagerness there from Dale, but both sides looking very should have testing each other out, Mark, if you could say. It's like a little bit of an arm wrestle going on at the moment.
100%, they're feeling each other out, and it's nice to see that Dale's giving themselves good attacking opportunities on the left and the right. There we see the big prop, Godeni taking the ball up, but unfortunately losing it. And it's good to see that a well-drilled team will always have attacking options on the blind side and on the open side, and it takes a keen eye, good decision maker to make that right choice, to give that team the best attacking option.
Yeah, Mark, we said it here. It's been a very interesting first 5 minutes of this game, and both sides are just looking to find that rhythm. And I think they're both looking good with ball in hand. Just a little bit more patience, I think. And we've got Flusk now feeding the ball in for Kingswood, and the ball's just going down again. It could be that little bit of a soft underbelly of the ground there that they're just feeling it at the moment. The field's looking great conditions. I know if you're a teacher, Mark, they've tried to keep the boys off the pitch for the past week. We've had a lot of rain. I know the water table has been quite high, but they're really looking in good condition.
So it's a good condition. A little bit heavy. We'll see the togs will definitely get stuck into the grass, but it will affect the scrums a little bit, but otherwise conditions are perfect. The field's looking great. There we see Fluss taking the ball, going down blind. Nice little pick up, nice little pass. Great continuity over there. Nice decision making to keep that ball alive. There we see the scrum off again involved with the ball. Little Flusk getting the ball out to the big heavies. We see Usani taking the ball up for Kingswood. Do they have options out wide? Kingswood 10 takes it, gives it to Morrison. 12 gives it to the 15. Unfortunately, he knocks it, but he collected it again. He got that ball again. We see Kingswood trying to take that ball up with their big forwards. Unfortunately, held up.
Yeah, that was very thoughtful. I mean, you can actually see it here as a good work here by 8 and 9. Fluss getting it around, taking the blind side and just putting it on the foot and then regathering it and absolutely putting Shiloh away on the outside. And big hit here, great defensive work by Dale's number 15. And what's been impressive with Kingswood is their quick play. They get into the breakdown very quickly and they're recycling that ball very fast, and they're moving that ball around the park very well. Unfortunately, there the centre Chikatura just lost it in the pass. I think he was trying to do a dummy and then regathered it. So it just slowed down that momentum just a little bit. But definitely Kingswood looking a lot more, should say, positive with the ball in hand.
We can see the Kingswood intent. They're going to definitely be hitting it up nice and straight and direct. They've got the forwards power to do it, and they're making good momentum with it. I mean, like you said, they're working well on the ground. Ball retention is good, and they might want to punish this Dale team with those pods.
Just waiting for an injury to one of the Dale players, just out of camera. He's now back up and ready. I think he took a nice defensive tackle. We've got a scrum here, 2 Kingswood just on the 5, and they are definitely going to look at, I think Shingi Manwanyara are going to look to attack the side, and he does, offloads. He's still on his feet, still going in. A great try.
The scores, well done.
Yeah, you can see how he was set up there, Mark. He was looking for that ball at the base of his feet, and he's a big boy. You can see he's a big unit, and a great pickup, and just a great one-on-one strength try, using his legs, going over. Great try.
Great body position, got himself into a good position, and great leg drive, Never stays down. There we see Flusk, the live wide, the little scrum off, put the ball in. 8th man says, gives it to me, goes down, puts the first man down, and then he keeps on going. Great low body position. Says, today I'm scoring this try.
Yeah, defensively there, I think Dale just got themselves a bit too high. And just allowed him to just use that attacking leg drive to be able to get himself into a very good position. So hopefully they'll just try and go a little bit lower, try and stop him from getting over. But a good start here from Kingswood. They showed their intent, and they definitely look like they've come here to play today.
Yes, it looks like the 8th man, Manyarara is going to be a key player in this Kingswood team today. He's taken the ball up nicely a few times today, and he's definitely a marked ball carrier for this Kingswood team.
A good half kick in there from Dale. There's a bit pressure now on Kingswood, and Kingswood doing well. But great work there from the kickoff, and number 5 there from Dale. Gama on straight over the ball, and penalty to Dale, and that's a great start from just having a try conceded, and now they're getting a penalty straight back, and just to try and close that deficit.
We see the Dale boys ready to go for poles. Vandala getting the ball in, getting himself into a good body position, giving himself some space.
As you call it here, Mark, I think he's kicking a little bit straight into the breeze.
Takes a run up and unfortunately pushes it to the left a little bit. But good pressure, takes the ball up. Looks like Dale's retained that ball. Dale take it up with the pod. Forwards with a nice pick and go. You know, that's so important. If your kicker misses, the game doesn't stop. We keep the ball going.
That's great work there by the, I think it was the centre. There's just a quick head injury here. Ref Dan Null takes it very seriously as he's just stopped the game. We've got one of the Dale boys, I think, on the field there. Obviously, there we go. Bounce of that ball is so important, can go anywhere, and just absolutely dived on it. Great gather there by one of the Dale boys, and then the quick on, get across, get in there in hands, and you can see they played quickly there, as quickly as they could. So we always teach our players to make sure you follow up the kick. You never know what might happen. Bounce of the ball could favour you like it did there, and now Dale have an attack on the 5 metre line of the try line, with 5 metres to go from the try line of Kingswood.
Looks like the big 8th man for Kingswood, Manyarara, is might have a little cut in his mouth. He was the Kingswood boy who picked that ball up from that mitts kick. Looks like the Dale boys went in flying into the trap to get that ball back.
They just got a blood replacement there, so they just need to have that sorted out. And I think he tried to dive together that ball, and the Dale boy also diving his way. It was accidental, wasn't done deliberately. So we've got Fani now to put the ball in 5 metres of the Dale try line. I mean, of the Kingswood try line, I would say. And Dale under a lot of pressure from the scrum time. Flush just over eager.
Quite well. Nice little show and go by the Dale Flav. Vandala. There we see the Dale pods getting ready for the attack in there, 22.
Ref going back to that flush, just being over eager here as Fani looks to plays it quickly. No knock on.
Plays no knock on. Ball
kicked it.
Yeah, he just tapped it. He didn't touch it yet.
They'll look to use their forwards to drive up there. You can see how they get no grip from the pitch. As now they look to go yet again, little pods left and right, just trying to suck in the defenders of this big pack of forwards from Kingswood. And unfortunately, great hands in there as Kingswood now look to play quick. As a tap and go here from their captain. Not 10 metres, says the ref, and they're going to go back 10 metres. And that's just unfortunate for Dale. Looking very promising there, but great steal on the ball from Kingswood. And turnover and awareness of the laws. Penalty, quick tap. Gain them extra 10 metres and just taking the pressure off for their Flav Garube to kick downfield.
100%. You know, teams lose the ball mostly in their opposition 22, simply because everybody wants to stand outside of that ruck and take that ball up and go score. So, you know, hard work. Unfortunately for the Dale boys, didn't look after that ball. And the Kingswood boys were too quick on the ground and got hold of that. And they want a penalty for that, and that's great.
Lanat here on the halfway line to Kingswood, as we've got Stanley Maranganwa to feed this line out. Kingswood just making their way to the line out. Looks like they'll have a walk in here. See the crowd enjoying the sunlight. Great line-out work there by Kingswood as they now look to drive balls at the back. Great defensive work here by Dale.
Dale College taking.
So Kingswood now make
counter mauling. And that's it. You've got to have a bit of patience. And the Kingswood boys showed some patience. Kingswood pack showed some patience. And they made a few meters. But this is a great defense by the Dale boys. Kingswood finding some space out wide. Giving it to the quick wing. And Yakutia.
Just over eager there as he went to ground. Tried to offload in the tackle. And unfortunately his player, I think it was Sittingura, just knocked it on. And great work there, great set play piece there from Kingswood looking to attack outside wide. But defensively, Dale just managed to cross cover and just hold him at bay. And great cover, and unfortunately knocked on there by Kingswood. But Kingswood definitely looking like they want to run the ball. You can have a look here as Sittingura out wide to their left wing, cuts inside. And just great defensive work there by one of the Dale players. And there he's just trying to offload. And you can see, I think Chittingura was wanting to go into seal instead of wanting to take on that ball. So just a little bit of a miscommunication, but advantage now to Dale.
Great unstructured defense by the Dalians. And you know, they don't. They've got all the pace in the world, and they'll catch you before you get to that try line. Great scrum by Kingswood. Their pack showing a lot of dominance today, not just in their pods taking the ball up, but in their set phase, their lineouts, they're winning their lineouts, a well-drilled pack of forwards, these Kingswood.
We know Jameson Stanley's a very organised analyst. He looks at a lot of things, so he would have done a lot of work on the Dell team, try to wear them down as much as possible. I'm sure Royd and Kennedy would have done the same thing. So it's going to be interesting to see which arm wrestle wins. As you can see, the Kingswood putting Dale under a lot of pressure. There's a great inside defensive attack line there by Dale, looking to find the exit. Ball's just taken back.
Bad pass, but good exit there by the Dalian. Finds touch nicely.
Yeah.
Good pressure by Kingswood, but good work to get that ball out and relieve that pressure the Dale boys. The 9 with the skew pass there. Unfortunately, boys able to regather and get that ball out.
Yeah, it was good work. Punch up the midfield by the centre, Mussolini, and then it would have been a good clear. So Kingswood now look to branch them again, short line out again, ball at the back. As they look now to just maul their way up as previously, as Fluss now calling for it. Ref saying please pass. Great tilt. I mean, Fluss is he's got a man on the outside. Oh, pass to nobody. Turn over to Dale and they'll kick ahead, and Dale will chase this. He's got legs here for days. As one of their centres, who's at the 8, is just back in charge and just covering over the ball to go out. But that's what Dale does. They'll pounce on any ball that's around, and they'll use their pace and their speed to just get them on the front foot as fast as they can.
And those Dale boys, they can all run from 1 all the way to 15. They're all speedsters, and they'll catch you. But we see Manyarara, that 8th man again, doing some wing work. He's all over the show. He's jumping in the lineouts. He's carrying the ball. He's great unstructured defense over there. This 8th man is doing very well today.
Yeah, another simple lineout here by Kingswood, and Flusk now at the base. Off to Garube. Garube looking to push the ball back down, just the centre of the field. No knock on. Well gathered back there by Oyama Kuse, and he's through the gap. Looking to offload. He's still holding on to it. Great work by the Dalians as they now look to put this Kingswood side under pressure. Wide outside pass. It'll chip ahead. There's no one back there. Bounce to the ball again. Could this work for them? Oh, and well gathered back there in defence by the little number 9 Flusk. And the ball will be a 22, not taken back at all, bounced into the try line. But that's what we expect from Dale. They'll turn around and absolutely hurt you, and they will be able to run it from every angle. You can have a look here. Great work there by Cole van Staden, and I should say, sorry, he's number 23, and looking to offload, looking around, look at his options, and I think he did the right thing. They're just holding onto the ball, regathered it there, and the little kick ahead here by the blind side. I think it was by the 10, Liko van Dale. And just putting Kingswood under a lot of pressure at the moment. Shikaguru with a long restart. Is it not overcooked? He
directly out, unfortunately. And that's one of Dale College's. Traditionally, they've been great on the counter. That they, if you get that ball, 2 passes generally, and then they'll go out wide, and then you've got to scramble. Yeah. You've got to scramble, and if you can't get there, they're going to go and score.
So Dale have opted for the scrum on the centre of the 22. They'll have options left and right to attack, and finally just getting the ball from Titaguru, and he'll look now to feed the scrum, and another attacking option, a good attacking option here from Dell, and let's see how they're going to get the way.
We can see 2 on the blind side for Dell, so they've got the 8, 10, 11 option, 8, 9, 10, 11 option on the left over there, and they've got their open side option available with the 15, but they choose to go blind. Finally takes the ball up, gets through the 1 pass, defense by the Kingswood team.
Vandale goes in there quickly, big work, great hands there, quick hands, great defensive work here by Kingswood, just putting them back on their haunches as Vandale goes back in there. Finally, good hands here by the Dale side as they work their way up for another pod, looking for another phase of ball. Finally now scrum off. Vandale, big carry, just a little dummy there by their number 1 as he carries it up again. Finally looking for that ball. Oh, well gathered, little kick ahead here.
With a nice little chip through over there. Unfortunately, for Dale, the Kingswood 11 able to pick that ball up and cover that space. And Kingswood's back on the attack.
Yeah, Fluss, big offload to Unsane. He's looking for the base of the ball, he's looking for Garubi. I'm sure Garubi will look for some ground. Oh, great defensive work. Unfortunately, just offsides there from Dale. Fluss wasn't had the ball yet, and a penalty for offsides called by Mr. Nell.
There we see the live wire scrum off Kingswood, scrum off Flusk. Doing great work today, getting his forward pods, getting the ball to his forward pods to get them forward, and then when the backline option's available, he gets the ball back to them as well.
Great clearance kick hit by Leto Garube, finding putting his forwards in a very good strong position. I'm sure we're going to see another short line out and a little maul coming from them. It's been working well. And just inside now the 22 in a good attacking position for Kingswood. And always be a commentator's curse when you call for a short line out and then they're going to have a full line out. But it is a short line out. I see they've got a couple of big runners outside in the midfield as they work their way in.
Looks like it's a 5+1. And we see the Kingswood flanker take the ball up, little dummy pass, but he gets caught. Here we see Flusk with the ball. Great counter ruck by the Dalians over there, but the ball picked up by Pete from Kingswood. And they're able to reorganize. Flusk gets the ball out to Amraro. Nice little cheeky pop to Murangwa, the tight head, the Kingswood tight head. Flusk again with the ball, looking for Kusana. And Dale with all sorts of pressure at the ruck there. And we spoke about this earlier about losing the ball in the opposition 22. That's when you need to work the hardest. That's when you need to make sure that you can keep your ball, because the defenders will be looking.
That was good work there by the captain, Moketsi. Just making sure he got over the ball as quickly as he could, doing his job as a loose forward. You can have a look here. Great work here by Stanley Maranganwa, big ball carrier. And you just watch number 6. He's looking. There he goes, straight over the ball, 100% legal. And you can see they had all opportunities of getting the ball. And unfortunately, the player that was actually, it was just sealing off a bit too, Mark. So definitely well done to Moketsi, and just relieving some pressure to this Dale side.
It all started with a nice big hit by Ntabeni.
That's just not controlled well by Dale. As we've got Lyle O'Connell making his way now, stealing the ball back here as Flusk now looks for that ball at the base. Offloads backwards out to Garube. Morrison. Oh, ball and all tackle.
And there we see the ball on the ground, and the Dalian, the number 11, got the ball. He's going all the way. Seleni's got the ball. 14 for Kingswood got the ball.
And the ref has blown the whistle. And no one's heard it. They're still playing. And I think that's why I was just a bit wondering why the guy didn't actually tackle him in the first place. He sort of just let him go. But he obviously heard the whistle. You can have a watch here. There's a ball and all tackle here. And I can see there seemed to be a knock on here. If you just get it, the camera's just out of shot. And in that tackle, you can actually see the Dale guy, unfortunately, just his arm hitting the ball, and the ref deeming it as a knock-on. And you can actually see there, the young man there was wanting to make the tackle. He heard the whistle, and he just said, no, hang on, there's something else going on here, and let's go back for the scrum.
The Kingswood Ben Howe showing some good pace there.
Yeah.
Catching the Dalian 11, Mseleni. But unfortunately, we're back for the knock-on for Kingswood. Just on the inside of the 15-meter line.
Flask, Karube, great work there by Chitakuru, great line there, but all over the ball again is Kingswood. Looking to carry that number 8 set again. Manyara, good work here by Flask, is looking for the base of the ball. Penalty now, not rolling away. Flask, just not on the mark, says the ref. Am I there? He's asking. The element of surprise now is gone.
Scrum offs are always looking for a quick ball. See the big heavy guy saying, whoa, 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 Flask, let's hold on a little bit here. Let's catch a little breather. Let's set up our first phase, and we attack from there.
Yeah, Garube looking just to go to where their liners have been very good today, Mark.
Yes.
And we must admit that it's been quite impressive from Kingswood. So they're looking to have another walk-in short line out, and they're walking in now yet again. They've got Stanley Marangunwa, big number 3, throwing the balls in the line out. They've got a couple of guys walking in. Out it goes.
See Lalo Connor with a +1 over there, and looks like they're going back to their maul. They've been very effective with it.
Simple for them, and it's working. So yeah, they look to more. Same guy, Stanley Marangunwa at the back. They work their way up the field.
But great defense by the Dalians. Nice, good body position. Never give up attitude. And there we see it go down. Ref's hand is up for Kingswood. Great tackle there by the 7 from Dale College.
Marangunwa looking to offload up to Petsa. They now look to just stamp the authority, but good steal there by Dale, very good, but unfortunately they were deemed for collapsing the maul as it was going forward. So just want the ball. The captain just says, here we go guys, you can have it. And they'll look, I'm sure they will look to go to their line-out again. It's been very good to see Marangunwa now to throw in again. Unusual to see a number 3 throwing the ball in the lineup, but it works for them.
It's something you don't see very often. But if he has the skill, then you need to use him. You see Dale not contesting that lineout. Looks like their approach is to collapse that more as early as possible.
Yeah, most sides now, when it comes to that era, they want to make sure that they either you got to contest and win the ball, or you got to try and sack that more. And shown from the past 26 minutes, the lineouts that Kingswood have had, they've looked to more from there. So obviously that was the idea, is to try and sack it. But unfortunately, Marangunwa just throwing skew and giving away all his hard work back to Dale. Let's see if they can find their exit.
They'll definitely be planning to exit. They'll take it up in a pod, maybe get the 1, 2, 3 to come around. And we know the 1, 2, 3 that we want them to be on the ground as much as possible, so you get your quickies out there with your good chase lines. And 10 takes it straight from 9 with a left boot just outside the 22.
Did his job. Wasn't pretty, but it works. We just said now we thought he was going to take a little run up there into the field, but did his job, got the ball back out, and line out now just outside the 22 of Dale, as Stanley Marangunwa looks to feed his line out again. They just want to get ready, they just want to walk in. It seems to work for them.
It's nice to see Dale contest this, put a bit of pressure on their line out, and that's what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was a knock on there by the scrum of Flask, and the guy in front of him played the ball, so it's deemed as a knock, as an offside position and playing it. So a little bit of a relief here to Dale, and looks like Kingswood just getting a bit sloppy with ball in hand, and they'll need to just try and clean that up because they're making such good progress, Mark, down the field, and then just small little errors now just creeping into the game. And they will look to try and see if they can just work on that. I know James Winstanley will not be happy with that at half-time.
You know, these 5-man lineouts are important because it's difficult to defend if you've just got one pod, you know, and you can move that pod forward and back, and if you make a mistake, then that ball's definitely going to catch the attacker's hand, and they can use it how they want. So these 5+1 lineouts are very, very, very tactically. It's very good. We see Dale with the ball, getting their pods ready outside of 9. We see the big lock and Somi taking the ball up. Now we see another pod lining up outside of 9, outside of 10. Nice, strong, hard run by the Dalian. See the 13 clearing up there. Gete. Quick tap by Fani. Gives it to the tall lock Somi, but the ref calls him back.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're just in front of the mark, but like you said, Mark, they're going to look to play quickly. That is their style of play. They like to tap and go. They like to keep that ball moving as fast as possible. So when it's very much open type of rugby, it suits him very, very much so. So you know, and that's what we like to see. We like to see them. That's where their flair comes. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of that.
And that's what you do as a rugby team and as a coach. You look at the strengths of your players, and you use those strengths to win games. You know, if you don't have a big pack, then you can't be playing straight direct rugby. You've got to be playing wide. You've got to be running into space, and there we see a line out. Dale College get that ball. Fani gets it out to the 10. Vandala gives it short to the 8. He's got the winger. Winger catches him from Kingswood. And there we see the referee saying that they're going over the ruck.
Just sealing straight off there, no contest allowed for the Kingswood guy who was coming in there. But that was great work there from Dale. You can see straight away from the line out, a short line out, they brought in a runner, the number 8, Mamushe, offloaded to Moketsi, making good heels down the ground. And unfortunately on the defensive side there, just sealing off, we call it, and making no way of allowing for a fair contest on the ball. Kick down the field by Gurubi, not finding touch. Dale kick it down.
Lesele gets the ball, he kicks it forward, putting all sorts of pressure on the 15 from Kingswood. Lesele catches him. The 15 gets back onto his feet, Benoni and Cairo. And they give it down to the 11 for Kingswood, Yakutia. There we see the 10 organising his pods, tells him to move out the way, let's give it to the backies. And a quick, good spot tackle by the Dalian over there.
Yeah, finding the number 2 getting up very quickly, which is good work here. Flusk, now they've gone back a few meters, but now they'll regather. Up to Petsa, the number 4. Making a yard or 2, unfortunately knocking it on. 2 knock-ons there by the ref, and that is half-time mark. So a great sort of arm wrestle tussle. Yeah, a few sort of knock-ons from either side. They're trying to get settled, but showing enterprise in rugby as we can expect from both teams. And Kingswood just taking the half 7-0. Folks, we'll be back in a moment.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi ababana amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Ababana baphethe istayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And the chance here to fire one in.
Okakesara kuyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Baba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Thola DStv Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Gumnandi ekhaya.
Welcome back to the Selborne College 150th Jubilee, brought to you by FNB. And with me is Sean Forreef, who is going to discuss the foundation. Sean, firstly, incredible tournament so far.
Yeah, Robbie, it's come together really nicely. There's been a lot of planning that's gone ahead, and the committee have pulled together, and I think we've pulled off something quite special for not only just Selborne, but the Selborne community and our supporters.
Well, it's East London community, Eastern Cape. I think you guys are really put a showcase in. You've set the bar now for tournaments, and people are going to have to stand by that. Tell us quickly a little bit about the foundation.
So our role as the foundation is to manage all sponsorship and advertising opportunities for both Selborne College and Selborne Primary. Obviously, in these tough economic times, it's critical that we just try and secure the financial stability of the schools. So that's where we as the foundation slot in. We bringing partners on board like FNB and all other local and national sponsors that get behind us. We just try and make sure that we can secure that both for Selborne College and the primary school.
Quickly about the primary school, their foundation, that's where it all starts for the kids coming through. Selborne's known as a Springbok breeding ground. I mean, that's where it starts. I went and watched a little rugby there. It's fantastic stuff as well.
Absolutely. We had a fantastic festival there over Easter. We had 12 teams down there, really successful event. Weather didn't play its part, so the fields are out of bounds at the moment. But yeah, that is definitely the breeding ground for us as the college. And the critical part is that, we need to make sure that we secure those boys and make sure that they come up to the college.
Fantastic. Sean Free, that's from the foundation phase. Dale College versus Kingswood coming up. Stay tuned.
A lot easier.
Right, folks, welcome back to the second half of this encounter between Dale College and Kingswood. I'm Lyle Henson, and next to me is Mark Farnham. And you just had a good interview there with Sean Free. And Mark, go through this trial with us here from Kingswood.
There we see Kingswood with the ball, giving it to the big, strong grade 8 man, sorry, Manrara, taking the ball, good body position, never give up, leg drive, and he gets a successful try over there. Dalian trying hard, just unfortunately all the momentum with the big Kingswood 8th man, and he goes over the line.
Yeah, we've seen some good work here from both sides, just a little bit scrappy at stages. And they're looking to obviously play enterprising rugby, which is great to see. And Dale would just want to try and make sure that they just maybe just limit their mistakes a little bit. But they definitely had phases where they could have scored tries with the way they play. So it's all to play for in the second half. The breeze is slightly, I would say, at the back of Dale. So hopefully they'll be able to use that in the second half.
There we can see two distinctly different types of rugby being played here. We see expensive, good hard defense by the Dalians, running rugby, lots of intent from the Dalians, and then we see the Kingswood with their bigger pack of forwards wanting to take it up straight and direct with their big forwards, play pods, hit it up nice and hard. So it's great to see two different types of rugby on the field, and it'll be nice to see who's successful. But Kingswood at the moment 7-0 up, and tight. Dale College is still very much in this. Lots of opportunity to take this game by the scruff of the neck and come out with the win.
Yeah, Kusi with the ball in hand, the fullback from Dale, looking to restart this game. Matt Knowles had a very good game, very quiet game from the ref. He's just controlled the game very well. As Kusi now looks to give a nice hanging high kick, as Dale now look to regather this ball. Kingswood got it. Just moving them back. Great work here by Dale, putting them under a lot of pressure. Just inside that 22, ball was taken back. And ref now saying that holding on to the ball, he was over the ball. Well done from Dale. They've been very good over the ball today, Mark. I must admit they've had one or two penalties by making sure they get their hands on the ball. First player there, and that has been very good from them. They just need to try and make sure that they can just keep that momentum going.
And it's nice to see that every single player from 1 to 15 are all hands on the ground. They it's not just your traditional 6 that goes in and digs for the ball. Your 6 jackal. It's all from 1 to 15, and they all want to be part of it. They all want to get that ball, and we get rewards from that.
Yeah, we got to train players from nowadays. You're not just a forward. You're actually a player that can actually do every job, same as the backs. We don't tell them it's a forward's job. It's everybody's job. So if you get there first, you've got to do a forward's job. You actually have to man up and do it. So, you know, that's how we want to coach. That's how you've got to coach a player. So we've got the 10-year Liko Vandala looking to add the 3 points for Dale.
Stressful job this for the kickers. They lots of pressure on their shoulders. No, but he's got a nice cool head. And converts.
Dale on the board. So a minute and a half into the second half, and Dale have got themselves on the board. And that'll give them a lot more encouragement for the second half as we now look at Kingswood to strike back. And Chikagura looking to kick off.
It's always good to put some points on the board, you know, a little bit of pressure off of your shoulders. And now you can feel you can get back into this game. So Dalians will have a little spring in their step, and they'll be looking to score tries.
Ooh, that's the last thing you want from you, just getting the 3 points and then knocking it on. Advantage now to this big pack of Kingswood as number 1 now looks to drive it up, as they now look to just set up another pod. Pick and go by Stanley Muchinguru as he's going now a little bit over, but lost that ball in contact by Dale number 1. And no advantage here, and the ref Dan Knowles going back. I think he called advantage over, so his ball gone straight down to ground, and Dale have won the pudding.
Dale College with a scrum on the 22, on their 22 line. Small blindside option, but I think they'll be looking to exit Jalal.
Yeah, the wind's blowing at their at their backs going across the field. If you look at it from from the Super Pool Sports logo down to the bottom left-hand corner, as they look to just settle themselves back to Dale. Dale is always wanting to run the ball. Little kick back into the space. Full back from Kingswood's got it. Couple of grabs. Great decision making there as he's finding his feet, looking to offload, making now a couple of meters. Flusk with the ball, big ball carrier by O'Connell. Great work there by Dale defensively.
Seleni with a wonderful tackle there, quick off the line, straight to the ball carrier, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stop the momentum of these big boys, these big pods coming, and they need to stop that momentum because it's very difficult to stop these big guys once they get going.
Fullback yet again in the action there from Kingswood, just making him safe up the field as they look to go now. No advantage, not rolling away. Fluss looks to play quickly, not waiting for anything yet, trying to get his extra 10 meters. Ball goes to ground now as we've got Husani looking for it, picked up there by one of the Kingswood players. Big ball carry yet again. Great defensive work there by the captain from Dale. No advantage called by the ref, he's coming back. They'll go back for that 10-meter advantage for Kingswood. But some enterprise in rugby, both from Kingswood looking to play fast. But great defensive work there by Dale to, from their captain. He's been a little stalwart in defence, Moketsi.
The Dale boy did quite well there. They're out there 22s running, and they identified that space nicely, and that chase was good. Just the 15 for Kingswood did quite well there. Did quite well, and Cairo and also the Nyakucha did well to absorb that pressure. The Dale boys were up nice and quick, and they kept a cool head and were able to keep the ball. But now it's reverse pressure that unfortunately didn't work out for the Dale boys, and now they find themselves in their 22 with a line out for Kingswood.
Yeah, ref just asking him to move over as Kingswood now look to feed. Warren Gunwa off. Not straight is the call. Dan Nil now asking them if they want to scrum or line out now. It's a little bit disappointing now. Their lineouts were very good in the first half, and they just maybe not get accurate as much as they want to. Scrum down now to Dale, and yet again we called it, Mark. We thought that they'll do an exit with a little kick down field, but they're looking to sort of target the space on the outside first and then relieve the pressure. So we're going to see what it's going to be like now from
the 10 you'll see will be watching the open side wing. So the 14 for Kingswood's up, so there's lots and lots and lots of space for the 10, and he'll be watching that. But this Kingswood 14's done a great job in Ben Howe in closing up that space and watching those chips. It's just a matter of identifying that space, committing those defenders, keeping that wing up as much as possible so they can exploit it. And we know Dale College have great chasers, and they'll put as much pressure on that 15 as possible, because that 15's got a lot of space to cover now.
Yeah, on both sides of the field, he's got a lot of space to cover. So there's options open for the 10 for Dale. And we know Dale, they're going to look to run. Offload it, 8-9. Finally goes around the spaces on the back, looking to place. Good clean up there by Dale.
Probably not the right option there. The 8th man, unfortunately, Nsomi taking the ball, sorry, Mrashu taking the ball up.
Good defensive work again here by Kingswood as Fani looking to box kick it, big up and under, and has made absolutely no meters there. And looks like the captain for Dale, Kotso Muyaketsi, has been replaced. He's gone off with an injury, and they have rolling subs on there. So number 16 is on, Akomile Ilembi is on at the hooker position, and I see their number 8 has gone back into that person, Marashu.
You see Kingswood with a 6+1, taking the ball up, throwing it up to the front, and skew throw again. You think it's maybe this breeze that's picked up a little bit, Lal?
Yeah, it could be. It's just at the angle. I mean, Dale started to contest a lot more in the first half. They weren't really contesting the line out, so now they're looking to contest. Maybe it's something that they've looked at on one of the videos, but you can see just contesting, and unfortunately just putting a little more pressure on the line out thrower. And in both last two lineouts now, they've contested, put pressure, and managed to get a skew throw. But what I would do now is to try and get Dale away from their 22. Just kick it downfield, get some relief, and just work their way back up the field slowly. Running the ball out might not be their best option at the moment.
No. And there we see Dale with the ball, gets it to Vandala. We see a dummy runner, and he's using that space. He sees that space. Great chase by the Dalian, and it praised off.
Now the space was open. We called it there as Kusi, I should say, the fullback for Kingswood, was a little bit deep on that, and great awareness from the fly half. We saw it from the top here, and they just put the ball back into that space and allowed the attackers to put the fullback under a lot of pressure. Knocked it into touch, so they have an option of a line out or a scrum, and actually there's no option. I think it's a straight knock on. So scrum down to Dale, and that's a nice 30-40 meters gain. That was just good awareness from the fly half.
Very, very good awareness to see that space, to be able to execute that little grubber, to get it to the back, and a great chase there by the 15 Somanga Jaw and the 11 Seleni. Ball goes to the fly half. Unfortunately, the 12 Ngete, he knocks it on. Took his eyes off the ball a little bit over there, and the minute you look up and you're not watching the ball, that's when you knock it on.
You can see here, folks, great work here by the 10, seeing the space. They came up quite quickly with the Kingswood backs, and he just found his space into that open space. Beautiful work here. And just the bounce of the ball was just eluding him. You can see the fullback from Dale was all over it, and just a little knock on there. So that was great awareness, great work, and great vision from the fly half of Dale.
So Manga Jaw doing very well with his pressure there. Unfortunately, pressure's now changed completely. We see the big 8th man from Kingswood giving it to Flusk. The 15 for Kingswood taking it. Nice little chip. And Somanga Jaw again does well to clean up. Looking for the offload, and this is where Dale's very dangerous. Ball continuity. Great support on either side of the ball carrier. Fana looking to get that ball out as quick as possible to Vandala. And you've got a box kick. There we see Somana Jaw putting all of that pressure on again on the Kingswood 15. The Kingswood 15 and Cairo doing quite well. And there we see the big lock from Dale going in.
Looks like there's a penalty advantage here for a high tackle.
Might
yes.
be on high tackle, definitely. The lock, number 5, and Somi doing well. Just unfortunately, the Kingswood boy ducked down and he got touched to the head.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rules say you've got to try and adjust as best as you can. Sometimes you can't, and the momentum just takes over. But good call by Mr. Nell. It's a high tackle and a little bit dangerous. No malice in that, and just making sure that he gets the right call going. And Letu Garubi finding touch now, and line out to Kingswood. There was a lot better enterprise in rugby from Dale. That's what they like to play. They like the game to be nice and loose. They like to run the ball up. But great work by Fani, knowing that there's space back there. Boom, quickly kick and put his wings and his fullback into a very good position.
And you know, your kicks are only as good as your chase. And the chase by the Dalians, especially this 15 Somanga Jaw, doing the hard yards, going up, putting all the pressure onto the Kingswood fullback and the Kingswood wings. And that's what you want to see from your guys. You want to see a team effort, guys putting as much effort and great work there by the 15 Dalian.
We just see Kingswood now using their go-to ball again, going up the field with their maul. This has been working for them in the first half, and they're going back now as they work their way up the field, meter by meter, and it's very well executed here as we get now just over the halfway. They've made about 10, 15 meters as they keep on working. Dell getting back into position. It's a great return here of investment from Kingswood as the maul's still going. Now they're starting to move. It's about 30 meters, 40 meters up the field, and it's still intact. Great work here by Kingswood, and unfortunately now the ref's saying just broke off a bit there and just accidental obstruction. So scrum down. Great call.
Great work by the Kingswood, using this playing to their strength again, giving it to their big forwards to maul it up, and they've had lots of they've showed lots of intent to use that. They've used it successfully, but now it looks like they've unlocked their capabilities with this maul, and they've unleashed it on this Dell College forward pack.
Just got to help, just got to recognise that the minute that maul breaks up, that guy's got to break off and just go himself. So had he done that, he would have probably been all right. Unfortunately, he just bound back onto the gentleman, and it's called accidental obstruction. So scrum down here to Dale. Ball being turned over by Kingswood. Very close game, 7-3, still anybody's game. 18 minutes to go on the clock. Picked up backwards, picked up here by Kingswood.
The big 6 by Kingswood. Chatingwa taking the ball up. The captain, Flask with the ball, trying to get that ball out as quick as possible. The 10 taking it up. Guarube. There we see the pods forming up on the outside of 9 for Kingswood. Nice little +1s, good continuity, but down they go down to the pod again. And knock on by the Kingswood boys.
Yeah, just a little bit overexcited there by Kingswood, but they're looking good. They turned over the ball. Great pressure there from scrum time by the loose forwards, turning over the ball again, and Flass looking to move it left to right. He's been a little bit of a live wire today, been all over the field, and just a little mistakes sort of incurring with regards to Kingswood, and just turning the ball back over.
And that just talks about Dale's resilience. It talks about their wanting to defend, their continuous pressure. They're not leaving anything to chance, putting as much pressure on that ball carrier. We see Dale College getting ready for the exit. Vandala kicks the ball up. There we see the ball bouncing, and a great chase there by the 14. Somanga Jaw.
Big work here by Kingswood as they make their way back up the field. Gathered in now, ball's over it. And just over the ball now, we've got Lyle O'Connell over it now. Big work there by Kosi. To Garube, knocked on again by Kingswood. Just need to build up some more phases, protect the ball. And no advantage called there by the ref, and turn over ball back to Dale. Looking very good in phases. They just seem to be a little bit too over eager in stages, Mark, and they're just knocking it on every now and then when they should be just holding on to that ball a bit longer, create 1 or 2 more phases, and I think the spaces will open. So I'm sure Kingswood will have a chat now with just on 15 minutes to go.
They definitely need a bit more patience, this big pack. They need to regroup. Maybe they're a little bit flustered. They're trying to raise the intensity, but they need to just pull themselves towards themselves a little bit. Get rid of all that over-anxiousness, and just, there's a job to do. Let's organize ourselves. Let's get rid of that unnecessary pressure, and let's go do what we do on the training field.
Yeah, they'll have a chat now. We got 15 minutes. Still an injury to one of the boys from Kingswood, and I think it is from Dale, sorry, I should say. Seem to have the same socks. So we're going to have a look again, just working their way through and just getting over the ball. As a great contest there on the ball there from both sides. So you can actually have a look at it now as we have a look at seeing what's happening at Garube in there at the ball. Nothing much happening there. So one of the Dale boys, obviously, or Kingswood boy I should say, got injured.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't fall in a very good way. Might have hurt his shoulder a little bit, maybe his wrist.
Okay, so looks like he got a bit of a boot to the head. Or he got sort of sat on by the prop there, Mark. So great work there by our cameraman. Thank you guys very much. So that is the number 11. That's Shiloh Nyakucha. He's actually had quite a good game, the left wing from Kingswood. But it's nice to see we've boys on the field. Not too sure. Both teams are they're sort of their you could say their coaching staffs wearing red tops, almost exactly the same, and we can't see it from there. So we might feel that it's a Dale official on the field, but it's actually one of the Kingswood guys.
So scrum for Dale College in the middle of the field. They've got 2 on the right-hand side. They've got the rest of their backies on the left-hand side. And a great position for 8, 9, 15, 14. Kingswood wrap up the Dalians over there, and they've thrown the ball away.
Yeah, picked up there by Morrison, the centre. Flask looking now to feed up to his big number 1. Makes a yard or 2. Great work there by Dale as they just hold him up. Goes to Grant, sets up another little ruck. Garube. Good work there by Stanley Maraganwa. Great ball carry, but unfortunately Dale just pressing a bit too quickly. And Daniel says there's a penalty. Flask looking to plays up. Looks to go to the left. Big carry yet again by the number 8. Still advantage played by the ref. Works it well. Big carrier by Kokosane. Ball goes to ground. Flask saying he wants some more ball carriers here.
We see a pod outside of the 10. The Guarube calling his forwards outside of him. And the ref taking them back to the spot where they were offsides.
And not 10 again, and that's great work by Kingswood, just trying to settle things down again and working their way across the field. Captain there from Kingswood, number 6, Elias Chitanganwa, has said, let's take a shot at poles, and instructs Leto Garube to try and add the 3 points. A little bit of a buffer at this stage of the game. It's a bit too close, 7-3. I think it's the right option. Just try and get themselves settled a bit and getting the try, at least a try away from Dale.
Great fast-paced action. And it looks like Kingswood have found their groove a little bit. Their pods are making meters. Great communication with the 9 and the 10. And they've won themselves a penalty.
Gruber look to hit this on the left-hand side of the upright. It should pull itself in with a little bit of a draw. Struck it very well. And just pushed it, and unfortunately just pulled it to the right. He had a nice strike on it. Just if he had gone for the left-hand upright, it would have been in, Mark. He just pushed it to the right.
Definitely.
Restart here. We've got a couple of replacements on for Dale. We have got number 19 on. Yes, it's they've got 2 number 19s, folks. That is correct.
Yes.
So we'll tell you now. We've got the second number 19 coming on the field.
Maki.
And number 20, we have got Mangansana is also on. Picked up, charge down, and there goes Stanley Maraganwa. What a run! Try time. Quick from the kickoff.
Great pressure there by the tight head. Murangwa.
Stanley, they call him, is quick on their ball. You watch it again yet. Dale looking to restart.
Vandala with the misjudged the distance that Murangawa, the distance that he was, and there we see him turn the ball over, get that second movement and dot that ball.
We know that once you're in the in-goal area, there's no rules, Mark. You can do whatever you want as long as you get there legally. He was there legally. So good work from the ref. I think it could have been put down a little bit earlier. I think it might have touched the ground, but he was making sure to get over and get the ball down. So great work there by Stanley Maraganwa, and the 2 points is added by Letu Garube, and Kingswood take a 14-3 lead with about just on 10 minutes to go in this great game.
Just unfortunately, Vandala misjudging that completely, made a mistake and cost his team 7 points with that mistake.
It's lovely to watch when a big loose forward or a prop gets the ball within the 22. No. You just see their light. They found that extra bit of gas, and he was running for that try line for all day. That's great to see.
That's a special moment in the game, definitely.
Great kick-off here by Dale. Pressure back on Kingswood as they look now to work their way up the field. O'Connor off-road to that big number 8. He's looking to go again. Oh, he's found another road of speed here. He's shot through the cap. Manyara offloads. Oh, no knock-on. Picked up by Ben Howe. Reserve scrum off looking to feed. Gurube. Quick pick up there yet again. Good hands there by the tight forwards there. As Maranganwe in the action again. Ball goes down to ground. Pets at the base picking up. Great carry here by Kingswood as they're now trying to put a lot more pressure, quick pressure onto Kingswood.
Maranyawa breaking the line again, showing great pace over there. Running a great line. Great hands to catch that ball and then to offload that ball as well. Great skill. There we see the number 2, Kalange, trying to with a pick and go. And the Dalians called offside.
Good work here by Kingswood now. Really want to try and put this game to bed as they now look to just finish it off. Daniel said not 10 meters again. And penalty now just on the 5. And Kingswood now looking to really stamp their authority on this game, Mark.
Yes, momentum has definitely shifted in Kingswood's favour. They seem to have their tails up. They're not making too many mistakes.
Great
and here we see this great 8th man. Great running onto the weak shoulder over there. Good show and go by the big 8th man. And he keeps going, pumping those legs. And he's caught by the Dalian winger. Says, no, you won't take me. Unfortunately, he goes down. And then we see the great support there by the 14, Ben Howe. And Kingswood are then able to keep that ball and keep that momentum.
Good option here. They're looking for a scrum. Picking up to their number 8 again. Yari goes against.
He reaches down for the ball on Yara. And there we have a great scrum by the Dalians.
Yeah, great counter shove there by the Dalians and putting Manyara under a lot of pressure and just knocking it on there at the base of the scrum. Turnover back ball now. They'll look to try and relieve the pressure.
It's incredibly important that you scrum in your 22 and in your opposition 22.
Definitely, Mark. And it just shows you that you've got to make sure that you keep your opposition under pressure, even on attack. You've got to make sure that you're always keeping their options open. And that's one thing Kingswood would like to do, is that they've been down in Dale's 22 on a few occasions, and they've just, unfortunately, due to a few errors, have just given the ball back and relieved that pressure. So good from Dale. They've been in their faces as lot. They're not giving up as Fani looks to feed the base of the scrum.
We'll see Vandala looking for the space. He kicks down to the left side of the field. We see Ben Howe didn't want much to do with that ball. Lets it go straight out, and we've got a line out just outside the 15-meter line.
Yeah, that's great work there by Dale, using the wind to their advantage like they should have done maybe a little earlier. They've realised now let's get down in the field. I think it was their fullback that made a good kick there. We didn't have a number, but good work there from Dale, relieving the pressure. I think Ben Howe just got his eyesight wrong. He could have been looking straight into the sun from that angle, but made the right option. Rather leave it instead of trying to make a catch and making a knock-on. So line out to Kingswood. Ball's gone over the back. Not in straight again.
Skew throw there by Kingswood. And like you were talking about earlier, that contesting, it puts a lot of pressure on the hooker, puts a lot of pressure on the Kingswood forward pack. And it's worked to Dale's advantage.
Yeah, we've got Belen Bukle replacing on now. It's number 16 coming on, as we have the big number 1 Yolo Pasane from Kingswood being replaced. So some fresh legs on here for Kingswood. Number 21 Sia Davids is also on at the number 9 position as Fani feeds to Dale as they look to counter attack.
Dale looking a lot more comfortable in their scrum.
Good work there, interpassing. Great defensive work there by I think that is Garube. Passed out wide to that man again.
Nice pass by Fani. Looking for the offload, unfortunately no one there, and picked up by Kingswood.
Yeah, great work there by the defence from Dale. Ball was on the ground, picked up here by Chitakuru, but he got a little bit isolated there, and the first man on the ball had his hands on it, and just holding on, and ref deeming that he needs to release that. Man had rights to play it. Penalty now to Dale. And we have the fly half Vandale looking to find Dale some great ground. He kicks it down into the corner and finds himself just outside the 22. You can have a look here. Great work here again by the number 14. Just couldn't get around him there. Ball gets played back. It's loose now. As you can see, one of the Kingswood guys falls on the ball. And there he is, man on the ball, legally looking for that ball. And that's great work there by the number 5 from Dale Kuma. And getting inside a penalty, putting them in the advantage. Great steal here from the line-out.
See the Kingswood 10 taking the ball. Guarube taking that ball up, and the Dalians in there to take that ball.
8 from Kingswood. 8 from Kingswood. And Mark, we get into that time of the game. There's about 4 or 5 minutes left as Dale now look to spread that ball wide. Wanting to play hard. Ball going down to Fani.
You see a pot of forwards, the Dalians taking that ball up straight back into the ruck. Not committing too many. Dalians final with the ball again. Show and go, gets the ball into space, looking for support. Unfortunately, no support there.
Unfortunately, there was a knock on there in the offside position. Yes, Dale wanted to finish this game off. There's still time left on the clock. Fani looks to play. Outside wide, picked up here by number 21 from Bayoyo. Not 10 against the ref. He's been consistent in that, so it's been good from Dan Nil. Just allowing them to defend properly. Mark, we ended the time we were also talking about man of the match, so you can have a think about that. As Dale looked to play out wide. Oh, and just again, just over eagerness and a knock on. And Maraganwa looking to clean up for the Kingswood side.
There's been a few boys that have worked quite hard today. We've had great organisation by the 10 for Kingswood. We've had good service from the 9 from Kingswood. We've had some good chase work by the Dalians for their kicks. Farnies has a great pass, left and right, giving good service. But that 8th man for Kingswood has he's run straight lines. He's worked hard, great leg drive, never say die attitude after taking a knock early on in the game.
Yeah.
And he's done very well today.
Yeah, Mark, I must agree with you. Shinge Manwanyara has been a superb player. It was a setup of the first try. Had some great runs today. So today's man of the match in this game is number 8, Shinga Manwanyara. Congratulations, boy. So we're looking at to go with just over 1.5 minutes to go. We've got a line out here to Dale. And they're looking to finish off strongly. Short line out. Quite and simple. Offloads to Vandala.
And that's what you need to do. You need to do when you're in opposition 22, keep that line out simple so you can get that ball and you can attack. Great flat wide pass by Fani. Gives it to the number 2 from Dale and they score. Looks like they haven't scored. The linesman puts a flag up.
His flag went and the flag went with it, so tried to get it up, but ref was on the call. Lineman put his out, foot and touch. Great defensive work there by Kingswood, but great awareness. That was the best play I've seen from Dale. Moving the ball left and right, quick speed here from Fane, and the replacement hooker came on at all speeds. But you can see there, it would have been a TMO, I'm thinking, from...
That 7 from Dale, if he had just straightened up a little bit more instead of drifting out wide, maybe commit that guy, that defender coming in at him, give it winger just a little bit more space just to go in and score that try. But great flat pass there by Fana, by the Fani, on a Lizwe Fani from Dale College, and unfortunately the Dalians just taking a step out.
We've got just under 30 seconds here as Dale now look to just trying to make him finish off this game with a try. It's 14-3 to Kingswood. And
Scrum on the 5-meter line. What do you think? The 8th man will go blind?
Straight to the backs here, Mark. Backs are set up.
Gives it to Vandala. 12 takes it short. He keeps going, try under this pulse. Great hard running by Ngete. Didn't have an easy pass to catch there. Got it with one hand on the hip, spin. Nice hard leg drive to go over underneath the pulse.
Yeah, that was great work there. You can see it. We spoke about it. They look like their back just set up for a move. And a great work there by the centre. He had a lot of work to do. Pass was sort of behind him. He picked it up brilliantly with a hand. And yeah, great work. You've got to finish off, Mark, when you get the chance. And he did that very well, yeah. As Dale looked to add the 2 points. And great work there. And the ends the game off. You can have a look here, folks. left, right. That was early on from the line-out replay. And great work from Dale, finishing off in the right way and ending up with the score 14-10 to Kingswood. Great hard work between the two. So we said it was going to be a tough game from the start, and definitely you can see good on Dale for coming back in the end and scoring a try. Great work. You can see the try here coming, Mark.
Fana giving the ball to Vandala, gives it to the 12, coming on a great line over there. Nice little spin, reaches out for the try line and scores that try. Great never say die attitude by the Dalians, working all the way to the last minute, and great to see that they got a bit of reward for that hard effort.
100%. And folks, if you've been with us, man of the match was definitely number 8 from Kingswood, Shinga Manwanyara, and he'll be in having a chat to Robbie Durant a little bit later on. And so stay with us, folks. Coming up next is a hardly contest tussle, and we hope that you stay tuned to us wherever you are in South Africa. And I'm Lyle Hansen and Mark Farnham. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, guys.
Right, we're back here with the player of the game, Shigura Manyara. Congratulations, good game.
Thanks, sir. Thanks so much, sir.
You guys came back and obviously we held the lead. Dal came back. Were you a bit nervous there?
I was a bit nervous. Like the first minutes of the game, it was easy, it was flowing. As we got closer to the end of the game, they started coming at us, but we tried our best, and yes, we defended them well.
You enjoying this festival?
Yes, I am enjoying this festival. It's really thrilling, exciting, and I hope that I do my best on my next game.
Well played. You had a great game. The FNB man of the match. Congratulations. Thank you. Back up to you. Thank you.
He may be wearing a mask, but there's a huge smile under that for Warren Gatland. This is very, very important and very significant.
I'm not upset with anybody, I'm upset with myself. Because I maybe believed too much in you. And maybe you believed too much in me.
Deflection! Goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates! What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa. This is the championship they were looking for, PGA. And the champions strike first!
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
Could be the winner. Brilliant and fully deserved.
And what a game of cricket we've got.
A new captain. What is he going to do?
Are you ready to go? Oh, what a night.
Wonderful test match cricket.
Stand before all that you do. rise in applause. Gets the first test match. Perfect.
Got the heart of a hero. Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on SuperSport. On DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Uyabona manje isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi ababana amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Ababana baphethe istayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And they're just here to fire one in.
Okakesara buyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey, hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Ngoba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Thola iDStv Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Ngumnandi ekhaya.
Welcome back to the Selborne 150th Jubilee Rugby Festival here being held in East London. And we've had some mouth-watering games being played over the start at 9 o'clock this morning, and the atmosphere has been incredible. And Supersport Schools bringing you schoolboy rugby live, and it's fantastic stuff. My name's Robbie Durant, joined here by Fenna Barnard.
How's it, folks? And yeah, we Grey High School and St John's from Houghton up next before the host Selborne College take on SACS this afternoon. Selborne's sesquicentennial, I think is the word, quite a fancy one. Queen's College threw around a while ago when they turned 150. And yeah, it's been some really nice games so far. I think I mentioned a while ago St Andrews and RONDEBOSCH. RONDEBOSCH really came to the party today, 47-7. Dale a little bit unhappy there against KINGSWOOD, and we have the grey side. Ivan Ingram, the captain, and Hooker, and a few men to watch. Michael Madanisi promises very talented boy. Caden Titus at fullback is in tremendous form at the moment. And then some impact off the bench, the likes of Damien Baker, who'd be liking to bounce back. Dan du Toit back from injury. And Tristan van Aert also returning after getting quite a bad knock against Paul Riss.
Ingram's impressed me, the number 2, Hooker. He's been outstanding, the captain. He's led by front, and he's certainly been one to watch.
I think top try scorer for his school at the moment. And St John's, coached by Katlego Lynch. St John's have had an iffy season so far. They've 3 wins and 4 losses. Dominant over their private school rivals there, St Albans, St David's, St Benedict's, and then unfortunately 1 point loss to Jeppe, and then coming unstuck against Nelspruit and Graham College at their festival. But side very structured, well, I'm hearing very well conditioned and strong and fit. And I think Grey, if they underestimate these guys, they're making a big mistake.
Yeah. Well, a lot happening in East London. There's the it's the fair, as they call it. That's happening in Ganubi, but I think a lot of people are going to be coming out. As I said, I think between now and 3 o'clock, you're going to see this place boom. You're probably not going to find a seat in the house when it comes up to that main game. Selborne is coming off a pretty good Easter festival. A lot of their players putting up their names. Tian Jacobs been named in that Gen X, Next Gen team of the tournaments for Cares, which is outstanding. I mean, that's exciting stuff. Your side as well, I think, Grey's, I had a chat with Darren Nalna, the coach of the forwards, and he was just telling me that the guys are working hard, and they've come off a good week. Now he wants to hopefully put that onto the field.
A couple of disappointing results for them. Pushes really far, and a couple of moments went against him in that game, a couple of mistakes, and then Maritzburg went to sleep in the second half. They've been over a couple of folk. And yeah, so I think Grey want to have a point to prove, get the season back on track, and they have had a good week. So yeah, hopefully we see a better performance from the men in Azure Blue today.
Stay tuned as well. At halftime, Brent Russell is going to be, I saw Mark Andrews in the background, towering over everybody. One of the stalwarts, played many games for Selborne as well as water polo, was outstanding water polo player, and then went on to play for the Sharks and for the mighty Springboks.
One of my heroes. He makes my all-time team if I'm picking a book side. Some tremendous rugby players out of this school. I mean, you remember Keith Andrews as well, as a front row, and then Andre Force, who was captain for a good number of years in the early 2000s. So a proud legacy at Selborne College, and we're enjoying the celebrations with them. Their big birthday this year. Incredible how many schools have got big birthdays this year, Robbie.
Well, I bumped into Greg Hector as well, part and parcel of Selborne. He was at Selborne College and then went on to Western Province, very involved with Western Province rugby. Incredible coach.
Oh, I think the impact of these boys' schools on the fabric of the sport is indelible throughout the history of South African rugby and South Africa itself. And long may it continue. Happy birthday, Selborne, and I've enjoyed sharing in various celebrations with you this year so far. We look forward to hosting Selborne. Unfortunately, they're playing in Port Elizabeth at the end of the season against Grey. And so also really glad for the guys in black and white, and good to see these schoolboys setting out to support their first side a bit later on.
Well, established in 1872, Fenna. That's a long time ago. And Selborne College evolved 150 years. Their first game was against Dale College, where they won 2-1. Back then, tries were 2-1.
Incredible first couple of days. Try meant you got a chance to kick a goal. Try to kick some points. And here comes St John's in their maroon, their sort of navy blue and maroon strip. These schools are very similar size, both over 800 boys in the high school. St John's with 18 rugby teams, and Grey also has 18 teams. So very similar resources in terms of players. And usually top dogs out of the private schools in Gauteng are St. John's.
Well, there's been some big games. Finna, obviously the Queens, they're calling it the invitational side. I think a lot of guys were disappointed not seeing the white jerseys. But I did have a chat with the coaches before. They basically said, you know, a lot of the players, they are resting for, I would say, probably their bigger game on Monday. So it's a strategic coaching decision, that. And here come your boys.
Yeah, interesting. Always two sides to everything. Very nice to see a second team push a highly rated Brandwag side so far. And Brandwag, I think, was a little bit individualistic at times. Probably should have scored a couple more points than they did, but they'll be pleased they've got away with the win. I saw some very nervous coaching staff there at a few stages when Queens were on attack. It's a full value for them, and hopefully we'll see the men in white, see the Kudus on Monday. I think they're playing St. John's.
St. John's. Well, it's also, as you're saying, the depth. It creates the depth. You know, getting a lot of those younger players in, let them taste a bit of top-class rugby. Can only do well for your depth.
Yeah, the Grey Boys with their war cry.
Many years of tradition, and this is what it's about. 150 years Jubilee at Selborne College, but you know, you're looking at that tradition. I think was the last time we spoke, it was 60-70 years of tradition, that is. The mascot, I've seen a couple of the mascots lately. The Dell mascot's holding on by the thread of its beak. I think your one, you said your one's even...
I worry about Fred every time I see him. He's been in operation since the mid-60s, and he's fairly threadbare, holding on. I'd like to put him in a cabinet, but guys are superstitious. They refuse to retire him. They say he's the mascot. They're frightened of superstitious consequence. So
it just reminds me of the movie Ted. Let's just hope he doesn't talk like Ted. Game on.
Oh, it's an unforced error straight into touch there by it's Luke Francis from St. John's with the kickoff, and John Kent takes the guys up to the halfway line. John teaching stock here. Dad Richard was a legend in cricket circles for many years at Stirling Primary and George Randall.
Yeah, I had a chat with him earlier. Guys nice and relaxed. Pelicans doing the main game. John nice and chilled. They've got a nice team going here, obviously led by Morris Rathbone.
I was very impressed. Wayne Way riffing the game at earlier, RONDEBOSCH and St. Andrews.
Most capped player of Border Rugby, Wayne Vaya.
It's popped up the side of the scrum there. And turnover ball for St. John's. Davies finds Luke Francis, who has found some grass, and that's a really good kick, pushing Grey back deep into their, or just into their 22. Not much of a breeze to talk about. It feels as if it's coming sort of diagonally across the field here. It might have changed direction, if I'm right, Robbie.
No, it's coming off the sea.
So left to right on your screens, folks. It was right to left.
They call it the Quigney. Quigney. Yeah, in East London. There's a beautiful shot of our camera work there.
Jake Barnard taking that. Dylan Mann is off the top. Lebona Matabili. Had a good season so far as the loose head prop. And Mann has built a wall. Expect you'll see a kick here from the scrum half. Bit of pressure here on Shemant, and one in the air by Gray. Oh, and it's been knocked on by Durham. So much promise there. Ballway winning the battle in the air. So Johns will feed the scrum here just inside their half. Some pensive looking supporters. Good number of Greyhound parents have travelled up from Port Elizabeth or from Lebecha this morning. Manners will feed the scrum. Got to be happy with that shove. Close to Mananisi. Inside ball. Capellas hit hard. Positive carry. Breaks that first tackle. Good carry from Gray. As Bull is left in a bit of trouble here. The inside centre from St. John's. The surprise play is continuing. They continue to attack the short side. And that pass has gone astray from Sipamla. Ballway under pressure, cleans up. Dallin Manners finds his captain, Ivan Ingram. Pick and go, Aidan Wilkinson. There's many bodies in the middle of the field there. Players finally stopped. Gray will have defeat the scrum. Joshua Bull, I think, ended up on the wrong side of that tackle. Possibly took a knee or to the head or shoulder from MC Kruger carried the ball, McDonald Kruger. And let me like to see this.
What I like to see there from the Grey, if you saw their captain there, seeing that the contact was coming up, he went straight to ground. If you look at the replay here, see, and it's going to be a clash of heads here.
Oh.
Yeah, massive shame, massive hit. And any youngster watching that, your head's you've got to protect your head. Make sure that your head's outside of the body.
I don't think we'll see Joshua continuing this game. Hope he'll be all right, folks. Never like seeing a stretcher in the field. Didn't chicken out of the tackle, but as you say, Robbie, you want your head on the outside of that contact point. So it'll take a moment or two. Safety always paramount, folks. He's being strapped to the stretcher here.
Never nice to see. Just joined us, 150th Jubilee celebration here at Selborne College, brought to you by FNB and bringing it live, Super Sport Schools. You can catch us on YouTube at Super Sport Schools. Instagram is Super Sport Schools, and Twitter, if you want to say hello, hashtag SS_schools. Remember to get your app as well for Play Store, off Play Store and iOS. Look at the replay here.
Oh, and there's a nasty collision. Well, we are talking about celebrations. Happy birthday, Super Sport Schools. Turned a year, I think, a day ago. So wonderful coverage without parallel in the world. And again, a lovely standard of footage here from the good folk at Super Sport Schools. I hope you're enjoying this game wherever you are in South Africa or the world, for that matter.
Well, a lot of comments this morning about just how good it is looking. So a big shout out to the production team. Good shout out to all the hard work that's gone into this tournament. I know John Kruger and his team have been immensely busy, and it's paying off. It really is top class.
So attention to detail has been really great from the Selbornians. Actually, quite painfully naggy about a month ago for information, but they've had everything dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and everything has run really, really well. So hats off to the staff at Selborne College as we sort of reach the climax of the first day of play. Selborne stand is the numbers are starting to build. The boys are arriving, and nice gesture from the crowd to applaud young Joshua as he leaves the field. Hope all goes well, my boy.
Yeah, it's never nice to see a kid leave the field on a stretcher.
We'll force St John's into a change. Sorry, folks, we haven't seen a number yet. We'll update you as soon as we can. Gray will have the feet at the scrum. They're in possession when the referee stopped play. It's another good shoulder for them as they attack the open side. Matanisi. And the little grubber kick is charged on. Bounces back into the hands of Kruger again, who goes up the field, beats a few defenders. And Gray want this to go wide as fast as they can. Sipamla goes into contact, well met by his opposing number. Byron forward. Finds a bit of space. Durham. Gray will come to the open side. Marabili. Slow ball, Mainers. Matanisi. Oh, almost intercepted. Nice speed of defensively there, Robbie, by St John's, closing the space on Gray as they change direction on the attack there.
Yeah, that Liabona Matabili has also been outstanding the last games I've watched him. Paul Roos, he was excellent. He's good with ball in hand.
No, really,
scrums well.
Under 19 this year has come a long way in the last couple of seasons. Really cemented his place. A lot is expected of him in the last 2 years, and he's really stepped up. Worked very hard in the off season. And yeah, so the best rugby I've seen this boy play since he arrived at the school in grade 8. Lovely boy. One of a large contingent of hostile boys in the side. The borders. There's another border, Matanisi. Close to Kenneth Garrett, who crosses the advantage line. And again, Gray with front foot ball. Around the corner. Again, it's MC Kruger. And that's held up. Ground a bit of pressure here. I'll need to get him to ground here. And turnover ball. Well done by St. John's. Good defence, managing to keep Kruger from reaching the ground to force a ruck.
Well, that was good patience by St. John's.
Yeah, they've held their shape on defence quite nicely. I mean, Grays had a surfer to possession, and St. John's have fronted up, been patient, and no infringements yet either. Haven't pushed them off sideline, haven't attacked a breakdown. Been very happy to let the men in blue run at them. Katlego Lynch does rate himself as a defensive guru, the director of rugby and first team coach at St. John's, and we're seeing a bit of that right now. 8 minutes in, no score yet. As Davies feeds the scrum. St. John's has all sort of pressure there in the front row. Through the hands it goes. He's found number 11 there, Reese Watson, with a good carry. First touch for Adrian McKenzie. Davies to Francis. Finds Itulela. Boxing from the back, Hayden Titus. A bit messy, but it hasn't gone forward. Titus. And grab it under a bit of pressure, that breakdown. Madabili. Apologies, that's Ati Sipamla, the 7 flank. Let's go again, ball the wall here. And Mainers with a contestable. That's drifted a bit too far in field to be a contest. Oh, hit hard there by Captain Ivan Ingram.
He read that well.
Look for the space down the back line. Oh, and it's a wild pass, unfortunately, by Leo. Oh, geez, I'm struggling with this one today, Robbie. Joel.
I was going to take over there. The outside backs kind of running towards the line. Someone's got to straighten up that line for St. John's.
Yeah, sides of Breeze is deceptively strong today. Sides that have tried the long passes have struggled to be accurate in that regard so far. As Ingram asks St. John's to give him a bit of space there. Open the space between the two lineouts. Kudals in the middle. Let's go set the drive. And it's off the back. Into the vacuum goes Byron forward. Back on his feet. Wasn't held in the tackle. Mainers. Matabili. Mainers. Finds Mananisi. And Kopela over in the corners. Grow open their account here. Lovely passage of play, Robbie, from a very dominant maul.
Straightforward. Matanisi just straightened up that line, and a nice long pass, crisp pass, and the rest is history. Certainly a great try there.
Seeing Gray attacking off the back of that line out, going into the vacuum, as one would call it. Byron forward with initial carry, beat a couple of defenders, and then the space on the blind side remained. And Madabili sets it up, and they change direction, come back towards the left-hand side, and Kopela with oodles of space, and he touches down gleefully in the corner. And you see with a relatively tough chance to add the 2 points, and he struck that very nicely. Oh, it's shaving the left-hand upright.
Camera work there. Just joined us, Grey High School, 5-0 up against St. John's, 11 minutes 45 on the clock here at Selborne College. It's the 150th Jubilee brought to you by FNB, and it's so exciting to have all these schools from Joburg, Cape Town. RONDEBOSCH had an absolutely fantastic game today against St. Andrews.
In the meantime, it's a big hoist, a bit of pressure on Caden Titus. Looks to kick, and he backs himself, and Titus is in space. Bit messy, it's ended up on the outside in the hands of Boy, the left wing. Went to Hudson Park Primary School. Technically a home game for him today in East London. Ingram again, as you mentioned earlier, straight to ground, forces the ruck. Hayden Wilkinson picks and goes. So Manisi does well down, a bit of pressure, stabs it ahead, cross kick, and I'm not surprised if Kent feeling he was in front of the ball.
Yeah, very good call there by the ref, in front of the ball.
It's option time here, scrum or a penalty. Scrum where you kicked it from, or the penalty with the ball where the sides was. And St John's will take the scrum. Your first attacking platform for the men from Houghton.
Well, it's slowly filling up here at Selborne.
Well, the stand is actually in the last couple of minutes. The boys are filled up, black and white, taking ownership of their space to cheer on their first team. As Gray puts St John's under a tremendous amount of pressure here. Get it wide. It's the first carry for left winger Reese Watson. St John's under all sorts of pressure there. Zwane tidies up at the base of that ruck. Nice nifty little shift of the ball there. Oh, that pod of St John's, they changed, look to the short side, come back to the open side. Oh, lucky not to have rotated the man in the air there was Matanisi.
What's that called? Manhandled?
Oh, I'd say manhandled is a fair reflection of that. St John's Luke Francis pops it back inside. Theophanous Davies finds Kieran, sorry. And it's popped free. It's 2 knocks first by St John's, who are a bit lateral there, Robbie.
Yeah. As I said, the backs are drifting, and then there's got to be one of the centres or even the wingers coming in and either coming in back in on the angle, or at least coming straight on, because everyone's drifting. You look at the replay here. That's a big hit. Got to be very careful there.
Yeah, Joel's a bit lucky not to. And then unfortunately the pass going astray, and Titus unable to tidy up. So Caden Titus has had quite a good season so far as a cricketer.
You could see Joel Lotelela. He tried to straighten up there, but just I think he lifted his head as the ball was coming. Knock on.
Now surveying the traffic in front of him, I think before he got possession. Oh, great. Scrum sort of between the 22 and the 10-metre line. They stack the open side. Solitary man on the blind. As Vice Captain Jake Barnard rallies his troops there from 8th man. He's a heart and soul sort of rugby player. Jake picks up as they go down the short side. Main has a bit of space. Probes are well covered by St John's. As Zwane has a crack. Does well despite the attention of 2 defenders. St John's enjoying a little transfer of the ball there from the forwards. Through the hands. It goes. Oh, caught in the backfield. As Davies shifts direction again. Theophanous. Davies again, and he snipes. Almost through the half gap. Frujon tidies up. Davies back on his feet. Finds Francis. St John's continue to probe this down towards the touchline. Wasn't a great pass. And turnover ball. Counter ruck successful for Gray. It's Adisi Pamla. Byron Ford goes the same, but all on his own. Slow ball for Gray. Decision time. They find a bit of space, and there's space on the outside. Titus finds Borwe. Borwe chips. Oh, the ball's bounced free. And knocked on there.
That was a nice passage of play there by Gray. It's good to see the ball in hand and guys standing at depth. They're running on at pace.
Looks like St John's full money had overfolded, and very few men back on the short side when Gray changed direction. They were at 6s and 7s. Unfortunately, couldn't finish off there. That's how they'll be fill the scoreline at the moment. 17 minutes in, Gray 5-0. They probably want another score to reflect their dominance at the moment in terms of territory. Have quite enjoyed St John's just that little bit of a transfer with the pod playing the inside man every time have allowed them to cross the advantage line when they've had the ball. As Davies feeds. And St John's under huge pressure here. And Francis puts Boots the ball. It's bouncing on the field. Bowie doesn't seem to want it. Now Titus has it. And he's having a go. Beats 2. It's a good carry, brave carry from the young fullback. Ball has been slowed down. Mainers puts a little grubber behind, and it's gone straight into touch.
That was a good step from the number 15, Caden Titus. Stepped off the right foot there. Got that extra 3-4 meters over the gain line.
That's one to watch. Came in at short notice at the Saints Fest after one of the guys took ill and has kept his place ever since. Scored a blinder of a try against Bishops.
It's nice to see the father there with his 2 boys.
And St John's missed their throw. Ingram can't hold on. So if we can't plan to continue here. No advantage forthcoming to St John's. It's Francis with a slightly better kick. Oh, and it's gone off the hand of Borwe. So that'll be St John's feed at the scrum. Sorry, at the line out. Apologies. No, Arrow changed his mind.
Well, we're almost 20 minutes in. We haven't really seen much running of the ball. Great P the last kind of move was really good by Great P. It will be nice to see some running rugby now.
Quite testy so far. I think Grey have had 3 chances now in their half where they've kicked the ball away. Probably when they've kept it and gone through the phases, they've scored their try. And so in the meantime, under a bit of pressure, Jake Barnard secures possession as Grey get them all going here.
It's a good player, Jake Barnard.
If we can't just marshalling this St John's guys, reminding where they can join. There's advantage now. I think offsides as defenders. Mainers finds forward, gets it wide, and Martinisi in a half gap. You want to link with Titus. Titus, and Nkompela will have his second.
There it is. There it is. The depth coming on at pace, backing their outside players as well. Finna, that was a great try by, and well worked as well. Set piece, well won, and Nkompela.
Beautiful work there. Lavuya gets his second of the game so far. As Grey rewarded there for keeping ball in hand, as we said a moment or two ago.
Here's the replay.
So
it's a nice long pass. Straight up there. Ball changed, and with one hand, long pass through to the outside. And some nice play there. And that's what we wanted to see. That's what we were calling on. So it wasn't a curse this time. We got it right.
The conversion was added, so we got a 12-0.
This wonderful 150th Jubilee ball is called Rugby.
Pretty sure that kick was over. So we're seeing it forward, took the ball to first receiver, the inside centre, found his fly half, and then a bit of skill from Martinisi under pressure, getting the ball away with one hand. And then Titus, the drawn pass. And
well, he moved the ball from the left hand to the right hand, and then with one hand pushed the ball on, and that's skill when you're running at full pace.
Martinisi will gather this, and I think he'll look for the straight exit. Bangs the old school torpedo. You don't see too many of those nowadays. We'll be happy to get out of their 22 from that restart. Nkompela and Mananisi's under 14s won 70-0 in this field against Selborne.
Wow.
So tells me he likes playing here, obviously, after a result like that. And then tragically we haven't been here since.
Must be nice for the Gqeberha boys to come down to East London.
So you're saying it's my first trip here.
Have you been to Frieslands yet?
Many, many times. Not today yet. My toddler's had enough sugar today.
Yeah.
Tom Davies. Francis. Oh, that ball's gone. I thought bounced back off the back of Sibanda. Been allowed to continue. Davies. Well defended, the double hit there from the boys in blue. St John's going backwards. That's another pass that's gone. Oh, comedy of errors now. Knocked on there by Kieran Durant. Turnover ball. And again, the attempted kick goes awry.
And it's turnover.
I think Coach Van Heerden must be pulling his hair out after some of these harebrained kicks. Now Bowie, a bit of pressure. 2 men herring up on him here. Dances a bit in the positive carry. And Mananisi in a bit of space. Inside ball, he finds Bowie. For all money, that turnover, no, not allowed. Zwane desperately trying to get the ball. Ingram Barnard goes back towards the short side, the pick and go. Mainers, Ingram. Captain leading by example. Maranisi, and again the cross kick. He's found a Compella on sides this time.
Here we go. Here we
go. Compella inside Garrett. And Gray will get their third try as Kenneth Garrett scampers under the poles. And all of a sudden, 17 minutes in, it was 5-0. St John's staring down the barrel, 17-0 with just on 6 minutes to go in the half.
Oh, fantastic try there by Gray. We've been calling for running rugby, and we're questioning just right now. Maybe Dylan Minutes kicking the ball away. Let's have a look here. Good long pass. Matanisi, just the vision. He did that at the Grey Festival and was outstanding there, and just finds his winger. Big step off the left. Fend moved the ball from the left and pushed it into the hands of the galloping number 13, Kenneth Garrett.
When he adds the extras, it's funny, it looked like Compella actually handed his teammate off there initially.
Double handoff.
Looks like Gray will be making some changes here.
I think a very positive Matanise. When he's moving forward, Gray seems to be getting the yards. I think it's important as well that for the number 9, Dylan Mainers, that he opens up a bit, keeps the ball in hand. We've seen now ball in hand, 2 tries.
Yeah, it's, I think a scoreline, a fair reflection of the last 10 minutes or so. Things were quite testy for the first quarter of the game, and Gray all of a sudden full value for a 19-point lead. St John's won't want to concede again this half. As the men from P have their tails up now. And that's a fairly wild kickoff. Well gathered by Devon Lumprat. He's come on at scrum half. And he finds a nice touch there. Good kick from the replacement pivot.
Oh, under pressure in the wind.
There's that cross kick again.
Yeah. So well read. Big step off the left. Fend. Great skill to one-hand offload.
Ref has a second look, decides that the throw was skew. Tough in these windy conditions. Boys from Joburg won't be used to that. I see Damien Baker has come on at prop as well. Tristan van Aert, good to see him returning after an ankle injury against Paul Roos. Interesting how coaches choose to or not use the rolling substitutes that are allowed in festivals. Taking advantage of the energy at this point in time with the lead to use some fresh legs.
Just join us. It's the 150th Jubilee Rugby Festival, brought to you by F&B here at Selborne College in East London, Eastern Cape. It's mouth-watering stuff, and stay tuned. We've got Selborne College coming up next. The hosts.
Selborne and SACS. That should be a good one to watch, folks.
SACS from Cape Town.
Looking to spoil the host party today. Lombrecht finds Josh Bands. He's a third-generation first-team player, Robbie. And the positive carry, Adi Sipamna over that vantage line. And St John's have to stem this flow. Oh, the pass has gone awry there. Not unable to hold on. So the momentum's totally with them in azure blue at the moment. And St John's want to try and end this half off in a positive fashion. They want to try to keep the ball for a couple of moments and maybe create a try scoring opportunity. Dan du Toit's shot has also come onto the field.
That's Damien Bacon in the front row.
Davies will feed another big shove from Gray. Francis has a look to exploit the space on the outside. And there goes Zwane. Shumantu cleans up behind him. Fast, quick ball for St John's. It's to go up the middle of the field. Davies, change direction, the chip kick. Van Aert gathers it, but no advantage. I think offsides by Gray. Kent gets the communication from the AR on the side of the field. And St John's setting to tap and go.
Well, we haven't seen one of those for a long time at senior school level.
Haven't seen one of those since the 90s, but it worked.
And
Out
the
the back.
10s, yeah.
St John's change direction again. Slightly wild pass, well tidied up by Durant. Francis drops into the pocket, manages to find Sibanda. Ball offload by Vincent Miles. Make the tackle. Davies looking left and right. Oh, and it's been touched by Formby. Francis comes back towards the heat to tidy up, takes the pressure off his back line. Davies. And wide again. Zwane can't reach it. And the ball is popped free here. So John's been disappointed with that. Lamprecht finds Josh Durham. That's a massive carry from the under 17. And there, through the hands it goes. Borwe, oh, the chip again goes into touch. And so we'll have time for a line out here.
Coming up at halftime, going to be chatting to Mark Andrews, the legend of Selborne College, and as you said, what would be in one of your top all-time Springbok sides.
Yeah, one of my favourites, folks. I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say. As St John's will feed the last set piece of the half. 3 tries to nothing at the moment. Oh, the timing is wrong, is bad. Great, turn it over. Jake Barnard goes up the middle. Good attacking platform. And Lamprecht takes the short side. Big carry from Damien Baker. Even Ingram under a bit of pressure. Lamprecht, Dadula, and Garrett. Oh, unable to hold on to that. Advantage here for St John's. Can they make something out of nothing here? Great carry so far. There goes Joel. Oh, he's robbed in contact. Damien Baker, the replacement tight head, turns the ball over. And Gray's turn to attack now. Manise, downfield it goes. Zwane spills it backwards. There's a bit of pressure here. And sanity prevails. So Johns will find touch. As referee Kent says that's half time. 19-0 Grey, 3 tries. 2 to Lavuyo and Kopela, the left wing, and 1 to the outside centre, Kenneth Garrett. As we go into a quick commercial break, folks. Don't go anywhere. Lots still to come from Selborne College.
He may be wearing a mask, but there's a huge smile under that for Warren Gatland. This is very, very important and very significant.
I'm not upset with anybody, I'm upset with myself. Because I maybe believed too much in you. And maybe you believed too much in me.
And what a game of cricket we've got. A new captain, what is he going to do? Are you ready to go? Oh, what a night! Wonderful test match cricket. The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match. Perfect. Got the heart of a
Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on SuperSport. On DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see ukuthi abobani amabhoza Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Abobani abaphethe isitayela and can go all the way. Isikhathi sokuclaim isilverware phela manje.
And they're just here to fire one in.
Okakesara kuyele kuKesari. Siqede lesiqalile, asimele lesisusile. Hey, hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Ngoba wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Thola iDStv Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Gumnandi ekhaya.
Welcome back, folks, to the Selborne 150th Festival. Penultimate game of the day is at Grey High School against St John's, and you have your tries in the first half if you've missed them. A good carry from Jubilee. Mananisi finds the Compela, oodles of space on the outside, and he's enough speed and wherewithal to score. A while later, lovely work here from Mikhail Mananisi. Finds Caden Titus, and again it's Compela sprinting away that left corner as he went in under the poles. Grey taking the lead to 12-0. And then Kenneth Garrett, the outside centre, got into the act as well after this brilliant cross kick from Mikhail Mananisi to Levuan Compela, who's been very prominent today. Hands off his teammates and then finds him with the offload. Sparing tackle from Shimanta's not enough. As Kenneth Garrett sprints in under the poles. As Grey full value for their lead by 17 points to 0. And now we'll take you to one of the legends of SA Rugby in Selborne College, Mark Andrews, being interviewed by Robbie Durant.
Very privileged right now. Welcome back to be with Mark Andrews, the legend of Selborne College, as well as went on to play many games for the Sharks and also for the Springboks. Mark, it must be good to be back at your hunting ground.
Yeah, very much. Thank you very much. I actually haven't been back on the school to watch a rugby game here for about 20 years. Wow. Just circumstances and family and commitments in Durban. So very cool to be back. Very nice. The grounds don't seem to be as big as they were when I was at school, but it's very nice to be here.
You were part and parcel of Selborne College, the traditions, 150 years. I mean, that's incredible. Some incredible players and people have gone through Selborne College as yourself. I mean, how important is it to continue this tradition?
It's very important. I mean, people often ask me what my greatest moment in my rugby career is. And most times they expect me to talk about the 95 World Cup, which was. I mean, it was a defining moment in my life. But one of the memories that I hold most dear is when Selborne College beat Dale College 40 points to 4 on their reunion. So as a Selbornian, I carry a lot of my rugby history, well, as a rugby player from my school days at Selborne. So it's Selborne College and these grounds had lots to do with my ultimately playing for the Sharks and playing for the Springboks. So very grateful that I was able to come to a school like this. And there's so many schools like this in the Eastern Cape, and I'm just very nice to be back here and very grateful that I had the opportunity.
Mark Andrews, good to see you again. Travel safely back home. Great to have you here at the Selborne 150th. Back to you in the studio.
Hey, welcome back, folks. From the restart, St John's, we went through a couple of phases. Davies. St John's continuing for a bit of punch up the middle here. Francis. And charge down. St John's putting themselves under a bit of pressure here, playing deep in their half. Davies with a nice West, Nandin Dadula under it. He's found a bit of space. Links with Maranisi. Unfortunately, kick ahead. Knocked on by St John's, and Gray will scrum inside their 22. Just joined us. It's wonderful coverage from Supersport Schools. It's a lovely autumn day in East London. A bit breezy, nice and warm, and we've had a feast of rugby today so far, building up to the main match of the day, Selborne College against SACS, the hosts, celebrating their 150th birthday this year. They really put on a good show so far. Devon Lumpbracht under a bit of pressure, the 9, caught in possession, ball popping out. Gray managed to control it. Sipamla attacks the short side. Slow ball now, Blake Goss will pick and go. Great chance of direction with the pick and go there. Dan Dutoy. Duham. Sipamla. Apologies. That is Imani Pemba. David Goodals. Caden Titus, the fullback, has gone in to assist his forwards. Lumpbracht, slow ball. Maranisi. Bands. Dadula. Lumpbracht will find possession here. Maranisi. And there's plenty of space. Baker. Oh, that ball needed to go through the hands. Good tackle by Kieran Durant. Dadula steps another, and another, and another. Pops the pass over, Pemba can't hold it at the first grab. Manages to recover, and Dadula deputizing a scrum off. Maranisi, Titus, off the outside foot, comes back inside. Gray been dangerous so far when they've kept the ball. Lumpbracht. Goss, that was quite high, the hit. Referee's happy with it. Lumpbracht. Sipamla. Good tackle there by Sibanda. As they come back to the short side, and Dadula again feeds Titus. Great creep ever closer to the St John's line. They need a positive tackle, do the boys from Harton. Pemba. Quick ball this time. Duham close to the line. Well tackled there by St. Looks like Corsi Sibanda again. On. Intercepted.
Here we go.
It's a foot race. And that is wonderful work. Katlego Twane, under the poles he goes. And just like that, St John's has something to cheer about, Robbie.
Yeah, well read by Katlego Twane. And once he got that ball, it was gone. The guys couldn't catch him. You could see in the background, he was off. He's got some wheels. Young Ndande Ndundula, if you see the replay here, maybe just a bit high was Durham. And you can see long pass.
It's Caden Titus can't hold that, and I think Zwane could believe his luck, but off to the races. Big turnaround, Gray with this long phase of possession deep in St John's half, and they'll be really, really happy with that outcome. And all of a sudden, St John's something to cheer about, and back in the game. Simple conversion this will be. Take it to 2 scores.
Well, it does a lot for the confidence just to get some points on the board early. It is the second half here at Selborne College.
Make sure of that does Luke Francis.
The 150th Jubilee Festival, and they're talking about maybe making this as an annual event, which I think would be fantastic, Finna. It's good to have you boys back down here from Port Elizabeth. We've got schools from Cape Town, SACS, RONDEBOSCH. We've got obviously St John's here from Johannesburg. It's good to just have this type of rugby. It'd be nice to see a little bit more local schools maybe next year as well.
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that. I mean, that's where it goes. We've got some wonderful other schools in Standout. I think the likes of Hudson Park, who are having quite a good season this year as well. In the meantime, that's a great kick-off from Maranisi, and Grave turned it over. Advantage to them. Lumpbracht. That's Toy driven back in the tackle. With a spring in the stick. here from St John's. Their body language is much more positive now after that score. But outgrown the attack. Josh Bands. Josh Bands need a link on the outside. Caden Titus. Go back where they were a few moments ago. Borwe at first receiver. I think that's part of the plan today. And they recycle possession. Goss, well tackled there by Matt Fridjon. Lamprecht, Mananisi, looks for width, Bands again. Lamprecht, Mananisi. Goes on his own this time, quickly recycled. Great inch ever closer to the line. Sipamla hit down. We can go again. But Dan Detroy. St John's at 6s and 7s here. Jake Bonner digs. As the pick and go seems to be the order of the day here. Held up over the line. And they'll be disappointed not to have capitalised on this territory, on this possession and territory, Robbie.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 10, Mitle Martinez, taking it up there. He has a long pass. See the replay. Excellent angle there by number 12 from Grey, Byron Ford.
That's Josh Bands. It's
Josh Bands, my apologies. Josh Bands. Well, he has a perfect attacking position here, Finna.
Doesn't get any better than this. Middle scrum, right under the poles. Options left and right. They go to the left. Oh, it's a dreadful pass. But it's bounce free now. Ref Kent says that's been knocked on. As the wind is starting to pick up a bit of speed here. And the cheers in the background, the Selbornians are leaving the change room for their warm-up, walking out in front of their crowd. In the meantime, St John's be very pleased. Defensive effort the last 8 minutes. They've managed to keep Gray out. Unfortunately, that pass just not high enough. Mananisi would be very disappointed that he couldn't get hold of it. Kent says, lads, let's get square. Listen to the cadence. Can become a bit annoying at home. Constant scrum resets, but it has to be safe.
Well, safety is the key elements here at a festival like this. I've seen medical staff being very careful when people are injured, especially head injuries.
Davies finds Francis, who finds a solid touch. He'll be happy with that exit just outside the 22.
There's quite a lot of pressure as well, Finna, with the wind against you.
Yeah, he's done very well there. You'll find most of the Joburg boys can kick because they play soccer. Pemba, he will make sure of this throw, the reserve hooker. Taking a fair amount of time here. The boys in blue bail out at the front. Looks like it's a advantage to Grey, knocked on by the contest of St John's. They've disrupted the maul though. It's a fresh advantage. David Goodholz goes up the side of that ruck. And Brack says to Pemba, do you want it? Picks and goes. Dan Detroy. Black Goss. Also change of tactic here for the men from PE. Keeping it very, very close here with the wind at their backs. Lambrecht to the open side, Martinisi. Oh, juggles it under pressure. Does well to hold on to the ball. And that ball's out. And Dudula. Through the hands, Pemba. Baker offloads this time. Pops out of Goss's hands. Juggles and he's knocked on the ground. Fairly messy stuff there. I wonder if we're going to see Grey return their starters. Yeah, as I say that, looks like they'll bring their starting lineup back onto the field, yeah. But a fairly forgettable passage of play the last couple of moments, Robbie.
Yeah, you know, you find that with festival rugby, with chopping and changing like that, the guys lose momentum a bit. the cohesion kind of goes out the window. You know, you do train with your different guys coming on, but you know, when it comes to contact, it's a different story.
So St. John's have been good value. They've put grounded a lot of pressure at the breakdown, defended well. Bazula picks up, comes off the touchline, shrugs off the attention there of Reece Watson. And Caden Titus looking for work. He's the fullback, sneaks up the short side here, close to the touchline. And now Tristan van Aert, wasn't very clever down, steps in a touch. As St. John's will feed the line out, still 19-7 as we wind down the third quarter of this game. St. John's set piece is not fired today. They've been under big pressure at the scrum. They want to make this line out count. It's Matt for John. To go to the front, had a lot of pressure. It's a tidy ball, but they've won it. Tom Davies under a lot of pressure. The scrummy, he manages to keep himself inside the field of play. A nice little service there from Matthew McMaster, the 8th man of St. John's. No scrum off. Deputising there is Reece Watson. And knocked on. Damien Baker. Down to Toy. And now Gray looking for a bit of width. Oh, Mandanisi can't handle that one either, but he's got won it back for his team. Going backwards at the moment. Kenneth Garrett under a bit of pressure. St. John's is happy not to contest the ruck. They want to set their defenders. Imani Pemba. Dadula. Goss. He throws it wide. Bowe. Bowe beats one. Beats two. Grace secured possession again. And Lampert had a lot of pressure. Gets it away. Down to Toy. Slow ball. Lampert gets around the corner. Pemba. Oh, and it's knocked on again on the outside by Kenneth Garrett. Has been a tale of the last 50 minutes for Gray. Lots of possession, unable to make it count though. As St. John surprisingly go close here, not looking for a knocked on by them. So advantage over. And Gray will have the feed as they flood the field with their starters, Robbie.
Yeah, I think hopefully they can come back on and just settle things a bit. It's I agree kind of with Festival Rugby with these big changes, but it also settles the game. It's kind of creates a bit of a stop-start scenario, and then you just get going, and then you've got to make those changes. But hey, it's at least we've got rugby back, Finna. So that's the main thing. We've got the game back, and that's the most important.
As I said earlier, my first visit to Selborne in 4 years. It's been a long time since we've had the pleasure of being here at Selborne College.
Well, you heard Mark Andrews hadn't been back in 20 years. Yep. So it must have been very special. You could see actually had that little pride and sparkle in his eye, you know. But he's a big man, eh?
I'm being a very young, actually being a primary school boy and watching his first side destroy my alma mater when he was in matric. It's quite frightening to watch a man run on the field.
You were saying to me his proudest moment wasn't Springboks. It was when Selborne beat Dell 44 points to 0, I think it was.
Meantime, bringing the win on the short side there is Mananisi, and it's go forward again for Gray. They want to make this count. Mainers back on the field. He finds Madabili, and that's a great carry from the loose head prop. Oh, he's lost it forward in the contact. As the first 50 minutes of the second half, they've slipped away. The score is still 19 points to 7. Most of the game has been played down deep in St. John's half. They've been courageous, have the men from Houghton so far. Weathered blue wave after blue wave. They've had an interception to show for their efforts this half so far. Got a love for John scrum cap there.
Grandstand starting to fill up nicely at Selborne. Celebrating their Jubilee, 150 years, brought to you by FNB. Nice big scrum there by Great B.
And penalty. St. John's pulling their heads out as Mainus taps and goes. They're not tense, so that'll be advantage to Gray. Again, the pick and go. Barnard with the first attempt. One of the forwards, Mananisi. Handoff, and Garrett gets his second try of the game. Gray finally making the territory and possession making good of it, taking advantage of it, Robbie.
Yeah, Martinisi dictates, and when he's got that go-forward ball, Grey High School's moving forward. A nice offload there to Garrett.
Bit of belligerence in that offload. You can see he's been getting a bit irritated.
Check the replay, yeah. Some good work there by the was it Damien Baker, I think it was. And then a little fend. Bam! He's got a lot of power, and he knew he had 2 men on the outside. And Bob's your uncle.
Kenny G gets his second of the game.
Kenny G. Love that.
Doesn't play soft jazz, this man, though. 24-7 the conversion to come. So we want to add the extras. And he's pleased with that. Turns 26-7. So Johns will want to have a riposte here.
Nice thing I like about Martinisi is his skill. He's got the vision to cross kicks. He's got the power. I mean, look at the boy. The man.
Talented lad. And again, we come back to COVID so often, and unfortunately it was we were robbed of 2 years of some of these boys playing age group rugby. So the kickoff is quite deep. And Mayners, oh, it skews off the side of his boot. He finds touch. Not much of a territorial gain though.
He was going to line up the torpedo there. You could see the way he's placing the ball, dropping it onto his foot, and then just banged it too hard. If you're out and about East London, and come and watch. If not, we bring it to you live on Super Sport Schools.
So let's go to the middle. Off the top, the reserve scrum off there. There's Whitaker. Whitaker again. Out the back from Theophanis. Shlongwane carries Whitaker again. Tips it on. Slow ball here. So Johnson will have possession. Looks like Davies has shifted to fly half. Shlongwane. Whitaker. Pops out the back. Theophanis spares the blushes. Whitaker again. And a very desperate grabber through. As Titus at the second grab gets hold of the ball. The cricket fielding skill coming through there. Maynard's settling it down here. He's going to put on the foot, put a contestable up. That's a chance for St. John's counter-attack. That's Davies. Has done well. And the attempt there, the turnover attempt, Jake Bond loses his footing. So he wants to take it quickly. Theophanis grabs the ball and says, "No, we want to go for touch, please." Just relax, Scrummy. Tom Davies. Took a nice turn of pace there. Did the Scrummy, who's now shifted into the midfield. It's number 10. (26-7). St. John's will want to make their position in the field count here. A couple of good lineouts the last few. They'll want to win this ball again and set a drive. Oh, they've lost the ball at the front. Chance will go to clear their lines here. It's Byron forward. Wants a carry. He's driven back in the midfield. Ran a bit sideways there. A lot of time here. Not much pressure on Mayners and Martinisi. That's a lovely kick. He's found a bit of grass. Davies. He'll have a go. Takes on Boer. Beats him on the inside. Well met by David Goedals and Lebona Madabili. Shumane. That's not a great kick. And it's a Kopela, the try scorer, probing on the touchline. It's got forward for St John's hand, so Gray will get the scrum feed. So testy stuff the last couple of moments. I think St John's surprising they want to kick the ball away, Robbie.
Yeah, you know, when you're 26 points down, or 26-7, you want to keep that ball in hand. And it's difficult to try and get up into Grey P's half with the situation, or Grey High's half in this situation with the wind. So keep that ball in hand. But this young guy's been outstanding the last 6 weeks that I've just seen him play. Captain Ingram.
Put the mockers on him there. As the ball bounce free.
Total.
Zigarati's has come on here. Number 19, driven backwards in the contact. Advantage for St John's and Graf sides there. Whitaker. So St John's is a nice positive carry getting across the advantage line. Just found a bit of space. Davies coming into the game a bit now in the last moment or two. It's a great kick for him, but no advantage.
Yeah, he looked up there and saw the opportunity.
He's playing a bit more freedom than the first half. There's a lot of pressure at the base of that ruck most of the time and did very, very well. And he's shown us that he's got tremendous pace and intelligent boot as well. Decision time, they're going to kick back into the corner. Another chance to get them all going.
See some changes are coming again.
And Josh Bands, Adam Wilkinson and Nanda Dula will be re-entering the fray. Good work from St John's. Davies gets it through the hands. Pop there to Fridjon up the middle. And it's been knocked on. Turnover ball. Titus hacks it downfield. Now it's a foot race. Try scorer Zwane. Beats a couple here. Got his dancing shoes on today. There's a hell of a contest for the ball and Grave turned it over. Surprising to see them going short there from the turnover ball. As another man is down in the backfield. First that has run on. And this finds Jake Barnard. Fights his way to gain a yard or two. Madabili nice and close. Great carry from the loose head. And I'll come back to the short side. Madanisi. That's the way it goes. They probably should have stopped a moment or two before that.
I was just going to say that, Finn. I think it should have stopped about 3 phases before.
Joseph Bernard looked bemused. He thought he was gone. Gone to score there. Not sure how those St John's boys. Zappa. Looks like Sebanda is leaving the field. It's substituted as long with Kieran Formby. And there's that bit of step there. The battle within the battle.
Your FNB player of the match, Lavuyo Makapela, number 11 for Grey High. Had a very good game.
Oh.
Great stepping. Scored a good try.
2 tries for Lavuyo and the involvement in the third as well, catching that cross kick, the wherewithal to get it back inside to Garrett, etc. So full value, Lavuyo, congratulations. Rich award for an outstanding performance by the left winger. As this game into the last 4.5 minutes, 26 points to 7. Mainers, Madanisi, forward, inside ball to Nkompela. Wide, Adi Sipamla. Strong carry from the 7 flanker. Mainers. Head down from Jubilee. Quick ball. As they shift it. At the back of the hand. And there, Josh Bands. Bands. Finds Tristan van Aert on the outside. Great close to the line again. Evan Ingram. Captain taking it to the heat. Byron forward. Change the direction from Mainers. Goes close into Dula. And none into Dula over. The replacement fullback gets his try. And Gray reaping the rewards of that quick ball. They'll be pleased with that. I mean, we want to add the extras here. St. John's have defended manfully, valiantly all game long, but no answer there. You see the replay. Shifts it up by the captain. Quick ball. Mananisi finds Joshua Bands. Links with Van Aert, the flanker, on the outside here. Recall is good. And the change of direction from the next phase. Into Dula. And no one to stop him. Luke Francis looks on despairingly. And in the meantime, the conversion has been added, 33 points to 7 with 3 minutes to go. Sure, St. John's will want to try and get themselves some more points on the board here. And the kickoff. See Pamela under huge pressure, knocks on there. Advantage to St. John's. I think will be forthcoming, so they'll scrum. Argy-bargy there between Zigaradis and Ivan Ingram. So feeds that scrum not really settled. Referee will reset them here. There's a bit of chat on the close side. I'm not really sure if the guys are planning to have a coke after the game or what is going on between them. Severe boy and shot there. He's got through a lot of work today on the outside. It's a bit of good feeds. Ball pops out. Positive carry from St. John's back into the heat. Boudica. Davies. Finds Francis on the outside. And the ball's been ripped free. No. Referee says you've got to let the guy place the ball. He was on the ground already. Another penalty to St. John's. They want to maintain their discipline here, not concede again. St. John's first having a couple of forays into Gray's half. Here the wall move again. Davies, close ball, finds Matthew McMaster. Hasn't many chances today, has McMaster. Davies, inside ball. Theophanous, good carry. Slow ball for St. John's. Davies chips and goes himself. He's gathered it back. Brilliant work from the scrum half. Theophanous. Well supported there by Archer. Boudica. Tries to get it away there. Does McMaster. I think he's knocked it on. Scrum feet to Grey High with a few seconds left, and that's it. All she wrote. The final whistle with a few seconds left from the referee. 33 points to 7. I think a fair reflection of what has been a well-contested game of rugby. St. John's have defended valiantly. Grey with 4 good chances to score, 5 chances to score tries, managed to get the ball over the whitewash. And I think both teams look forward to the matches on Monday. So I'll hand you over to Robbie Durant in a moment or two to make the Man of the Match award to Lavuyo and Compella from Grey High School. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you Selborne College, the hosts, against SACS from Cape Town in a moment or two. the last game of it has been a pulsating day of First City Rugby here at the Selborne 150th Jubilee Festival. Thank you for watching. And here we go to Robbie Durant with the Man of the Match Award, Levu and Kopela.
Right, so I'm here with the player of today. Well done, Levu Kopela. Tell us a little bit about the game.
It was an awesome game. The boys showed up, stuck to game plan, and everything went well for us. And all our shots, basically from our forwards to game plan, and it was just a perfect performance from the boys.
A good performance from you, 2 tries, good step off, fend here, some play.
Yeah, it was great talking to my team because it's always open on the outside, so I just sings it to me. It wasn't just me, it was them too, so strange.
Well, you, the FNB Man of the Match, congratulations. And, well done, thank you. Right, back up to you in the studio. Thank you.
De Bruyne, deflection, goal! Kevin De Bruyne penetrates! What a performance that was from the Maglia Rosa. This is the championship they were looking for, PGR. And the champions strike first! Mayhem!
Softly for a tap-in birdie. Fantastic.
Back in May, Ghana back on top.
He may be wearing a mask, but there's a huge smile under that for Warren Gatland. This is very, very important and very significant.
I'm not upset with anybody, I'm upset with myself. Because I maybe believed too much in you. And maybe you believed too much in me.
And what a game of cricket we've got. A new captain, what is he going to do? Are you ready to go? Oh, what a night! Wonderful test match cricket.
The team here rise in applause. Gets the first test match. Perfect. Got the heart of a
hero. Light up the game. Light up your passion. The 2022 cricket season. Light it up on SuperSport, on DSTV, live and on demand anywhere you like.
Uyabona manje, isikhathi samapopayi. Hey, siyaphela. It's time to see Ubutababana Maposa Grand Sharp.
It's a win at all costs for both of these two sides.
Ababana Bapetis Diela and can go all the way. It's Katso Kami Silverway Pelamante.
And the chance here to fire one in.
Oka Kesara Guera Kesari. Sikete Lesi Kalile. Asimele Lesi Susine. Hey, and separate the best from the rest.
It's a shoot.
Baba Wong Kumuntuya Suguti. Legends are made in May. Don't miss the dramatic end of the football season on dedicated SuperSport channels at home or on the go. Try DSTV Compact to catch all the action for 429 rands per month. Gumnandekaya.
So a German settler named Heinrich Müller in 1872 decided to start a school. 115 years later, we have Selborne College, and we are here at the 150th Selborne College Rugby Festival. What an honor and a privilege as an old boy to be part of this. I greet all the old boys out around the world, and we really are excited for the last game of day one, Selborne College versus SACS. With me in commentary box is Lyle Hansen.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chona. It's been absolutely a privilege to be here today. We did a game early on, but must admit a lot more people have strolled in here to support the local side down here in East London. There's a bit of a breeze, there's a bit of a chill factor where we're sitting, but most definitely it's been an absolutely entertaining day, full of running rugby. You can see the crowd there just packed out on the stadium. The boys have come out in full force here over the long weekend. Want to support their school. So John, it's been an absolutely fantastic day. Thanks for having me here. There's the Selborne side.
And off the bat, look out for the 125 kg Aidan Gentle, along with the hard-working number 5 Greg Fletcher, and Tion Jacobs. He was the player of the tournament for the Kersney Fest. Amazing man to watch out for.
Yeah, in the back, so you can watch out for players like Ryan McMahon. He's a scrum off. Number 10, obviously Van Wyk, very sort of a good general, just quite sort of, he doesn't really do much, but he does his job properly. One to also watch out is number 12, which is Schultz, very good runner, very strong ball carrier. And I see they have moved their fullback Schweigel to centre.
And we are playing the oldest school in South Africa, started in 1829. Captain is Osman Bosch. He's a man to look out for. Number 5 is the hard-hitting Latterkhan, Alex Latterkhan. He's really going to be a danger up front. And in the backs, they're straight from RONDEBOSCH, a new recruit, Conrad. He's really one to watch. And off the bench, Nishek Koopman is really a hard runner. And there's a live wire in Aka Matuule. He's really one to watch. He loves the chip and chase. He's going to be exciting.
Jonah, just to go back from just a few games from the past, in the last few games, Selborne have been away at the Kersney Easter Festival, and where they had some good results there, beating Noordkaap 45-17. Had a very narrow defeat to Glenwood in very, very wet conditions, losing 15-14, but had a great, strong recovery on the following day against Westville on their last day, winning 20-17. SACS, on the other hand, we'll get you those results now, Jonah.
Yeah, we've also had good wins against Queens and Framesby, and as the cheerleader brings on, well, I think he's actually been carried on here, Lau.
Yeah, he has been carried on there. This is all a part of the show, folks, and these boys love to get into the vibe here in a festival like this. It's one and only festival we've had here in East London for a very long time, and the boys are really taking full advantage of this.
And if you're an old boy and you're watching, welcome. You will know what it means to wear that white blazer, as the cheerleader looks to be resurrected from the dead. And on our right, as we're looking on the screen, the first man is the head boy, Brad de Kock, and yes, he's alive and he awakes. The crowd loves this. A little bit of drama and theatrics here, and all part of the festivities. We want to thank F&B, our sponsors, making this festival possible, and Super Sport Schools, bringing us schoolboy rugby from around the world.
Folks, these boys have been waiting a long time to get their voices heard across this park. They are standing with the wind blowing from behind of them, so you'll hear this all the way down to Vincent.
So both headmasters of the school, both from Selborne and SACS, have Eastern Cape roots. Andrew Dewar from Selborne is an old boy, and we have Brendan Grant, headmaster of SACS. He's also has his roots in Eastern Cape. Graham, and as the boys get ready here to get on, and Queens. So we also have a lot of old boys that have come through, that have represented at higher levels. Springboks. We have for SACS, we have Percy Montgomery, Chris Smith, Paul Delport, Carl Brown, And from Selborne we have Mark and Keith Andrews, Andre Vos, the Springbok captain, you'll remember, Lau, and Brent Russell, and some international players too that have really represented and done the school honour.
We were fortunate enough that Mark Andrews is actually here today, supporting the 150-year Jubilee Festival. We've seen him walking around with his wife and his baby as well.
We also had Lindsay Vaya in attendance. He's the Springbok analyst, and really good to hear him in a Q&A last night, sharing how he has come from the ranks of Selborne to represent at the highest level.
Scrum folks, SACS have had a good start to the year. They're winning 3 out of their 6 games, and unfortunately had 2 losses in the last 2 games. Going down 46-24 to RONDEBOSCH and losing 39-22 to Boland Landbo. Had good wins against Queens, 15-14, and obviously they come here down to show us how the Western Cape want to dominate us down here in the Eastern Cape.
So SACS, as you can see on the right of your screen, making their way to the change room, and we should be kicking away Lau very soon. What can we expect from what you've seen from both sides?
Yeah, I think both sides are going to try and show that dominance. I know the Selborne pack of forwards are quite big and want to try and make sure that they are sort of going to maybe just use that dominance in their mauls and the way they're going to play with the likes of I think it's Aidan Gentle, that big prop forward. And we know SACS, anything from the Eastern Cape, they're going to look to try and spread the ball, keep it moving as best as they can. Rest for the day is Wesley Moss, known as Pelican, and he'll be up and ready for I think an entertaining game of rugby, we hope, from your side.
So the last time these two met, SACS vs Selborne, was in 2016 at the Kersney Fest. It went down to the wire, 10-all draw, and the try scorer on that day was Leon Lyons. He's currently the Stormers representative. He's a loose head prop there, and he's joined currently in that Western Province side by Thomas Bursey, and Thomas Bursey was the man who scored the winning try in 2017 against Grey Bloem.
Yeah, I've been watching Tom Bursey. They're also playing for Marties in the Varsity Cup, and it's good to see some of our young boys from the Eastern Cape getting down into the college or into the varsities, and then also making their way down onto the national side, or I should say the provincial sides, like the Stormers in the province. I think 2 guys are playing for Marties that came from Selborne that year, and that's Bursey and Tom Lasher.
So here comes SACS, and they're going to get ready. Looks like they are lining up from left as Ali Osman Bosch, the captain, gets his boys G'd up, and they're ready.
Here's the rule for the boys in black and white. You can see they're moving away from their traditional black and white stripes just to avoid the clashes of jerseys. So this is the first for me in East London, not really seeing the boys in black and white striped zebra shirts. But we know that they'll be playing from right to left with a bit of a breeze blowing behind their backs.
So with the oldest side in South Africa, it is also the custom for the home team to always be able to change their stripes on the festival. But I think SACS deserve their stripes. It is true that Western Province have the blue and the white stripes that have dawned from SACS. It's just an amazing school with a rich tradition. UCT grew from SACS, Lal, and so we are honoured and privileged to have 2 really rich traditional schools clashing in this fantastic festival.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Major, he's a worker here at the school. He's been on staff for many years, and it's a tradition for Major to run onto the field, and it's been quite some time since we've had a really big derby like this, and amazing for Selborne to be able to host a festival.
So we've got Wesley Moss now just making sure that everybody's set and ready to go. And Jono, we are sitting on the edge of our seats. We are waiting for a pulsating game here from these 2 sides.
Well, folks, hold on as the ball goes up. Carl van Wyk with a great start. The forwards weren't able to collect it, unfortunately, but really well-weighted kick there. There is a bit of a breeze here as SACS takes it up through number 5, Alex Lottegon. Look for him to take up the ball. As their loose forward, Valandi, number 8, takes it forward and up onto the 10. Ref Wes Moss not playing any advantage, and so Selborne lucky to get the scrum there, Lau.
Yeah, the ball just held up in the breeze there from the kickoff, and I think I think Ryan Marino just got caught on the wrong side of the ball, just knocked it on. Maybe the referee just felt that they had opportunity to get rid of the ball and called it advantage over. So scrum down now to Selborne, and let's see how they're going to attack with the first scrum option.
Ryan McMahon looking to feed, but both sides still feeling each other out here, and look for number 3, Selborne College, Aidan Gentle. He's a beast of a player, 125 kgs now, and we should see some big set piece battles happening here.
So we'll look to set up on the right hand side.
McMahon with a feed. Aaron van Dijk steadying it at the back. Carl van Wyk playing wide. This is Sumana Omani, and we unfortunately have another break in play as we're just not going to hand. Maybe just a little bit of nerves here. This is a big moment for Selborne College.
Yeah, I just thought that Van Wyk just held his pass on there a bit. He should have just maybe given it a little bit earlier. And unfortunately, the wing, the right-hand side wing, just overran in his pass from Samana. Settling down, it's just still 2 minutes gone, and I'm sure they will find their feet as this game goes on.
So play hasn't left the 10-meter yet, as Chase Puerta, he's a new recruit from Durban, puts the ball in, and they mock drive and play off the back. Number 13 is a big guy, 103 kgs, Ryan Hendricks. He is going to be a man to watch, as number 3 takes it up, Rano Lutz. And great stealing there. Aaron van Dijk, very good work. Number 8, quick on the ball, first arrival, and that is a good gain for Selborne College.
Oh, that's great work there defensively, getting the ball down, and the first player arriving there was Van Dijk, hands on the ball, and was assisted there by one of the other players, and like you were saying, we could actually hear him shouting to the ref, holding on, and great work there from Selborne off the ball on the ground to steal over and get a penalty.
The captain, Carl van Wyk, making sure of his kick, as Logan Mauer looks to launch an attack here. They're opting for a back pod and a little bit of a walking movement, but overthrow, and Matthew Noel ready to take that forward, and this is a good gain, but a great steal from Selborne College. Can they launch attack from here? They do. This is Tian Jacobs. He's going to get over the gain line every time. Ryan Marimo taking it forward and building momentum here. Ball is available. And Fletcher taking it forward onto the 10. McMahon, Van Wyk to that man, Tian Jacobs, good offload. Aidan Gentle taking it forward. He takes 2 or 3 to stop him. And unfortunately, not enough at the breakdown there, Lal.
Yeah, good work there from SACS. So just holding their line there. The ball maybe should have gone a little bit quicker to the outside. Selborne had men open on the outside on the right. Andre Gentle just unfortunately just losing his balance and going down, and quick hands on the ball there from SACS, and getting them receiving a penalty there. So good work there. Game still being played on that 10 meter, and now looks like SACS will look to find their touch and find their first territory of the game in Selborne's half.
Yeah, a little bit of a midfield battle here at the moment. Both sides not giving an inch, and really it comes down to the ruck, as we see some good go forward ball here. Nice offload at contact. Aidan Gentle, good hands, but not enough there at the breakdown, and SACS are going to eat that up all day long.
Yeah, Alex Ladekhan and Dylan Anderson all over the ball there. Great work from those 2 guys.
Definitely 2 hard working locks. Very impressed in what I've seen so far with Alex Ladekhan. He is a big unit. I think he's 113 kgs. And the ball's going forward here through Conrad, the number 10. This is good for SACS, Conrad. And number 13 is Hendricks. He's going to make some meters. Number 12, Ntanini, he's known as Mr. And this is good work here by the forwards interplay. And SACS are wanting to get the ball out, and Noel is a bit of a loose pass there, and Selborne are quick on the ball, but SACS still in possession. Noel to Lateghan again. He's going to carry it all day long. A little bit of infringement there from Tian Jacobs. Noel takes it, scrappy pass, and Hendricks ready to pounce on the ball, and he does well. A little bit scrappy, and SACS with a great penalty here in Selborne's half for the first time.
Yeah, Jacobs just too eager there to get involved there. You can see the ball was coming out. He had thought it actually had come out and just infringed onto the number 9. Unfortunately, the ball was still in the ruck, and he played him obviously too early. And Wesley Moss got that perfectly correct. A penalty now to SACS, and they look to take a kick at poles.
Well, folks, you are here at the first ever Selborne 150th Fest, and a real honour and a privilege to be hosting a rugby festival at Selborne College in East London. A little bit windy here today, but we've had some great rugby so far.
Yeah, we must admit it. We've been spoiled today in the Eastern Cape, down in East London. Rugby is definitely back on the cards, and we really enjoyed today's festivities so far. And folks, if you are in the area, please come down and watch this game if you can. If not, just stay tuned with us, and we'll keep you up to date with what's happening.
Good strike, but not over.
Just pushing it to the left. The wind's blowing from sort of left to right across the field, so you've got to be aiming for the left hand upright from his side. And unfortunately, he just didn't have that ball to fade back into the upright. So off the hook, Selborne, as they now look to restart from the 22. And we've got Carl van Wyk with the ball. Still like an arm wrestle at the moment, Jono, between these two, looking just to find there and settle down. Great hanging kick there from Van Wyk for his back.
Liam Abadley looking to pounce on that ball, but Valandi, he's under it and does well to secure. Conrad through to Hendricks. Hendricks going to take it up, but well met there by the forwards of Selborne College, and a just reward there from good pressure.
Now that was great work there also from the Selborne number 7 Jacobs, really putting them under a lot of pressure at the breakdown there. But yet again, Selborne just making sure that they get their errors sorted out and they pick it up. Wesley Moss just having a chat to Andre Gentle, just telling him that we're here to play rugby.
Great work there by Aaron van Dijk and Greg Fletcher, teaming up together to create a amount of pressure to find themselves just on the half with a scrum to go. McMahon, Van Dijk picks from the back, and this is Blake Schultz, good stepping, making some meters here, and this is John de Villiers taking the ball up, and play finding itself on the 10 as they look to go to the blind. Obstruction there, a little bit of a wayward pass, but advantage to Selborne, and then again Aidan Gentle taking it forward, but SACS doing well to hold it. This is good go forward ball here by Mauer. Ball is out quickly, and Tion taking it forward. There's some space on the open side. McMahon. Van Wyk looks for a chip ahead, but it's stopped by the SACS backline, and no advantage back to the original offence.
That's good refereeing by Wesley Moss, just seeing that there was no advantage coming there. He tried to play it as best as he could. Unfortunately, one of the SACS players was in an offside position when McMahon was trying to offload it and got into a wrong place. And a penalty now to Selborne as they look to just set their dominance in this game and finding a lovely touch just about 10 meters from the try line. It was good work there from Gentle, offloading to Mauer looking to find some space, and Selborne definitely looking to make some inroads into the back. Often there's some ball and some spaces open on the outside, Jono. Hopefully they'll look to utilize that in the near future.
Yeah, good interplay in the contact, and Selborne will want to capitalize on this moment. As Mauer looks for his jumper. De Villiers up and more underway, getting some momentum. This is good for Selborne, and great maul here, just short of the line. Advantage to Selborne, but they will want to play this. Schultz taking it forward. He's met by Hendricks. This is promising. McMahon looking to play his pod, and Greg Fletcher does well to get over the advantage line. Bit of a wayward pass there, collected, no advantage, and this is pressure for SACS.
Yep, collapsing the maul just short of the line there. It could have been an illegal or side entry called by the ref, and I think Selborne will definitely look to find touch again and go straight back to that liner, which worked well for them there, Jono. Good work from them. The technique was superb. Balls at the back with Logan Mauer just falling short.
Mauer with the feed. He'll want to find his jumper again. And similar movement, but they go front ball, and it's well won there for Fletcher. And a bit scrappy, but they still have possession. A little bit frantic at ruck time. It's that man, Aiden Gentle. Good go forward ball. Tion Jacobs, go, you good thing. It looks like the ball was over, but a little bit of a knock on there. I think a little bit hasty from Selborne, wanting to get over that whitewash.
Yeah, you can see here from the line out there, just going short here with, I think it's Gentle with the carry. And then some good work, good defensive work there by SACS. And Tion Jacobs just trying to stretch over the line there. And just unfortunately just falling short. Great camera work there, and actually just knocking the knee of one of the SACS players there and prevented a try on. So knock on called by the ref, and scrum down. SACS defensive work now as quite a coming to play.
So quite some time here in SACS's danger zone. They want to clear. They take it up through Hendricks. He's their go forward ball from the back line. Noel looking to link up with Conrad. Not a bad kick that. Takes play onto the halfway, but Liema Budley and Somana are under it. He can step. Steps one, steps two. He links up. This is good play. Liema Budley taking the play. Mid 10 to 22. McMahon. Tion Jacobs. Good go forward ball. McMahon. Aaron van Dijk. Carl van Wyk. Blake Schulst. Amani again. Another good step. Another good step. And unfortunately, ball not going to hand there. A little bit of patience needed there, Lau.
Yeah, just offload when you need to actually just hold on to the ball and just build up one or two more phases. They're starting to open the spaces up from SACS in the, on attack or Selborne. And unfortunately, just a little chicken wing there, and maybe holding on to the tackle, setting up another phase and keep on going. But Selborne definitely looking to play a little bit of a quick, fast game, and they're looking a little bit dangerous with ball in hand.
There's a good transition there from the back two, and a good passage of play there. Selborne looking dangerous. As we look at Amani Somana, this is a great step. And here comes another one, and does well to link up here. And Liema Budley taking the ball. Wow, great tackle there. Manages to keep it in play. That's a good passage of
My younger
play.
son said that's when he goes. He sent him shopping.
And Mao has been good so far with the line-out feed. Aiden Gentle wrapping around to lift in the front, and this is good go-forward ball. This is looking promising, and over. Logan Mauer, happy with that one. And that puts Selborne into the lead.
That was great work. Kept it a lot simpler this time. I think it was a full line out there from them. Got the boys in there, got the structure right. And as they moved away closer to the line, Logan Mauer made it easier for him. As you have a look here, kept it simple, sucked in all the defenders. Great work there by Mauer and from De Villiers. And then it was all using the strength and power of those big pack of forwards, and easy work from Logan Mauer.
Textbook stuff there from Selborne, and they'll be happy with the outcome. They've been put under pressure for quite some time, and Carl van Wyk will want to convert here. It's not an easy kick, Lau.
Yeah, he's got a bit of the breeze blowing sort of across the field, I could say, behind his back. So he would be looking to try and hit just inside the right-hand upright on his side. Great kick. Great kick. Adding the 2 points is Van Wyk and taking the score up to 7-0 after 15 minutes.
Well, he will be happy with that one. And if you've just joined us, we're at the Selborne 150th Rugby Fest, Jubilee Rugby Fest. It's brought to you proudly by F&B, and a beautiful day of rugby you've had here so far. We're in a massive attendance here. It is just a beautiful day, and really so excited for day 2 of our rugby as SACS look to return. And it is a very well-weighted kick. Lost backwards by Ali, but picked up from Selborne, and good go forward ball. They're wanting to regroup here. Tian looking for the exit, and they're playing well. Wide. Schweigel with a great kick there, but it's fielded midfield. And Mashuli, he's elusive from the fullback position. And counter here, but it's taken forward by the number 3 Lutz, and SACS with the advantage here. Pick and drive was spotted. Null to Hendricks. This is Hendricks. Apologies. Conrad to Hendricks, and SACS going wide. And good stepping there by Dairan. No. Out wide. And play was called off there. I think it was the right call to make. One of the boys are down. And safety first there, Lal. You'll know about this.
Yeah, he obviously hadn't seen it, but they needed to make sure that they called it down. And just unfortunately, with the medics on the field and coaches on the field, it's just not safe to be able to get anybody to make a tackle, or it just makes it easier for a player to get re-hurt or re-injured again. So right call by Wesley Moss. Try to let the player flow as much as he could, but it got into danger zone there, and just decided to stop play straight away.
It's Blake Schultz there. We have one of the festival doctors on call, and as we see the replay, it came from a clean out, yeah. Might have just been a cut on the head.
Great camera work there from our guys on the school sports, super sports schools cameraman. I'm still in pre-COVID mode at the moment, but this is great visuals. You can see the spectators, they're all watching. Looks like most of them are looking at their phones.
So Schultz is taken off. Rolling subs here at the festival, and I'm sure they'll just want to just make sure that Blake Schultz is good. And play gets underway.
Wesley Moss has actually done very well there. There was an advantage penalty for SACS, and he's gone back and given them an advantage penalty due to the fact that obviously there was the player got injured in the way, and went back and spoke to both captains, just told them what they were doing, keeping them informed, which is very good. And now it looks like Conrad is going to have a shot at goals. It's going to be quite a big kick here, Johnny. He's going to have to keep it just to the left hand upright. The wind is blowing sort of across the field.
Number 13 Hendricks has been quite prolific so far. He's a big lad, 103 kgs, 1,9, and he's taking the ball forward. And
I wish I weighed 103 kgs at school playing centre, Jono.
I wish I weighed 103 playing loose forward, as the kick looks just left of the upright, and not a bad strike, but it is getting quite breezy here. And Selborne will be happy to come away with minimal damage there.
See some of my young under 13 players watching, senior players playing here. As we have Van Wyk, sorry, he's looking to restart from the 22 and just to keep Selborne on the front foot. He'll have the wind blowing slightly at his back, but across the field from sort of the top screen down to the bottom of your screen.
So we have a new cap for Hayden McKay. He's coming on for Blake Schultz, and he'll be super proud to be running on the field in such a momentous occasion. And SACS penalised there. They're looking to go fast through Noel, and it's that man Hendricks linking up with his Lucy's. This is good attacking from SACS. Again, advantage. Selborne getting busy in the ruck there. And it's McKay. McKay's just come on the field. I think he's just overzealous. His first run for Selborne. And hands in the ruck. Selborne, yeah.
Sorry, Wesley Moss. Sorry, John. Wesley Moss just wanted to have a chat with them, saying you've had two in a row. Just slowing the game down. Come, guys. It's we want to get the game to play as best as we can, and not rolling away from the tackle. Just slowing the game down. And Conrad's going to have another shot. I think. Is it Conrad? Yep. He's going to have another shot at goals. Third time lucky.
Conrad, RONDEBOSCH boy up until recently, and he's made his move across to SACS. He is also a really good cricketer and great sportsman. So Selborne want to be a little bit more disciplined in their zone, in their danger zone, and I'm sure they'll have a chat amongst each other. We have a slight injury from our assistant coach, James Alderman, and so the head coach, Chase Morrison, is walking touch today, and I think that'll suit him just fine because he's been there before. So
it's a great kick from Conrad, not too wide outside the left-hand upright. He aimed it just on the inside and found that rhythm beautifully with a great strike to take a three-pointer for SACS, and Selborne leading after 22.5 minutes, 7-3 take the lead.
Matthew Noel being quite a good general there at the base of the ruck as SACS look to counter-attack. This is good by Mr. and Tanini. And the tackle looked a little bit hard from Gentle, but play continues. Conrad with a great strike. He's found some grass and brilliant exit there by SACS. Wow, that will be a good response from Selborne's converted try.
Yeah, you got to look at the way they did that. From the kickoff, they were quite good in receiving the ball, putting it down, and then like what you want to do from every kickoff, you just want to turn that pack around and get yourself back on the front foot. So well done from Conrad. Saw the space open, and now just putting Selborne under a lot more pressure. There seems to be some argy-bargy going on here between the two.
It's from the captain, Osman Bosch. He wasn't happy with something that was said, but he gets back into lifting. Kwesi Glover there looking for a steal at the front. And good take there by de Villiers. Selborne looking to maul it forward, but SACS have got into it and making life difficult there for Selborne, but it looks like they've done that illegally. And so advantage here. Blake Schultz back on the field. He took the ball forward. It was well met by SACS. So Selborne will get out of jail card here, and they'll want to exit and regroup.
Yeah, you're looking from the line out there, the previous line out, Selborne has great work there by Fletcher coming down, and they're looking to try and just get that maul going quickly. And SACS obviously coming around illegally from the side, and ref Wesley Moss, you can have a look here, great work here. You can see just side entry coming in there and wrapping themselves around. And got caught on the wrong side of the maul.
So lineouts seem to be working for Selborne. Commentators curse, but Maua seems to be finding his man, and maul seem to be doing its job. Ali Osman Bosch. Great take there from Aaron van Dijk, the number 8 vice captain of the team. And they're looking to reset their maul. And a breakaway here from Maua. Maua needs to find support. He's taken down just other side of the 22. And Troy Ali taking the ball forward. McMahon through to de Villiers. De Villiers puts his head down. And there's space on out wide as Schultz links up with Schwegel. And Amani, he puts it down. That's unfortunate. But Selborne look like they're able to get the ball going when will have the opportunity. 1 or 2 injury concerns here, but as we look at the replay, this was a good drive, and Mao seeing the opportunity. Really good take. He could have maybe linked up here with his backs, but does well to stay on his feet and pops the ball up. Good work here by Troy Ali just to be patient and not lose his cool, and Schwegel through the hands, and unfortunately maybe he was looking to skip pass, not sure.
Just looked like he just tried to go a little bit wider, and maybe just a little hands, normal little sort of softer hand pass would have been perfect for Samani. I don't think he was expecting the ball to come so quickly, but a lot better from Selborne. And we actually saw the space while we were sitting here, Jono, in the commentary box, how the space was open for Mauer to take, and he did it brilliantly. And great work there from the number 2, and I think he did the right thing. I don't think he passed, he took the space and offloaded and kept the ball alive. So great work here from Selborne, and they take a line out now just inside SACS half.
That was a nice nudge from Carl van Wyk, bringing the play into SACS's 22. And Selborne will want to use their maul to great effect. Some good movements at the base of the line out there. De Villiers set up for that maul again. Seem to have grouped it nicely. Mauer with the ball at the back. This is good driving work by Selborne. Gentle with the ball. It's Ryan Merimo. The clean is there. McMahon. Tian Jacobs. He was well met by the SACS defense. This is Diavon Dupree. And the ball is out. Merimo again. McMahon. And unfortunate knock on there by Selborne. It was looking promising. They were building momentum, and maybe just took his eyes off the ball there, Lau.
Yeah, looking very good there. I was very impressed with the way they wrapped around with the pods. They were very patient here, and unfortunately, I mean, there you can see Ryan Marino just sucking in defenders, ball going down, and Ryan McMahon looking very good, and just unfortunately, boss, just a little bit higher, and just lost it there. I think it was either one of the locks, just unfortunately went straight through his hands. But Selborne looking very dangerous with ball in hand. They're looking to put the phases together. They've been a bit more patient, which is what we said early on.
Yeah, that same side attack seems to be working. SACS maybe not wrapping with the defense enough, and the fold not being effective enough there. So
Wesley Moss just not happy with the scrum set, and he wants him to reset again. Just a bit of sideways movement, and he'll ask him to reset again as a defense here from SACS. Is a defensive scrum. I'm sure they're looking to use Hendricks here as just to set up a little pod, and then the exit will come straight after that.
Well, we're here at the Selborne 150 Rugby Fest, and festivals, Lau, always bring you rich relationships, connections. It was really good to connect with the staff, the coaching staff last night, as Selborne put huge pressure on to SACS. But Hendricks takes it up. He's made some meters, and he's looking very dangerous. Carl van Wyk looking a little bit gingery as he gets back onto his feet. Conrad with a really good exit. Budley's under it, but the ball boy seemed to be more keen to take that than he was.
I actually thought that the ball boy got in the way, and Budley was just trying to find out where he was, and just got sort of impeded with him, and just trying to teach the ball boys, guys, we know you want to get involved, but rather just stay a little bit away from the side of the field.
Well, it is true, as a grade 8, the closer you get to the game, you start thinking you're part of it, and can't blame the young lad.
Yeah.
So Aidan Gentle doing some good work so far. Lal taking the ball up as Mauer looks for the feed. He finds De Villiers again. Lineout's really working. There's a good sack from SACS. McMahon needing the ball back, and he's found Caleb Schwegel. Schwegel dummies the pass but takes it up. There's a good clean there from Tian, and Budley sealing well. Van Wyk looking for space, he does so, and ball just sits before the touchline. SACS number 15, Mashuli, doing well to collect that ball, and this is the number 8, Belandi, taking the ball up and keeping it nice and tight. SACS does, as Matthew Noel looking for his 10. Conrad Conrad hoofs it up midfield. Nemani Samana looking for a counter. He finds Greg Fletcher. Fletcher steps on the inside, and his forwards are there to clean out. They're going to play the same side through Carl van Wyk. They look to regroup, and John de Villiers, the classical head down straight approach. McMahon to Marimo. And this is a great pass. Carl van Wyk looking to link up. Selborne has the ball and they're looking dangerous. Ball's going wide there. Logan Mauer's had plenty ball today as he takes it forward. Marimo again to his forwards. This is Aaron van Dijk, the vice captain. Good go forward ball. It's looking promising for Selborne. A little bit of a slower ball here.
I think it's turnover ball here, John, and the ball sort of came out and back into someone's hand, sorry.
Tian Jacobs, good go forward ball. He's already crossed the whitewash once. Advantage to Selborne as Fletcher takes it up. Just short ref is called, but another good passage of play there, Lau.
Yeah, he's communicating very well, not rolling the way. Someone really looking good. They've been a lot more patient in their setup and their set phases going forward, carrying the ball well. I thought they'd lost it at one stage there. It looked like SACS had actually turned it over, but they got it back. And Van Wyk now looking to just kick it out to touch and go to what they know best, and that is their line-out. So you can have a look here, just dropping short. Jacobs, I think it is, just trying to get his body weight over the ball and just being patient enough to set up another phase. So great work there from Selborne. Unfortunately, SACS just coming in from a side entry there and just giving away a penalty.
There's also good defensive effort there by the number 7, Daniel Dyaram from SACS, launching his body at Tian Jacobs. But this is Selborne with another feed. They've been really good in their set piece as they take it forward with Fletcher. There's a good sack. Selborne taking it up. This is Aidan Gentle, but he's well met. Not too sure who has that, but it's Ryan Marimo who cleans it up. And Budley, number 14, is getting in the mix there. And SACS are really quick to meet Tian Jacobs, but he's not giving up. He's the son of border legend Benny Jacobs, as Van Wyk goes wide. Mani Samani and Troy Alley over for the try. That's the Selborne rugby we were looking for.
Now that was much better, John. They were very patient in there. Jacobs was outstanding with the strength that he had there to actually get quite close to the try line. And ball came back again and just quickly out wide. And a great finish shift there by Troy Alley in the corner.
Good to see Troy Alley with a good schoolboy haircut. He's also quite an athlete, as we see. Really good leg drive here from Tian Jacobs. That never say die attitude is what got the good go forward momentum. And ball went out wide quickly here. Really good call. And Mani Samani doing well to time that pass and over go, you good thing, go.
Yeah, we've got a difficult kick here coming up from Carl van Wyk. It's pretty much into the breeze. It's going across us, so it's going across to him. He's got to really give it a good strike. But that's much better from Selborne. They're a lot more patient in their approach. The build-up was great to see. And some great work there by Tian Jacobs.
Lyle, I've also seen improvement. They're off the ball work. They're getting into position quicker. There's a little bit more urgency to get the pods into place, and so that's it's been a little bit more effective on their attack. And that takes it to halftime, and Selborne leading 12-3 at the Selborne Rugby Festival. We will be back with you in 2 ticks. Thank you for being with us.
I'm the Selborne College first team rugby coach, and we are gathered here today simply to raise awareness around the initiative which we have brought into this year. Tries for Lives is a campaign that we have brought into year after year, and this year the initiative is we are wanting to raise 600,000 Rand for a young grade 8 Selbornian, Obuko. Obuko is quite a unique case in that he has 2 prosthetic legs. What we are wanting to do is we are wanting to raise 600,000 Rand so that he can get a prosthetic hand and so that life can be a lot easier for him. Yeah, so what we're trying to achieve this year is, I'm a big believer in charity starts at home, and I'm quite excited by the fact that we are not only helping someone in need, but we're helping a fellow Selbornian who is in need. And that for me is really special. It speaks to the ethos of the school and definitely the upholding of the traditions. If you are wanting to get involved and support this initiative, please go to the Sports for Lives website. On there you'll find a Tries for Lives, and under the Tries for Lives you'll find the Obuko initiative. Essentially what happens is you can commit X amount of money per try that the Selborne College first team scores this year, and all of those proceedings will go to Obuko and help him get that prosthetic hand.
We're back here at Selborne's 150th Jubilee, and it's really inspiring stuff. The young man that I've got right next door to me, Obuko, this young man has been instrumental at Selborne. They're busy working on the Tries for Lives to improve his life. Obuko, how would new prosthesis help you?
I think it would help me a lot because I can't really do things with my hands. So a prosthetic hand will help me a lot to grab things, hold on to things, and yeah, basically do what other kids do.
It would make such a big difference for you, the Tries for Lives. So every try that's scored, money is going to your fund, and that's going to help to get your prosthesis. How important is Selborne College to your life right now?
Selborne College is very important because I've been to the school for like 5 years now, from Selborne Primary to Selborne College, and I'm really proud to be in this school, and I'm very grateful how people treat me. They treat me as normal and like not different. I'm just part of the school. Yeah.
I love that, and they're treating you with respect, and I think that's the most important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very important to me.
Obuko, I wish you all the best. Good luck in the future. Please, Tries for Lives. For every try that Selborne scores, you can donate money for this young man. Please, I've got such goosebumps here. We're going to go back to the studio for the final half between Selborne and SACS.
Here at Selborne Jubilee, alongside me is Jono Kruger, and welcome back to a fantastic day's rugby. Jono, we've really been thrilled with some good rugby.
Yeah, we really have indeed, and it's just a beautiful day. It's in East London, Selborne College, the Jubilee Fest 150th celebration of Selborne College. Yeah, here's how it all went down.
Great work here from Selborne, setting up a maul, and just 5 meters out is their first try. Logan Malwa at the back, you'll see him here. They worked very well here on their lineouts today. Selborne mauled well, controlled it very well, and Malwa going over for the first try.
Well, their maul has been fantastic here, and so has the go forward determination that was from Tian Jacobs there as the ball went out wide, and Amani Simani to Troy Ali. It was really good work there, and Selborne taking the lead, but SACS have everything to play for still. They are in it, and the kick is underway. It's hoisted up, It was well weighted, and SACS have won it back.
Yeah, no knock on.
SACS looking to go wide. Number 12, Mr. Mtanini, doing well to take it up. Alex Lottachon wanting to take the ball forward, but drops, and Selborne ready to counter here through Aidan Gentle. McMahon looking to link up. This is Ryan Marimo, the loose head prop, but SACS doing well defensively here. Carl van Wyk looking to attack again, but a big hit from SACS, and they'll want to capitalize from this. No advantage play, taking them back to just over the 10. They'll take the knock on. There was a massive hit there, Lau.
Yeah, some big hits there coming on to from SACS. Just getting the turnover, and just unfortunately just couldn't turn that into some good go forward. And another hit by Troy Ali on the end here just stopped that momentum for SACS. So good work there from Selborne and SACS, you could say, from both of them. But scrum done now to SACS on the just on the other side of the 10 meter in Selborne's half.
Some good defensive work there by the number 7, Daniel Dairam from SACS, but that hit was special as Matthew Noel looks to link up with Conrad to the number 13, Hendricks. He's been all sorts of trouble here today. Now finding Anderson with some good enterprising play. This is good from SACS. They look to launch again. Dyer again with ball in hand, and SACS through Larchakhan back onto Hendricks. He was hit awkwardly. Conrad with a good step, but he's taken down by Aaron van Dijk. Drive forward there through Zicha Velandi, the number 8. This is Mr. Tanini. SACS just looking to string the phases together. Good carrier by Velandi. And SACS doing well. Ball doing the work here, but a little bit of a knock on from SACS, and Selborne will be lucky with that.
I actually think they did very well there. They're just moving the phase, the play up and down the sort of the same channel. So defensively, Selborne have done very well into hold that defence, Jono. They made some good tackles, but unfortunately, SACS just not penetrating that defensive line of Selborne, and which led to a knock-on, unfortunately, and turnover ball. You can have a look here. You can just see try to just offload, quick hands here, and just trying to push it. Unfortunately, hit it straight into Carl van Wyk and knock over, turnover ball.
A little bit of pre-shoving there from both sides, and yes, a little bit lateral attack there from SACS, but the intensity, the momentum, the tempo was there, and so there must have been a good chat there from their coach, and much better start. Graham Weppener must have had a few strong words with them, Lau.
God, they definitely look like they come out with a little more energy in their stride. Just trying to set up scrum, and unfortunately now someone just losing their bind, and penalty to SACS just inside the 10 meter of Selborne's half.
Much better start here for SACS as Alex Lartechon hands the ball to Conrad. They want to hoof this as close to their corner flag as they can, but they will settle for just inside the Selborne's 22.
And we really seen a line-out here from SACS this half, or actually this game. They've had not many line-outs in the game, so it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do. They're going to go for a short line-out. They've got a pod set up just outside the 10. Nine's also out. He's getting instructions from Conrad. And full-on 4-man line-out here from SACS.
So the wind has gradually picked up here throughout the day. Southwesterly blowing quite hard now as SACS do well to take it up through Velandi, the number 8. A little bit of a pick and drive here. They're building momentum, SACS is. Really good stepping there by Dairam. Noel looking to connect. The number 8 again, doing some good work. Defense holding for Selborne as Conrad under a bit of pressure here. And great steal there by Selborne. Aaron van Dijk, good steal there.
Yeah, great work there by Selborne on the ball. A lot more intensity from.
Sorry, Carl van Wyk taking a quick tap and finding the grass, maybe wanting that to go out, but he's put pressure here for SACS, and Selborne's lines are right up, and this is pressure. A little bit of pushing and shoving, but SACS looking to counter. Good defensive work there by Blake Schultz. Good carry forward there by SACS. There are 2 injuries on the field, but play continues. And Aidan Gentle, not easy to take down. Play midfield, and Carl van Wyk, grubber ahead, and really good option there. I think play will stop here for some potential injuries.
Great work there by Carl van Wyk, just putting the ball straight on the boot. He saw some space open from the penalty, and great work here, and great defensive work here by number 14, Budley, and somehow it just looks like he's hurt himself in that tackle, and is getting some treatment from the medics. He's got a bit of a head injury, looks like a bit of a blood.
Yeah, it's a blood.
And we've also had a replacement on for Gentle has been replaced by number 17, is it Sandisiswe Masingana has taken his place.
Well, Masingana is a real ball player, and we also have Okwam Kavana. Kavana is a real elusive player. Watch out for him, and I'm sure these subs are going to inject a bit of momentum and energy into the Selborne side. SACS, bit of a scrappy line out, and skew throw in. Selborne will be very happy with that. A little bit of argy-bargy happening here, Lyle.
Yeah, there's something going up there with the locks. They're not happy with something. They're just trying to exchange numbers there, Jono, for maybe when they get to Cape Town, they can go out for a milkshake. Yeah. But otherwise than that, just unfortunately, Wesley Moss got it under control, and they're going to have a scrum on the 15. And Selborne's ball.
Lyle, I expect nothing less from your locks. They're a special breed, those locks.
So actually taking a line out. It's been Selborne's weapon so far.
Mauer has been fantastic in the feeds there, as the back pod moves and decides to take it. And again, setting up for that maul. It's worked for them. But SACS a little bit savvy to it now, as could go forward ball here. Someone being patient, regrouping, and starting to find momentum here. This is good, and the legs are still driving. There's a bit of a peel at the back there. And will Selborne come away with it? Ryan McMahon looking, digging. But the ball is difficult to come out, but it does. And Ryan Marimo taking it forward. Selborne wanting to build momentum here. Blake Schultz, good carry. Marimo. Troy Alley, good go forward ball there. And McMahon with the feed. And De Villiers rolling, weaving, pick and drive here from Tian, looking to offload. But McMahon sniping and then offloading. This is momentum being built here. They go the other way. And Samano, Okwam Kavana, they won't stop him from here. They won't stop him from here. And he loves it. Great try, Selborne College.
Yeah, that was great work there from Tian Jacobs. Just got them on the back foot, put SACS in a bit of trouble. And great work as they moved the ball left from that rack, and then straight away they changed angles to go to the right again, Jono. That was superb, opened up the spaces, and he finished off there. You can see great work there by McMahon, moving the ball quickly to the right, and then you'll see him here come to the left-hand side, and there was great hands here by lock forward, and Samani put in Kavam over in the corner. What a try.
Okwam Kavana, also 100-meter specialist, so he's got the bronze and the pace, and they will be very happy with that. Really good enterprising play there. Good delivery from the base from McMahon.
That was very good, yeah. As we look now for this kick, he'll be looking to hit that left hand upright and just do a little draw.
And what a beautiful shot that is as the sun starts to set here. Carl van Wyk with the conversion. It sways to the right, the wind carrying the ball quite.
It's too much on that draw for him. But SACS have been in this game, unfortunately. Just great work and patience from Selborne, moving the ball left and right very quickly. Just caught them off guard there. But they definitely showed a lot more intent in the second half from the SACS side. And Selborne now take a lead of 17 points to 3.
So quite a high hoist there, not making the 10. Selborne looking to play, but didn't get their hands on that, and so play will come down to, or back to the halfway line, scrum feed for Selborne. So all to play for here with about 18 minutes still to go, and SACS have been up to the task. They've been really good on attack, and they've had the ball, and they're definitely not out of it yet, Lau.
No, they haven't. They just got to use the ball when they have got it. Just be a little bit more direct. They've just been a bit more lateral in their attack. But great work from Selborne. Don't take it away from them. They've really worked hard. They've kept the basics very well. Their lineouts have been good, and their scrummage has been superb.
Big shove, yeah, big pressure by SACS, but it's taken away from by Aaron van Dijk. That is a good run as they look to launch attack through De Villiers. De Villiers is well met. McMahon looking to feed through. Oh, this is Fletcher. Fletcher's found some space. Fletcher, what, does he have the wheels? No, he's got the Sunny Bull pass. And all of that for naught because the ref had already called advantage, but it was exciting nonetheless. And SACS launch attack here. This is a great kick, and it's still kept in. I think there's a knock on there from Carl van Wyk. But wow, electric stuff here. It is back and forth. Wow.
Yeah, that was great work. We had a look and see what was going on. We were watching play, and we just caught out of the eye that there was, unfortunately, there was a, I think, obstruction from Jacobs to allow Fletcher through that space. Ref brought it back for a penalty. And quick thinking there by SACS, Jono. They just quickly took it, and the centre kicked it downfield, and the chase was on. And unfortunately, a knock-on from Selborne has put SACS in a very good position here.
So as you see the replay here, Selborne going wide. Fletcher with a great break. He needed to link up here. There wasn't anyone in, so he steps and does so well to get past. A little bit of an offload, but while all that was happening, a ref had already called stoppage in play. It was still a great passage anyway.
Yeah, good work there by SACS too. Just finding that quick ball and putting the ball under. Here we go, and SACS with the ball again. Conrad, long pass, floating pass, beautiful pass. Offload to SACS's fullback. Is he looking for the space? In for a try in the corner. Yes, it is.
It's a beautiful try by Aya Machuli, and really good response from SACS.
That was a great pass there from Conrad to the centre, Tini. A little floating pass, Jono. You've got to get that right. You've got to get the right space and the right time to do that. And it just allowed that to get him in behind the Selborne. You can have a look here. Great work here by the SACS backline.
So 21, Aka Machuula. Chuule, he's electric, and he got the ball away. But it's that man, Aya Machuli, that really did well to go over the line. Great try from SACS.
And Jono, this all came back from some quick thinking from that penalty, where they took a quick tap, and that was from I think it was Matthew Noel or the replacement scrum off.
The replacement Aka Machuula, the games I've seen him play, he's electric in open play, and so he's known as the chip and chase king. And he was the man that put that chip and chase through, as the conversion just doesn't make it. I think the wind actually blew that back line.
Yeah, he's kicking straight into the breeze there, folks. And like I said, you got to give it a good smack. He had the direction, but unfortunately just didn't have the distance. So good try coming back there from SACS. Selborne lead with 15 minutes to go, 17-8 as they look to restart now. A couple of new players on the field, so we'll hopefully get that right for you.
We also have the head boy, Eddie Macheke, on the field. He's a really good man in the loose ruck. He will steal any ball that you give him half a chance to. As Selborne look to re-kick, but it's Aka. Aka goes for quite a big kick here, and it's direct. So unfortunate there, but he is an elusive man. You need to watch him.
Yeah, we've got a replacement coming in here for Selborne too. They're going to make it shortly. They're just waiting to see what's going on. But yeah, the wind just took that, John. I think the intention was pretty good. The idea was great, but just too much in the air, and the wind's just going to push it out. So Selborne on an attacking line out here, just outside the 22 of SACS.
So Okom Kavane staying on the field. Budley is strapped up, but he doesn't look to be coming back on. They do have Garen Miller waiting in the wings, though. He is a unit of note. As Selborne take it from the back through Fletcher. He's done great work here, and this is a good maul. Maua ever present there from the back, and they've caused all sorts of hassles with this maul, as Maua looks to place and set. Forwards getting into position. Dievan Dupree doing well here. Tion loves the go forward ball, but SACS doing well defensively here. Selborne through McMahon. Aaron van Dijk does so well in contact. Selborne setting up, and a little bit of pressure from the ruck from SACS. Tion with a step and go forward. They need to get good clean ball here. There was definitely first arrival there. That is good work. Luke Jabert doing the replacement lock, doing some great work at ruck time.
Yeah, just trying to go again quickly. They're trying to pick up the pace here. Is SACS trying to play a fast brand of game of rugby, tapping and going everything now. They're going to run everything, as we've got Larticon offloads a long pass out. And SACS now looking to spread that ball inside. Unfortunately, not making one of their pass, knocking it on. And you don't give this guy any space, he will run you to pieces.
Okum doing well to stay on his feet there. Great composure. As Carl van Wyk looks to offload. Good hands there. Sunday taking the ball forward. This is Logan. He's done well all day. But SACS really upping the tempo here of this game, as Budley putting pressure, and he does so. Does he get the ball back? No. Knock on there. Great work, Selborne College.
No, that was great work there by Samana, just putting the ball back on just behind the fullback of SACS, putting him under a little bit of pressure, and great work there by Budley, just putting him under more pressure and just knocking it on, as we have a couple of replacements now coming on.
Yeah, that big man, Gentle, is back on the field. Garen Miller, and then waiting in the wings is Gabriel Creel. This man is going to do some damage when he comes on. So good work there by John de Villiers. He's been in the thick of it all day long, and he'll be happy with his performance.
Yeah, I think he's had a great game. He has carried very well. Fletcher's been the other lock. He's been superb in the lineouts. So we'll now look to just stamp their authority on this game.
Selborne boys singing their songs, as Carl van Wyk sniping and weaving. And Amani Samana, he's too good. He's too fast. What a try.
I'm loving watching this young man play. He's electrifying. He's got such good feet. When he gets the ball, you know something's going to happen, Jono. He's just really entertaining, and really been one to watch today. And yet again, out of nothing, he has scored a beautiful try.
Lali's pace was almost unexpected.
Yeah.
He got the ball. We didn't expect him to just accelerate off the mark at such a blistering pace. And really great try there. But it was set up by Carl van Wyk. He looked for the inside option, he looked for the outside option, and he managed to find Amani Sumana, as we see. Good delivery here. And that man, Carl van Wyk, doing some great work. And yeah, this is where the acceleration was just phenomenal. And Carl Gregory just not able to get across in time for a well-deserved stretch out and try.
That's Van Wyk at the 2 points. He's still a lot of work to do there with the man on him, Jono. He wasn't really close to get the ball down. And for a little guy like that, he had a lot of leg drive, made sure that he got within striking distance to make sure that he knows the rules. Once I get tackled, I can place the ball anywhere in a 360 sort of degree, and he did that perfectly well over the try line.
A little bit unfortunate for SACS. They've been really good at the start of the second half. Most of the game they've increased the tempo, they've brought it defensively, and so they'll be disappointed with that outcome, but they definitely won't lie down and die, the Western Cape boys, as Conrad looks to restart. This one is a little bit deeper, and Tian Jacobs is under it. And well met there by SACS, but he's broken the line and taken the ball up. McMahon to Carl van Wyk, and he finds some space midfield. Machuli will take it from here, and Akka the chip, and Carl van Wyk back to clean up. Troy Ali, he takes it forward. That's a great tackle there by SACS. Good counter ruck. SACS is on it, and they've taken it away. Great work here, SACS. Number 11 hasn't had too much ball, Simons. And Hendricks taking it blind, but Selborne were up for it. There's another injury midfield. And Koopman on the field, Nishe Koopman, he loves carrying the ball.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few injuries in today's play. Managed very well by the refs. They've seen an injury, they've stopped play if it's in the way. Like now, Wesley Moss stopped play again. Looks like there's a serious injury. Not too sure what type of player is down. You'll get it now, I'm sure, from our visuals. But I think he's managed the game very well, Wesley Moss, and try and let the game flow as best he can.
Again, the support of all the people involved in this festival, just been phenomenal to all come together and make such a momentous occasion possible. And it wouldn't be a festival without the crowd. And the Selborne school in full swing here. And just beautiful moment here at Selborne College, the 150th Rugby Fest, brought to you by F&B and Super Sports Schools. Wow, what a revelation, what a change for the game has Super Sports Schools been able to bring live rugby all over the world. And you know, being an old boy, what an amazing opportunity to watch schoolboy rugby.
100%, Jono. You can sit down anywhere in the world now and watch. We've had fortunate enough to be able to even watch Varsity Cup rugby. So even if you've got your son at varsity, you'll be able to get it done through Super Sports Schools, and it's been a great initiative. And we bring you these games to you through them, and a great coverage we've got here today. There's been looks like it is Hendricks. He's taken a knock to the jaw. He has been replaced. And the scrum down now to SACS on the halfway line.
Junior Hansen doing really well in the Varsity Cup setup there, Lau. Great to watch the budding talent coming through. So play right on the halfway line, and Aka Chawule not getting a great feed. Lal, we need to look at a man of a match with 7 minutes left of the game. Who do you think has been an outstanding player for you?
Well, we've had some good players from both sides, good carries. I'm very impressed with number 7 from SACS, Daniel Diaram. He's really done well for SACS, being a good defensively and good carry. Selborne, the likes of obviously John de Villiers has been superb in the play today. Good carries. Tian Jacobs has been very good. But one for me to watch when he gets the ball, he's been very exciting, and that is the fullback Amani Samani has been superb today. He's my man of the match.
So, Mani Samani, a man of the match, fullback for Selborne. Deserve it so they allow, as SACS looking to take this ball forward, and they're doing well midfield. Aka with the ball, somehow he scrambles through, but Selborne quick on the ball, great steal there, Gabriel Creel. Ryan McMahon looking for some extra meters there. Typical scrum off behavior. Always looking for a little bit more. As Calvin Veek looking to exit here. The ball swerves to the right, and SACS have an opportunity for a counter here. They do it through the boot, and unfortunately not getting the meters that they would have wished there.
Yeah, Selborne looking very solid now. They've made quite a few changes. It looks like they've brought in some positional changes here. It looks like Samani, man of the match, has moved into a centre role with, I think, Troy Ali moving to fullback. And so we'll get it right as best as we can, guys. But he has been superb today with his feet, really been electric and been all over the place. Deserves that man of the match.
Well, also very versatile plays. Also played at 9. Yeah, and so deserved man of the match, Mani Samana. Well done, young man. As Selborne look again to launch attack through their maul. As Jordan Luck doing his thing, taking the ball forward. Gabriel Creel is with him in support. And ball goes wide, and unfortunately not held on, and that was unfortunate. That looked like a promising attack there, Lau.
Yeah, very look good. We actually missed him to come on the field, obviously with the injury. But number 2, Logan Mauer, I should say, has been replaced by Jordan Luck. He's one to watch. Wherever he comes on the field, he just brings that energy and that enthusiasm. And he's a young chap that we must watch for the future. He just brings such great vibe to the team. And you can see the first touch of the ball there, making a couple of yards.
Well, those old boys watching will no doubt have heard of the legend Hayden Luck, who has played many games for Selborne first team. Jordan, offspring of Hayden, and doing a great job here in the first team. As we see a dislocated finger, folks, look away. Not the best thing to see on screen. Gives you the shivers. I'm sure that man will be sorted out. Had a few in my time, Lyle. Not the best thing to deal with. We're seeing it just in front of us, and his fingers pointing in the wrong direction. We've also have Daniel Larkin. Let's focus on the game now. We have Daniel Larkin on the field at 9, and he's also a very elusive player. As the Selborne crowd are erupting, they have really appreciated this festival. They've appreciated their first team, and lots to celebrate here at Selborne College.
Yeah, it's been a very entertaining game. They've really done well. They've stuck to their basics, which has been superb. Their lineouts have been superb. Their mauling has been great, and all deserved of their 24-8 lead at the moment against SACS.
Credit to the coaching staff, Chase Morrison, but this is SACS. SACS taking it through what seems to be Mr. Ntinini, and Calvin Veek collecting. He's looking, he's dodging and weaving, and they set play just outside the 22 as Tian Jacobs looks for a wild pass. He should have just carried on going, Lau.
Yeah, they had men open on the outside and spaces, and he should have just looked for the space and just kept it going. And you can see him trying to apologize. I didn't realize there was a man closer to him. I think he was trying to find one of the backline players who had a bit more gas to get that ball out wide. So line out now to SACS. Must be the last movement of the day.
Boy, does Tian like to carry that ball forward. But really been an entertaining game, Lal. Both sides giving it stick, as SACS head boy Cheke looking to feed the line out. And they're still full of running. And this is the enterprising line out. And it works for them as they take the ball forward. This is Koopman. Koopman is quite a player, ball in hand. And they're looking to launch an attack here. Good pick and drive from Anderson. Aka loves the chip. And Troy Ali all over that as he launches a counter. Not the best of kicks. And Conrad looking to link up. Aka again looking for the chip, but this time really not working. Carl van Wyk well positioned there to receive that.
Well, that was great work there. Just trying to find some space where SACS just looking to kick into the space. Troy Elliott was in good position. His kick just skewed off the boot. And Conrad looking to counter attack, and unfortunately just not finding any space.
So that's the wrap, folks. What an entertaining game. 24-8 to Selborne College. They'll be happy with that. And thank you for joining us here at the Selborne 150th Jubilee Fest, brought to you by F&B and Supersport Schools. We will be back on Monday for more scintillating rugby. Lyle Hansen, absolute pleasure having you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Jono. We've just got to remember there's an interview coming up after this, so stay with us, folks. We've got the man of the match that's going to be interviewed for this game. Robbie Durant will be with us shortly now, but it has definitely been a fantastic day of rugby here. We've had 5 superb games, so folks, please stay tuned on Monday. Get involved. We're going to have 5 more games coming up. But Selborne well-deserved winners today, 24-8 against SACS. And we're going to have some replays coming up shortly, folks, of a magnificent days of rugby here. And Jono, thank you very much for allowing me to be part of the commentating team today.
Well, there's the lineup of the tries from SACS and Selborne. As the Selborne boys continue to celebrate, we will look at those tries in just a moment. But we are going over to the interview now with the man of the match, Amani Samana.
Right, we are with Amani Samani. What a fantastic game, my man.
Thank you so much, sir. Just so happy that I could be out there with the boys today.
Your team's growing in strength. It's every match since the Cranes Festival, it's upping and it's upping. You had a fantastic game. You must be proud to be part and parcel of the 150th?
Yes, sir, I'm very proud, sir. I'm very thankful as well, sir.
Future rugby, what you looking at doing?
Definitely, so I'm really thinking of playing rugby after school, and I'm really just keen to see what the future holds, sir.
Okay, so it's the 150th. What does it mean to your team that you guys now, at the tradition that you've gone through, the 150th, it's a really special what you're part and parcel of?
I agree with you, sir. I think it really is special, sir. The boys are just very amped this year, just to put out a performance week in, week out for the boys. So thankful that we can.
You're our F&B player of the match. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Back up to the studio. Catch us on Monday again. It's going to be fantastic. Kicking off at 9 o'clock. We'll catch you on Monday from the 150th Jubilee at Selborne College. Brought to you by FNB. Cheers from us.
Well, humble young man there, deserved man of the match winner. As we look at the replays, Logan Mauer, fantastic feed all day long, and boy, did the driving more work for Selborne here. As we see the first try, a good drive forward, and great try there by Logan Mauer.
Yeah, here's the second try. Great work here from Tian Jacobs. Was great leg work. Just sucked in a couple of defenders here. And McMahon looking to feed outside wide. And he found Troy Ali at the end, just getting over by that man again. Great work there by the inside pass from the man of the match, Samana, and finding Troy Ali for an easy dot down try.
What a celebration. And this is the next try where they wrap around the blind. They were hitting it up. As we see the replay here again, Okwam Kavane refused to go down. He was never going to get stopped from that distance. Another great try, man of the match, only too happy to jump into the arms of the try scorer.
It was a great work here by Conrad, a lovely little floating pass to the Cententini, who also yet again found his outside wing, and a great try here in the end from the player Aya Machule for the fullback for SACS for the only try of the day. Great work there at the end of the day. Right, folks, thanks very much for spending time with us. So we'll be back again on Monday, so please stay tuned to us for a pulsating, yet another day's game here at the 150th Jubilee. I'm Lyle Hansen. Alongside me is Jono. Good evening, folks.
My name is Chase Morrison. I'm the Selborne College first team rugby coach, and we are gathered here today simply to raise awareness around the initiative which we have brought into this year. Tries for Lives is a campaign that we have brought into year after year, and this year the initiative is we are wanting to raise 600,000 Rand for a young grade 8 Selbornian, Obuko. Obuko is quite a unique case in that he has 2 prosthetic legs. What we are wanting to do is we are wanting to raise 600,000 Rand so that he can get a prosthetic hand and so that life can be a lot easier for him. Yeah, so what we're trying to achieve this year is, I'm a big believer in charity starts at home, and I'm quite excited by the fact that we are not only helping someone in need, but we're helping a fellow Selbornian who is in need. And that for me is really special. It speaks to the ethos of the school and definitely the upholding of the traditions. If you are wanting to get involved and support this initiative, please go to the Sports for Lives website. On there you'll find a Tries for Lives, and under the Tries for Lives you'll find the Obuko initiative. Essentially what happens is you can commit X amount of money per try that the Selborne College first team scores this year, and all of those proceedings will go to Obuko and help him get that prosthetic hand.